Welcome back, randos. You may have noticed this video is rather long, so I won't waste any of your time with a lengthy preamble. I will just say that this video is restricted entirely to what happens in Act 2 of Arcane. If you want to hear my thoughts on Act 1, check out the previous video. If you want to hear my thoughts on Act 3, then you will have to wait unless you are, I guess, from the future. Secondly, everything up to and including Episode 6 of Season 1 of Arcane is going to be spoiled in this video. So if you have not watched that far, or if you have yet to check out Arcane, I strongly suggest turning this video off and catching up on the series before continuing. Let's open this pit up by talking about the Donger. In Act 1, Heimerdinger was almost entirely defined by his extreme caution regarding scientific development in general, but with specific regard to Hextech, and everything he did was with the goal of preventing Jayce from realizing his vision on account of it being too dangerous. Heimerdinger ultimately failed, and Hextech has become an integral part of his city. Despite the fact that he still dislikes its presence and development, he is not willfully ignorant as to the tremendous benefit Hextech has had upon Piltover. Heimerdinger is directly contrasted with the other councillors in that he doesn't seem to care about the financial benefit of the Hexgates, even though, presumably, Heimerdinger has benefited financially in some way, and he specifically praises Jayce for having
brought scholars from distant lands, reignited passions in arts and science.
And he even directly asks Jayce if he has anything he has been working on that he is willing to share, which is an excellent way to both flesh out the character of Heimerdinger and establish where his head is at post-time jump with regard to Jayce and Hextech, all of which thoroughly prepares the audience for what will happen to him in Act 2. Heimerdinger tells Jayce that both he and the rest of the council want Jayce to deliver the Progress Day speech, usually given by Heimerdinger himself, and the writers cleverly use this plot point to do a quick bit of world building. As part of his justification for why Jayce should take his place and deliver the speech, Heimerdinger congratulates Jayce and tells him he deserves it due to the impact the Hexgates have had upon the city.
Your Hexgates have done wonders for our city.
Not only is this an entirely character-driven conversation, but it is also the first conversation that occurs in Act 2 of Arcane. This conversation allows for the audience to understand, firstly, that there has been a time jump, secondly, that Hextech development has advanced tremendously, and thirdly, that Piltover has flourished as a direct result of this, which essentially means that, for now at least, Jayce was right and Heimerdinger was wrong. It is also notable that Heimerdinger is offering words of wisdom to Jayce even after he disobeyed him and created Hextech, indicating that Heimerdinger doesn't hold grudges, which is certainly in character for someone like Heimerdinger. Additionally, he doesn't appear to have any kind of animosity towards Viktor, despite the fact that Viktor acted as Heimerdinger's assistant for years, was aware of Heimerdinger's view of Jayce's research, and yet Viktor still decided to side with Jayce, steal from Heimerdinger's vault, subvert his authority, betray his trust, and put the entire city at tremendous risk, from Heimerdinger's perspective. The consequences for Viktor doing this, in terms of his relationship with Heimerdinger, are virtually nil, and it is entirely possible to watch Act 2 of Arcane and simply forget that what Viktor did in Act 1 was a betrayal of his own boss. The only thing we can conclude is that whatever friction this caused between Heimerdinger and Viktor was resolved off-screen or potentially was never directly addressed. This is possible given that Heimerdinger's dialogue at the end of Act 1 indicated that he was incredibly impressed with what they had accomplished, and the fact that after a few years by the time we reach Act 2 he seems more open to the idea of Hextech being a thing would suggest that maybe Heimerdinger doesn't hold this against Viktor purely because of what their developments did to Piltover. In other words, Heimerdinger believes the ends justify the means. Although these advancements were at the time an unjustifiable risk, Heimerdinger can't deny the improvements they have brought about. This is also informed by a line he delivers in Episode 6.
In a world that cannibalized itself over power and pride.
Heimerdinger considers power and pride to be incredible failings. We can infer from this that he doesn't want Piltover to be powerful, but he does want it to prosper. He does want to innovate and develop new technologies, but he has no interest in Piltover becoming a global superpower. Maybe he was wrong to have been so adamantly against Hextech. Maybe he was a little too cautious. Maybe this kind of research can continue if adequate safeguards are implemented. More on that later. Anyway, much like his behavior in Act 1, Heimerdinger continues desperately trying to control Jayce even after seeing the improvements Hextech has brought to Piltover. Heimerdinger knows that now that the genie is out of the bottle, it is more important than ever to ensure further research is conducted with adequate safeguards. The fact that Hextech is now a proven concept and has benefited Piltover and its people, including him, means that the temptation to push ahead and disregard safety will now be greater than ever. He tells Jayce of Stanwyck Padiddly, a deceased scientist who has been honored with a statue inside the Academy of Science. Everything Stanwyck Padiddly built either exploded or toppled over, and yet he is still celebrated as a great scientist of Piltover. Heimerdinger tells Jayce that Stanwyck Padiddly knew that the future of the city was more important than his own personal ambitions. The surface-level interpretation of this is that Heimerdinger is trying to manipulate Jayce, telling him this Stanwyck guy knew what's up, so he started teaching instead of doing his own thing in order to try and get Jayce to understand how dangerous Hextech has the potential to be and to turn his attention elsewhere before someone gets hurt. However, there is potentially a bit more to this. Heimerdinger knew Stanwyck personally and refers to him as a dear friend. What I find very interesting about this is that given Heimerdinger's behavior with regard to Jayce's development of Hextech, placing obstacle after obstacle in his way so as to make it as difficult as possible, it is not unlikely that Heimerdinger is the reason Stanwyck also abandoned his research. Heimerdinger sees Stanwyck and Jayce as very similar individuals. They are both extremely ambitious, they are both risk-takers, and they are both very young relative to Heimerdinger. Perhaps Heimerdinger previously saw the destructive potential of Stanwyck's research.
Everything he built either exploded, melted, or toppled over.
And so he convinced Stanwyck to dedicate his time to helping the next generation of scientists. We could potentially go one step further and suggest that Stanwyck Padiddly was experimenting with the same thing Jayce was, dabbling in using science to create magic, which would then explain why Heimerdinger steered him away from this goal, and would also provide a further explanation as to why Heimerdinger is telling Jayce about Stanwyck Padiddly in the first place. Unfortunately, where this approach may have worked with Stanwyck, it did not work with Jayce, whose ambition and risk-taking has already caused significant change to Piltover. Regardless, Heimerdinger is still trying to control Jayce and steer him away from further pursuing Hextech. This is an extremely effective and efficient means by which to explore Heimerdinger's character, to establish his moral center, and to suggest that he may be willing to do questionable things to maintain the status quo. Rather than simply have him tell Jayce, hey boyo, you better stop your hextechin', why don't you do what Stanley Padiddleman did and stop being selfish, which would have served almost the exact same purpose, the writers added the additional juicy layer by very subtly planting the idea that Heimerdinger has been manipulating the scientists of Piltover for 200 years. And all of this is accomplished in barely 30 seconds. Heimerdinger appears to have realized that he can no longer prevent Hextech from being developed and utilized, as the incentives to continue doing so are far too high.
I like money!
However, as the head of the Council and the Dean of the Academy of Science, he can absolutely influence the direction it takes, which is the game he is currently playing. One of Heimerdinger's critical failings is that he is not a politician. He is a scientist in a political position. His focus is squarely on science, and he is contrasted with the other councillors in that we explicitly see that when they engage in political maneuvering, he does not. Heimerdinger is not a particularly good diplomat, and it is his treatment of Jayce and Viktor that prompts alternative solutions on Jayce's part. You may have noted that Heimerdinger has undergone rather drastic character development off-screen between Acts 1 and 2, as the last line of dialogue from him in Episode 3 was,
This is not what Piltover's future looks like.
Whereas now he appears to have at least somewhat embraced Hextech as inevitable and, in some ways, useful. Whenever this kind of thing happens, the easy target for how not to do this is The Last Jedi, in which, lest we forget, Luke Skywalker was transitioned off-screen from being a selfless and noble hero into an apathetic, sarcastic, self-denigrating slob. Could this happen? I mean, yeah, it could, but these two states of being do not naturally follow on from each other, given what we know about Luke Skywalker. Which means the character as seen in The Last Jedi does not feel anything like the character the last time we saw him. Conversely, Heimerdinger falls into the Sarah Connor camp, in which the off-screen character development is absolutely coherent, and therefore does not need to be seen. it can reasonably and entirely be inferred without the audience feeling like they missed something. Heimerdinger evidently realized at some point in the multi-year time jump between episodes 3 and 4 that Hextech in some form is potentially worth the risk, that Hextech is going to be developed and deployed regardless of his own personal feelings, and that rather than being a dangerous criminal who is lucky to have not been banished, Jayce is instead responsible for the greatest scientific development of his lifetime. When Jayce and Viktor present their portable Hextech contraptions to Heimerdinger, he is outwardly quite enthusiastic about seeing what they have come up with.
Wouldn't miss it for the world, my boy. What do we have on the docket?
However, after the demonstration, he leaves them deflated.
But give it a decade of careful research, and it will be ready.
Fuck you!
Heimerdinger, as the Dean of the Academy of Science, needs to approve their research and any kind of mass production or deployment of portable Hextech devices, and I highly doubt that he would ever approve such a thing unless he was absolutely certain that it would not cause harm. Rather than simply have Heimerdinger be like, nah boys, it's too dangerous or something, I'm older than you, remember? The show carefully toes the line by clearly depicting Jayce and Viktor's new tech as unambiguously dangerous without making either Jayce or Viktor out to be blinkered idiots. The Hex Claw, firstly, cuts clean through a piece of stone, which does not appear to have been Viktor's intent, and then it zaps the floor as it was seemingly confused as to which Hextech gemstone it should be listening to, which nearly results in Heimerdinger's poro being liquefied. This is a careful balancing act. Jayce and Viktor need to understand why Heimerdinger might dismiss their progress, and Heimerdinger needs to reasonably see their work as dangerous without viewing either of them as negligent or reckless. The way the writers accomplish this is by having the Atlas gauntlets work perfectly, indicating that this technology is practical and functional, and also to have the Hex Claw do what it was supposed to do, more or less. The hiccup being that Jayce and Viktor hadn't ironed out all of the kinks, should there ever be multiple Hextech gemstones in close proximity to the Hex Claw, which, if the thing were to ever be mass-produced, would obviously be the case. Similar to a TV remote control, each remote has to control its own TV and not interfere with any other bits of tech. This is a reasonable oversight, and it successfully prompts understandable caution from Heimerdinger without requiring that Jayce or Viktor are actively rushing their experiments or cutting corners. Heimerdinger goes on to state,
Keep at it, and I'm sure you will discover a way to safeguard Hextech against misuse.
Which is, importantly, not the same thing as making Hextech safe to use. Because of how good Arcane is, I am going to assume that the use of the word misuse is deliberate and not as a result of sloppy writing, so I will dig in. It is more than plausible that Heimerdinger is knowingly moving the goalposts for Jayce and Viktor so as to prevent them from developing a portable form of Hextech. Their products have to be functional, they have to provide some kind of benefit to a regular Piltover citizen, and now they also have to be safeguarded against misuse. As with all products with the potential to cause harm, if you make this kind of technology available to everyone, then there will be those who will use it on other people. And I can't even begin to speculate as to how on earth Heimerdinger could expect that it would be possible to add a safeguard into the technology itself so as to make this impossible, short of developing some kind of artificial intelligence. To be clear, if Jayce and Viktor had developed an automatic rifle and presented it in a setting in which those kinds of weapons did not exist, then it would make perfect sense for Heimerdinger to be worried about the potential for harm brought about by people using them on each other. The fix for this, however, is not in the design of the rifle itself. There is nothing Jayce and Viktor can do to add a safeguard to prevent misuse entirely. Obviously, a rifle can have a safety switch, and maybe the Hex Claw and the Atlas gauntlets have a similar thing, but that only helps with regard to accidental misuse. The fix for this would have to be in the form of legislation, law enforcement, and regulation. Jayce does end up taking on a legislative and regulatory role regarding the safeguarding of Hextech, a position which Heimerdinger ultimately supports him taking. However, if Heimerdinger truly wanted Jayce to make Hextech safe enough so as to be consumer-friendly and portable, then Heimerdinger could have proposed that Jayce become the Counselor of Hextech years prior, instead of waiting for Mel to suggest it. Heimerdinger is only convinced to let Jayce run the Hextech show himself after Jayce demonstrates his regret and selflessness in front of the Council.
It was my responsibility to safeguard this technology, and I failed. I have come before you to recommend that we suspend all Hextech operations until the situation is resolved.
Thousands would lose their income.
Shouldn't the safety of Piltover be our first priority?
Heimerdinger agrees with the principle that Hextech should be regulated, and that it should be regulated by a scientist, not a politician. As he is the only scientist in a position to oversee such a thing, and as he personally does not approve of Hextech, and would therefore be unable to fulfill this role in an unbiased manner, he supports Mel's proposal that Jayce become a counselor. Therefore, my read of the demonstration scene is that Heimerdinger is attempting to demoralize Jayce and Viktor so that they stop trying and turn their attention elsewhere. What he is asking for, that they safeguard the technology, cannot be done. His objective here is precisely the same as it was when he told Jayce about Stanwyck Pedidley. Notably, as with virtually everything Heimerdinger does, his scheming is always couched in a smile.
Magic?
Yes.
No.
No?
Own your mistakes before the council. Admit your work was dangerous. Do that, and I theorize you'll get away with, how do you say, a slap on the wrist. You can't make a prototype without breaking a few wrenches. That only leads to more problems. And that poor boy has enough of them already. A breakthrough like this takes time, Viktor. Putting that kind of power into everyone's hands is dangerous.
He is dismissive and condescending, but he makes sure that he is not seen to be malicious. This is likely because he can't afford to piss off Jayce and Viktor too much, otherwise they will potentially take steps to subvert his authority. Because Heimerdinger is not a particularly apt politician, nor is he very subtle in his maneuvers, this is precisely what ends up happening. It could be that I'm reading too far into this, but as has already happened a few times with Arcane, when I engage maximum autism, I have found multiple very interesting details or potential explanations that deepen my understanding of the characters. When Heimerdinger is brought to Jayce's lab to see if he can do anything to help Viktor, he is fucking horrified by what he sees.
I've seen nations destroyed by a single seed, and it looked exactly like this.
He claims to recognize the Hex Core, and it terrifies him. This is not a laser arm or a giant robot fist. The Hex Core appears to be an approximation of artificial intelligence. It reacts to biological matter, and it is capable of adapting and evolving. It is a form of life, and it appears to be somewhat sentient. This has grown beyond Heimerdinger's control. It has grown beyond Jayce's control, and Heimerdinger now has absolutely no idea where the ceiling is with regard to Hextech. When Jayce explains what the Hex Core is, Heimerdinger doesn't listen and simply says,
You must destroy it.
Fuck you!
This is because the Hex Core represents everything that Heimerdinger was trying desperately to prevent. He is not dismissive of Jayce, he is not aloof, he is deadly serious, and he pleads with them to stop what they are doing. The specifics of the Hex Core and what Heimerdinger actually knows is something I will cover later in this video. So for now, I'll move on to what he says to Viktor. Heimerdinger accuses Viktor of doing something.
Viktor, something's different. You've changed. What did you do?
And when Viktor dismisses the question, Heimerdinger concludes that the Hex Core is to blame. So, what did Heimerdinger notice that was different about Viktor? We have to remember that Heimerdinger knows Viktor very well, as until recently Viktor was Heimerdinger's assistant and had been for years. I don't believe that Heimerdinger was recognizing that Viktor was in some way literally corrupted by the evil of magic or something, and I think it is more so that Viktor is clearly obsessing and as such will be willing to cross lines that should not be crossed. Even as Viktor responds, he struggles to look away from the Hex Core. Heimerdinger recognizes that Viktor has become obsessed with cheating his own death. His surprise at Viktor's actions is directly informed by what Heimerdinger is in terms of his species. Heimerdinger is a Yordle, which is never stated in the show, however we do know that he is obviously a non-human creature, and that he has an extremely long lifespan. The reason he attempts to convince Viktor not to continue his research is partly because he wants to protect Piltover, but also partly because, as he told Viktor earlier, Heimerdinger does not ever contemplate his own death. It is unclear from the show if Heimerdinger is functionally immortal or if his species lives for hundreds or thousands of years, but either way, he has never had to deal with the inevitability of his own mortality. He is therefore unable to empathize with Viktor because he has no idea how Viktor feels. He doesn't even attempt to explain, Viktor, you don't understand how dangerous this thing is. I know you want to save your own life, but that isn't worth risking the entire city, or something along those lines. Heimerdinger has already accepted that Viktor is going to die. That is what people do. and he is unable to comprehend Viktor's actions in attempting to prolong his life. When addressing the council, Heimerdinger says that the city has lost its way, and that the councillors have loosened their morals in favor of comfort and convenience, and traded honor for prestige. It is important to note that this doesn't mean that Heimerdinger thinks comfort and convenience are bad things. Many scientific developments aim to provide precisely this, and Heimerdinger's primary concern being that of safety could also be described as a form of comfort. His problem is that the council has become selfish. They have loosened their morals, as he puts it. It is interesting to me that Heimerdinger chose this particular path of argumentation, as whilst he is evidently correct regarding the council in general, his specific reason for addressing the council is so as to convince them to destroy the Hex Core. His argumentation seems to stem from his belief that they have all lost sight of their values the city was founded upon, but rather than being at all self-reflective, his tone is absolutely accusatory. He is not guilty of what he accuses them of doing. He believes they have become amoral and primarily concerned with their own comfort, such as financial gains. We don't know a huge amount about the various councillors, so I can't say how accurate of an observation this is, but we do know that they conduct underhanded business dealings and that they leverage their positions as councillors to benefit themselves. The reasons as to why the various councillors engage in these activities is irrelevant to Heimerdinger. Hoskell and Salo appear to be entirely self-interested, whereas Mel and Jayce appear to have more altruistic intentions, for example. Regardless, Mel and Jayce's good intentions directly led to Heimerdinger's current predicament involving the Hex Core. Heimerdinger goes on to accuse the council of being greedy and arrogant, which is a bad move. He needs to convince them that he is right. He has no allies, and he is therefore at a major disadvantage against Jayce.
Time and again, you've warned us what not to do. But let me ask you this. What's your plan?
Heimerdinger believes that Jayce is attacking him in front of the council because he is angry that Heimerdinger is too cautious with regard to his Hextech projects, deducing that Jayce is reacting without thinking, that he is being emotional, and that he is having a tantrum because Heimerdinger pissed him off. Unfortunately for Heimerdinger, Jayce is no longer the boy he was in Act 1. Jayce knows exactly what he is doing, and it is working. This fantastically reinforces that Heimerdinger doesn't change with the times. He is the one constant within Piltover. He is hundreds of years old, and so he only considers things on a long time frame. Heimerdinger's species living for hundreds of years is also an excellent way to meld science fiction fantasy with character motives. This is not in any way tacked on. The disparity of lifespan is an important world-building element as it informs everything Heimerdinger does, as well as everything he remains ignorant of. Humans cannot afford to be as cautious as Heimerdinger, which is precisely what brings about so much of the conflict in the latter half of Arcane. He was not only ignorant as to how bad things were in the Undercity, he was also ignorant as to how much Jayce has changed in the last few years. He is heartbroken that Jayce wants to remove him from the council, partly because he has been the father of Piltover since the city was founded, partly because he believes he is the only person experienced enough to prevent another disaster, and partly because he now realizes how far Jayce will go to try and cheat Viktor's fate. From Heimerdinger's perspective, Jayce is willing to put the entire city and all of its inhabitants at risk in order to maybe save Viktor's life. Whilst these are good intentions, Heimerdinger knows that the path to hell is often paved with good intentions. He is witnessing the fall of his city in real time. Ultimately, the council votes unanimously to have Heimerdinger removed, and I'll get to why they each did this as I address each character, but I will say that I would have perhaps liked to have seen Bolbuk be on Heimerdinger's side, or perhaps have Bolbuk explicitly turn away from his moral position in favor of money or other personal benefits, and maybe have Heimerdinger appeal to him specifically and ask how he could possibly be okay with this given what happened to his race, and then have Bolbuk be unable to answer or look Heimerdinger in the eye. Anyway, in this scene, the writers managed to turn Heimerdinger, the fucking donger, into a deeply emotionally engaging character. Everything about this scene is tragic. Jayce's betrayal, Heimerdinger's realization that no one wants him on the council, him losing his status within Piltover, the city he helped build, him realizing that he is a relic and that he is too focused on the past, that his goal of protecting people is not in line with any of the other councillors who have become corrupted to varying degrees by their own pursuit of wealth, fame, and status. The music, the animation of Heimerdinger's Heimerdinger's face, in particular his eyes. This is fucking masterful. Heimerdinger has failed absolutely on his mission to protect Piltover, and his city has tragically been led astray by exciting new ideas. Heimerdinger is what likely would have happened to Jayce had Mel not gotten involved. Although he is the father of Piltover and sat at the head of the council, Heimerdinger is just a scientist. He doesn't bother with politics, he doesn't network, he doesn't seem to make any arrangements with any of the other councillors or any of Piltover's elite. He simply concerns himself with the safety of science within the city. He naively believed that he would always be in a position that would allow him to do this, and this is ultimately what causes his removal from the council. He takes his position for granted, and because he is not at all interested in gaining wealth or power for himself, he doesn't bother playing political games, which means that he is utterly blindsided when Jayce calls for his removal. Which ironically means that Heimerdinger's focus on safety within the field of science blinded him to the inherent danger of how he was behaving. I will likely be saying this a lot, but Heimerdinger is one of the best characters in Act 2, despite having only 15 minutes of screen time. In Act 1, he served a relatively simple purpose as an antagonistic force for Jayce to overcome, whereas in Act 2 he becomes a far more fleshed out and complex character. We understand in detail why he does what he does, and all of this is informed by the fact that he has a much longer lifespan than other characters. Heimerdinger's downfall foreshadows what may well happen to Piltover, as with him no longer in a position to protect the city, it is now entirely under the control of the politicians. Heimerdinger becoming an emotionally engaging character was one of the biggest surprises for me as someone who plays League of Legends, which perhaps exemplifies how surprising it is that Arcane is anywhere near as good as it is, given its origin. Jayce's character has progressed significantly during the time jump. Put simply, he has grown up, although there is a lot of growth still to come in Act 2. A few things have not changed, however. He still deeply respects Heimerdinger despite his disobedience previously, which I will remind you included unsanctioned research, theft, and property damage. He still fearlessly pursues further scientific development in order to help as many people as possible. As Jayce has already proven that his Hextech dream can be a reality, he now wants to demonstrate that it is safe. Unwilling to put his feet up after having changed the city forever, helped countless people, created jobs, and established Piltover as a global shipping lane via his development of the Hex Gates, he continues to develop and innovate. We are shown very quickly how Jayce feels about his sudden thrust into the spotlight. He doesn't seem to like being paraded around by Cassandra and would much rather be chilling with his friends, in this case Caitlyn.
Since when did you concern yourself with the council's opinion?
We learn that at this point he didn't particularly care what the council thought of him. His image was less of a concern than his scientific prowess and ambition. A perspective which lines up very neatly with Heimerdinger's own. At the start of Act 2, Jayce doesn't know how to act the part and keep everyone happy. He is a scientist from a lower house who doesn't really know how to properly deal with the fame and responsibility his research has brought him. Notably, although he now dresses very smart, he has not forgotten where he came from. He has hammers embroidered into his clothing, primarily because hammers are the sigil of House Talis, but also specifically as a reminder of his humble origins, and also as a reminder of the kinds of people he intends to help with Hextech. The fact that hammers are his family's sigil is not enough of a reason on its own for him to wear them on his suit, however, as if he wanted to, he could absolutely distance himself from his family's business, and so potentially he also wears them to remind himself that he cannot go back.
What will you do?
Join the Talis hammer business, I guess.
You can't do that.
No, I can't.
Jayce doesn't, or at least didn't, consider joining the family business to be an option should his Hextech endeavors fail, and so wearing the hammers on his shoulders perhaps serves to motivate him even further. Jayce has, however, become far more controlled in his speech. He has clearly taken the opportunity to learn from Mel about how to conduct himself to get what he wants. His pitch to Heimerdinger in episode 4 is almost too polished. He doesn't appear to speak from the heart as he did during his trial.
I was trying to create magic. We're the champions of discovery. Why fear it when we can master it? Surely we, the pioneers of science, can use it for good.
He now speaks very deliberately and precisely.
It all began with this. Hextech was supposed to bring magic into the life of the common man, and now
it finally can.
He had likely scripted the whole thing so as to appeal directly to Heimerdinger. Jayce's skills here are admirable, but they ultimately fail to get him what he wants, and it isn't until further pressure from Mel that he is able to refine his presentation skills into something that actually gets results, for better or worse.
You know, Counselor Madara is right. The Hex Gates are only the beginning, and as a supporter of House Talus, you'd be the first in line to any of our advancements.
Jayce is pulled in two different directions in Act 2, by Heimerdinger and by Mel. Heimerdinger tries to slow or prevent Jayce's research in the name of safety, whereas Mel tries to accelerate it for profit and status. Because of Jayce's closer relationship with Mel than with Heimerdinger, he actually confides in Mel as to the obstacle Heimerdinger presents, which gives them an advantage in subverting him. Jayce's relationship with Mel, even before it becomes sexual, is the first step he takes in tipping the scales in his favor. The financial aspect serves as a further temptation for Jayce, which I will get to soon. During his Progress Day speech, however, Jayce ultimately decides that Heimerdinger is probably right. They do need to be careful with this new technology, and he does not succumb to the temptation posed by Mel and her investors. This is another clear moment of character growth, as Act 1 Jayce was very much willing to take risks, whereas Act 2 Jayce is far more reserved and cautious, at least until he learns of Viktor's illness. Jayce also makes this decision in the heat of the moment, and it not only goes against what Mel was expecting, but it also disappoints Viktor.
Sorry, I didn't announce our other projects. Soon we can do everything. Soon? There are people who need our help now.
The fact that Jayce was willing to pull the plug at the last minute and disappoint both Mel and Viktor indicates that he is feeling increased levels of responsibility now that Hextech is actually a thing. Heimerdinger's advice has clearly had an impact. Throughout Act 2, Jayce is heavily influenced by what other people want him to do. He knows that Mel and Heimerdinger are both far more experienced than he is, and he is, of course, deeply sympathetic to Viktor's plight. Jayce remains compelling throughout, however, as he is not simply an idiot who is puppeteered by people more intelligent than himself. His primary goal of helping people with Hextech is somewhat tempered by Heimerdinger, until it becomes clear that Hextech might be Viktor's only hope, at which point Jayce uses everything he has learned to permanently remove Heimerdinger as an obstacle. Jayce feels personally responsible when Jinx steals the Hextech gemstone, and he wants to suspend all Hextech operations until they locate it. Jayce states that people lost their lives because of him. This is further evidence that Jayce feels extremely guilty about the whole thing, as the deaths of the Enforcers were not actually his fault. The Enforcers were killed by Jinx to serve as a distraction so that she could then steal the gemstone from Jayce's lab. Regardless, Jayce sees this as something that was avoidable. The reason those 6 Enforcers are dead is entirely because of his research. He made something so valuable that someone was willing to murder 6 people to acquire it. Jayce concretely puts the safety of Piltover before his own interests, which aligns with his fundamental objective of using Hextech to help people. As Jayce feels responsible for this, his guilt causes him to overcorrect and suggest that Piltover essentially cut itself off from the outside world by disabling the Hex Gates, which will have massive financial repercussions, and suggesting that they cease all further research, which will slow down his efforts to help people. The decision to shut down the Hex Gates is so as to minimize the potential damage caused by the theft of the gemstone and increase the likelihood that it will be recovered, as if the Hex Gates are shut down, the risk of the gemstone being taken elsewhere will be drastically reduced. Additionally, the Hex Gates were created prior to the creation of the Hextech gemstone. The Hextech gemstone was the first fully stable version of the Hex crystals, which means that whatever specific technology is powering the Hex Gates is not entirely stable. And if someone were to sabotage them, the consequences could be tremendous. The wire has been tripped. Jayce's naivety has been challenged. Heimerdinger warned him, and Jayce didn't take him seriously enough. Jayce's decision here to prioritize the safety of Piltover is entirely in line with his decision not to reveal the gemstone in the previous scene during his speech. At this point, Jayce is convinced that Hextech needs to be treated with extreme caution. Heimerdinger's reaction to his sales pitch, plus Jinx's path of destruction in stealing the Hextech gemstone, has forced Jayce to reconsider his values. He is playing with fire, and he can't be as reckless or naive as he was in Act 1. He needs to evolve. In his Progress Day speech, Jayce is shown to be very good at speaking, and he is not particularly nervous. He even manages to turn his speech around after a hiccup, and not only get the crowd back on his side, but convince them that they should be excited that he hasn't shown them his new invention.
This year, we've created something new for you. Something that we will share with you when the time is right. Things that will bring an end to your hardships. We vow to keep pressing forward, for we are the city of progress, and our future is bright.
The Progress Day speech and his sales pitch to Heimerdinger are both evidence that Jayce now speaks as if he has received PR training. This is an early indicator that Jayce has become far more confident than he was in Act 1, although this is before any direct intervention from Mel, which is where things get spicy. Most of what I have to say about the politicking scene is with regard to Mel, who I will get to later, but on the topic of Jayce, he essentially gets coerced by Mel into doing something he really doesn't want to do. He trusts her, he doesn't want to let her down, and she has already helped him immensely. However, he does call her out and ask why she is doing this to him, saying,
I never wanted anything to do with politics. You pushed this on me.
When it becomes clear to him that he is absolutely out of his depth now that he has been thrust into the world of politics. This happens shortly after Jayce realizes he has a target on his back now that he is in charge of the Hex Gates. After some convincing, however, he ultimately plays along when Mel manipulates him.
With us, you'd be investing in the future.
You know, Counselor Madara's right. The Hex Gates are only the beginning.
He likely believes he has no choice, even though doing so makes him seem like a cunning and morally dubious opportunist, when Jayce is in fact none of those things. By playing along with Mel's scheme, Jayce has made it appear that he shut down the Hex Gates and had the enforcers seize illegal goods so that he could strong-arm the rich and powerful citizens of Piltover into siding with him.
I have come before you to recommend that we suspend all Hextech operations until the situation is resolved. You will search and seize any unauthorized merchandise. I've made a list of suspicious transactions. I tightened our security.
And in so doing, put a target on your back.
I had quite a shock this morning. Enforcers banging on my door.
Councillor Tallis is willing to reinstate former trade privileges to those who share his vision.
We're currently looking for new partners in our Hextech research. You'd be the first in line to any of our advancements.
Jayce essentially sells his soul in this scene, and he is pushed into doing so by Mel. He very effectively plays the same games the other politicians have been playing, and from this point onwards, Jayce is a true politician. After learning of Viktor's prognosis, Jayce immediately goes to Viktor's side and becomes frustrated that his attention has been diverted elsewhere whilst Viktor has been dying. He wanted to develop Hextech to improve lives and prevent precisely what has happened to Viktor, and he is rather pissed off that he has been spending his time solving trade disputes.
Exactly the sort of thing we wanted to fix with Hextech. Improving lives, solving real issues, not just trade disputes.
Although Mel is the reason his attention was diverted towards politics, Jayce is in no way complaining or blaming her for the situation he and Viktor are now in. And he says the reason he is telling Mel is because
nothing feels impossible when I'm with you.
This scene doesn't quite sit right with me, so let's explore why. Mel has done multiple things that have directly benefited Jayce. She didn't turn him in when she caught him recovering his gear from Heimerdinger's vault. She defended Jayce from Heimerdinger, and although this happened off-screen, we have to assume that after the end of Episode 3, Mel presented Hextech to the Council and argued in favor of its continued development. She gave Jayce the power to control Hextech by suggesting that he be appointed as Counselor, and, most recently, she tickled his gemstones. Those are pretty compelling reasons as to why Jayce would confide in Mel as to how he feels about Viktor in a non-hostile manner. However, there is one extremely good reason why Jayce should be incredibly pissed off with her right about now. Mel distracted him from his original mission and caused him to not even realize that Viktor's health was deteriorating. The most extreme way to phrase this is that Mel's scheming antics may have prevented Jayce from being able to save Viktor's life. And whilst Mel obviously didn't do what she did in order to hurt either Jayce or Viktor, at this point, Jayce should believe that Viktor is going to die, and that therefore Mel pushing him into politics may have prevented them from finding a cure in time. Jayce would likely not be thinking straight due to him finding out that his best friend is dying. This would cause anyone to be notably more emotional than they usually are, and I would have expected that Jayce would instinctively be very angry with Mel for having coerced him into becoming a politician, and then perhaps after Mel defends her actions by reminding Jayce that his current research is only possible due to her intervention at the end of Act 1, Jayce apologizes and cools off. I would have found this to be a more believable reaction than what we got in the show, which was that Jayce is not angry at all with Mel and decides to confide in her because
Nothing feels impossible when I'm with you.
in all of Acts 1 and 2, this is the only example of a character in Arcane behaving in a manner inconsistent with how I feel they should. One of Jayce's most critical character moments comes when he stands up to Heimerdinger when he attempts to destroy the Hex Core. This moment is a crystallization of everything Jayce stands for. His friend, whom he has described as being like a brother, is going to die very soon. Jayce also believes he owes Viktor for saving his life and for giving Hextech the chance to flourish. The Hex Core is the only chance he has. And Jayce believes this so fervently that he is willing to burn the relationship he had with Heimerdinger as a mentor, as a friend, as a fellow scientist, and as a fellow counselor. From the start of his experimentation and development of Hextech, Jayce has been taking risks and has been rewarded for doing so. And he is therefore willing to disregard Heimerdinger's perspective regarding the Hex Core, as Jayce simply believes that Heimerdinger is wrong, as he has proven to be previously. What makes this particularly notable is that Heimerdinger was actually able to make some ground in terms of steering Jayce in what he deems to be the right direction. Jayce was on board with the idea that Hextech needed time, safeguards, and oversight. Jayce was willing to ensure the correct standards were met before releasing anything to the public. However, that was before he learned that Viktor was going to die. Heimerdinger has pushed back against Jayce's development of Hextech on multiple occasions, and each time he has seemingly been shown to be worrying about nothing. Hextech may be extremely dangerous, but as Jayce says, we, the pioneers of science, can use it for good. Why fear it when we can master it? And additionally, the only danger that has actually come out of Hextech so far is the violence dished out by Jinx in an effort to steal it. Now moving on to Jayce's confrontation with Heimerdinger in front of the council. Right at the start of episode 4, Jayce said,
You always give that speech. I could never take your place.
Foreshadowing, fucking foreshadowing, this is how you do this. Because in context, Jayce was referring to taking Heimerdinger's place by giving a speech that Heimerdinger usually gives. Whereas what ends up happening is that Jayce literally takes Heimerdinger's place on the council. Additionally, the fact that Viktor is no longer Heimerdinger's assistant and is now Jayce's partner further foreshadows the fact that Jayce is progressively replacing Heimerdinger. Anyway, Jayce becomes angry with Heimerdinger when he suggests that the counselors must hold each other accountable, when, as Jayce sees it, Heimerdinger is not held accountable for his actions.
Enforcers fear to set foot in the lanes. Shimmer is rampant in the Undercity, attacks at the Hex Gates and in the Academy Square. All under your watch.
Jayce has learned about all of this as a direct result of his appointment as a counselor, and he blames Heimerdinger for all of the above. The veil has been lifted, and he is absolutely right. Whilst the council as a whole certainly bears some responsibility for things being as bad as they are in the Undercity, Heimerdinger is the head of the council, and he is the father of Piltover. Him being as ignorant as he is inexcusable to Jayce. Jayce's objective here is to counter whatever Heimerdinger says to the council so as to ensure that the Hex Core is not destroyed and that research can continue. There are a few ways Jayce could have gone about this. He could have provided explanations as to the various safety precautions they are taking. He could have explained what the Hex Core is and what its potential uses might be. He could have made an emotional appeal by explaining that Viktor is going to die very soon and begged the council to let him try and save his friend. Those are all things that Jayce from Act 1 may have done. Jayce at the end of Act 2, however, is an entirely different beast. Instead of choosing any of the above, Jayce decides to attack and discredit Heimerdinger as a person.
You've warned us what not to do. But let me ask you this. What's your plan?
This is brutal and is an incredibly well-executed character moment as it is a direct consequence of the development he has received so far in the series. Jayce in Act 1 was unsure of himself, was somewhat emotionally unstable, and everything he did was singularly with the goal of helping people. Now that Jayce has been thrust into the world of politics, it is no longer that simple. Jayce has learned that to succeed at this level, he needs to make compromises. He needs to shed a degree of his honor, and he needs to keep his supporters happy. He needs to be able to direct the other councillors towards furthering his own goals. He needs to use somewhat underhanded and slimy debate tactics to get what he wants. There is no way that Jayce believes that Heimerdinger was malicious in his lack of concern for the Undercity. Jayce simply considers it entirely unacceptable that the head of the Council of Piltover was this ignorant. At the start of this scene, there were 2 scientists on the council, and by the end, there will once again be only 1. And the reason for this is that Jayce has learned to do what Heimerdinger could not. He plays the council as if he is pitching them a product. His presentation is virtually flawless, and Heimerdinger is unable to keep up because Jayce has utterly blindsided him. There is, however, one line that Jayce delivers that appears to contradict my read of this scene.
Your Hextech projects need more time.
Humans don't live for centuries.
This is the one time Jayce raises his voice when speaking to Heimerdinger, and it is also the one time he addresses Viktor and the Hex Core. Jayce is fucking angry, but in spite of him obviously getting emotional, aside from this one brief allusion, he does not pivot the conversation in the direction of Viktor or the Hex Core. He remains focused on discrediting Heimerdinger. And the climax of Jayce's ploy is that he uses the skills he has learned to convince the council to vote Heimerdinger out. Jayce's objective was primarily to ensure that he and Viktor can continue researching with the Hex Core so as to try and save Viktor's life, which means that Jayce did not need to do this. Convincing the other 6 members of the council that their work is being conducted safely would have been sufficient. However, Heimerdinger has gotten in the way one too many times, and Jayce realizes that as long as Heimerdinger is on the council, his work will never be able to realize its full potential. He stabs his mentor in the back and discards him. Jayce has the most screen time of any character in Act 2, clocking in at 31 minutes, and the writers didn't waste a second of it. Like Heimerdinger, he was deceptively simple in Act 1, however, throughout Act 2 he is pushed and pulled in different directions repeatedly. His values are challenged at every turn, and he is forced to make extremely difficult decisions. The writers develop the gifted yet naive boy from Act 1 into the confident showman we see in Act 2. Importantly, however, they do not suggest that Jayce is becoming corrupted. His actions might be ill-advised, and he might be servicing other people's needs at the expense of the good of the city, but he remains sympathetic because he does not lose sight of his selfless objective. The question the writers repeatedly ask Jayce is, how far will you go to help people? And Viktor's imminent death serves as an excellent culmination to that question. In Act 2, Jayce shows that he is willing to compromise on his values, provided he sees it as necessary. The question that may or may not be answered in Act 3 is, was it worth it? With Viktor, I said some things in Part 1 regarding his motivation that are revealed to be likely untrue in Act 2, but as Act 1 only scratched the surface with Viktor, my statements in the previous video were my genuine read of the character, taking only Act 1 into account. With the added context of Act 2, however, his arc and his motivation becomes far more clear. Viktor begins his arc with a genuine desire to help people, and when he realizes he is going to die, his goal becomes to save his own life so that he can continue to help people. He suggests to Heimerdinger that he wants to secure a legacy for himself before he dies, and this would suggest that one consideration he had was to leave something worthwhile behind. This suggests that part of the reason why Viktor wants to escape his imminent death is so that he can go on to be a scientist on the verge of discovery, to create incredible things and to help those in need, those who were born in squalor in the Undercity, those who are just like him. In order to do any of this, however, he must first delay his own demise. We get a couple of flashbacks in Episode 6 depicting a key moment from Viktor's childhood, so let's start there. Viktor didn't appear to have any friends as a child. He was either an outcast due to his disability, or he simply chose to be alone as he felt more comfortable interacting with mechanical toys than with people. He is also generally uncomfortable around crowds of people and is perhaps ashamed of his appearance and the fact that he is disabled. He clearly prefers to be a lab rat, and he is neither a showman nor a people person, as Jayce has become. Anyway, we see the other kids running, jumping, and swimming, all things that Viktor would be unable to do given his crippled leg. As Viktor is unable to partake in these more social activities, he has found ways to entertain himself and indulge in his creativity by creating a toy boat out of pieces of scrap, which is remarkably similar to Powder's behavior. There is, however, a key difference between Powder and Viktor. Powder was desperate to fit in, whereas Viktor seems to be content as a loner. Viktor also cares far more about exploring his skills with technology than talking to Sky. He doesn't even appear to notice or care that Sky smiles at him, as he is so focused on his boat, yet more excellent foreshadowing for Act 3. Although Viktor's chosen activity is one where his disability shouldn't impede him, it turns out that he underestimated the speed at which his boat would flow down the stream, and he struggles to keep up with it due to his leg. This is perhaps symbolic of something that will happen later. Viktor's body cannot keep up with his brain. He is so gifted with science and technology that he can't fully control it, or, in other words, the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. He follows his boat into a cave and encounters Singed, and importantly, this flashback takes place prior to Singed's involvement with Silco in Act 1. And it is here that Viktor's desire to help those in need is established.
This is Rio. She's a rare mutation that I cultivated. She's dying. I'm attempting to prevent that.
Can I help?
You want to assist me?
Viktor asks if he can help Singed, the creepy man hanging out in a cave. Viktor can't possibly understand what Singed means when he describes Rio as a rare mutation that I cultivated, and presumably he considers Rio to be Singed's adorable pet lizard monster. The writers could have solely relied upon the fact that Viktor is a child and therefore might be more trusting than is reasonable, but to make this more believable, they made sure to actually make Viktor and Singed engage with each other on an emotional level. They establish a degree of trust, and they both acknowledge that they are outsiders.
Don't be afraid. Why aren't you playing with the others? Loneliness is often the byproduct of a gifted mind.
Can I help?
Very well. We can be loners together.
Through Viktor's genuine desire to help Rio, an innocent creature that he doesn't want to die, Viktor unknowingly helps Singed synthesize the original strain of Shimmer. Singed frames his work as helping Rio, when in actuality, Singed is using Rio's body to create Shimmer, and it is Shimmer that Singed wants to save. The mutation must survive. Viktor specifically wanted to save the animal, whereas Singed doesn't care at all about the animal and only sees it as a means to an end. Horrified at what Singed has done, Viktor leaves, disgusted that he played a part in Singed's experiments on Rio. He was too naive, and he allowed himself to be used as a result. Although Viktor doesn't know it yet, Singed represents the danger of losing your humanity in the field of scientific development. And I have a feeling that this will become particularly relevant in Season 2.
Join the glorious Everwood.
Viktor is also unaware at the time, but there are very notable similarities between himself and Rio. This may well have also informed his actions as an adult, that he feels he needs to do what he can to help other people as some kind of atonement for what happened to Rio. Regarding Viktor's illness, it is important to note that Viktor seems to know as much as we do at each point in time. The revelations as his health starts to deteriorate are also revelations to him, and this was not a case of him being secretly aware that he was ill and then hiding this information from Jayce. In Act 1, all we know regarding Viktor's health is that he is physically disabled. Something is wrong with his leg, and this is not a short-term thing. This is likely genetic, or potentially was caused by an injury he sustained as a child that then didn't heal properly due to a lack of healthcare in the Undercity. His gammy leg doesn't seem to have anything to do with his future health problems, nor does it appear to inform his mission to help people. In Episode 4, we can clearly see that Viktor does not look as healthy as he did in Episode 3 before the time jump, and when we see him start coughing, we get our first concrete indicator that there might be something more serious going on with him. Someone coughing is not really anything to take notice of, but on repeat viewings, this is notable as this is the first clue that Viktor's health is deteriorating. And in episode 5, things escalate further. Viktor continues coughing, but this time he coughs up blood. This happens twice, and the second time, he loses consciousness. After waking up in the hospital, Viktor learns that he is going to die, and we never learn exactly what is wrong with him, but we do get a line from Jayce that offers a possible explanation.
I think it has something to do with gases in the fissures where he grew up. Exactly the sort of thing we wanted to fix with Hextech.
Which essentially means that Viktor is suffering from something similar to lung cancer. The nature of the air quality in the Undercity is not something I have covered yet, and I'm going to save most of that discussion for part 3, but for now I'll touch on how this relates to Viktor and Jayce. By having Viktor's illness be preventable, rather than some random unlucky genetic affliction, it adds a further degree of tragedy to Viktor's fate. Viktor is not only the guy trying to fix the problem, but he is also a symbolic representation of the problem itself. There are likely many other people who suffer similar fates all the time in the Undercity, and no one pays any attention to them. Jayce's desperation to try and help Viktor before it is too late is also symbolic of his more general mission to help people in need. Time is not on his side, and as the man in charge of safeguarding Hextech, it is up to him to work out how to balance the necessity for safety with the simple fact that people are dying. Speaking of time, Viktor immediately responds to Heimerdinger's suggestion that it will take another decade of research for the next era of Hextech to be ready for public use.
A decade? With respect, Professor, we can be improving lives with Hextech now.
And, notably, this scene takes place before Viktor's health begins to seriously deteriorate. Viktor is contrasted directly with Heimerdinger in terms of how he perceives time. Heimerdinger is over 300 years old, and as he will learn soon, Viktor's life expectancy is less than that of most people. Viktor sees the development of Hextech to improve lives as urgent, and for this reason he is desperate to convince Heimerdinger to allow them to accelerate their plans. This is perhaps why it is the Hex Claw that malfunctions, not the Atlas Gauntlets, as the clock is ticking for Viktor in a way that it is not for Jayce, which potentially led to Viktor taking further risks, resulting in him presenting a technology that is not ready. If we read into this a little deeper, this also means that had Viktor not presented the Hex Claw at all, then Heimerdinger's response would likely have been far more optimistic, which serves as a piece of foreshadowing for what will happen later. Jayce's invention is entirely practical, safe to use, and seems ready for further tests. Much like Jayce's approach to Hextech in general, his work is demonstrably both useful and stable. Viktor's invention, conversely, is more intelligent than he had expected, and it is too intelligent for him to control at this point. It is also more dangerous than he had intended. Much like Viktor's general approach to Hextech, his invention is overly ambitious, overtuned, and evidently unsafe. This excellently foreshadows both his experimentation with the Hex Core and what I imagine will eventually become of Viktor in Season 2. While Jayce is off playing political games, Viktor remains strictly focused on what they were doing in Act 1, and becomes even more driven and focused as his health begins to worsen. He believes that Jayce is forgetting their pledge to improve lives, and he doesn't approve of Jayce using his time to do menial tasks such as spooling through shipping manifests. He no longer has Jayce's full attention, and no one is present to rein him in. While Jayce is acquiring funding, giving speeches, and later playing Hide the Hammer,
Cannon engaged.
Viktor is desperately trying to save himself before it is too late. He also believes Jayce declining to announce their new projects during his speech to be a betrayal.
There are people who need our help now, Jayce.
And he does not care that his creation was not entirely safe. All of this is to say that Viktor is evolving. There is a direct correlation between Viktor's deteriorating health and his recklessness with regard to his research. He is losing his humanity in more ways than one. And one extremely small but extremely important part of Act 2 that perfectly sums all of this up is his relationship, or rather lack of relationship, with his assistant Skye. Skye is honestly barely a character, but she is incredibly important to Viktor's arc. She is clearly romantically interested in Viktor, however he is so focused on his research that he is entirely oblivious. This also isn't simply a case of him not having the time for her because of his illness. He doesn't even seem to recognize that she is attracted to him. Through a very short dialogue exchange between them, we learn that Viktor frequently sleeps in the lab, or more likely, he does not sleep.
Are you headed home soon? I thought we could walk together.
Probably going to sleep here tonight.
You know, there's always tomorrow, right?
Good night, Miss Young.
And Viktor is likely aware that one day soon he will not have a tomorrow. This is fantastic storytelling, because the character of Skye is used to show the audience what Viktor is missing, but the tragedy is that Viktor never comes to the same realization. After Heimerdinger proves unable to help, Viktor says,
I might know someone else who could help.
You do what you have to.
Referring to Singed, and he commits to this course of action after Jayce tells him to do what he has to. They were already willing to perform very dangerous experiments to try and save Viktor's life, so he has no problem involving Singed, the man who appears to have no moral compass and no ethical boundaries. Or, in other words, Singed is the anti-Heimerdinger. In his moment of sheer desperation, Viktor realizes that the anti-Heimerdinger is exactly what he needs. Viktor returns to Singed after decades and tells him,
I understand now.
Indicating that Viktor now knows why Singed did what he did. Singed had very little regard for Rio's life in and of itself, and was only interested in preserving the extremely rare mutation Rio was carrying. In other words, the results of the scientific experimentation were worth more to Singed than Rio's life, happiness, or health. Similarly, the reason Viktor has sought out Singed is because he himself is now dying. He needs to survive, as his survival will facilitate the preservation of his mutation. In this case, the Hex Core and related research. Viktor wants Singed to metaphorically do what he did to Rio decades prior, to ensure that the mutation is preserved. When Viktor tells Singed,
I understand now,
he is acknowledging that his work means more than his mortal form. The flesh is weak. Viktor's fate is one that was perhaps the most telegraphed for fans of League of Legends, as his appearance in Arcane is definitely the furthest from how he appears in the game. And Viktor's transition could easily have been incredibly cheesy and predictable. Because of how well characterized he is, not to mention how likable he is, rather than being cheesy, his arc is tragic, and rather than being predictable, it is instead inevitable. Viktor is not going to have a happy ending, and watching him lose more and more of his humanity as he desperately wrestles with his own mortality is extremely engaging to watch. Although Caitlyn appears in Act 1, she receives minimal screen time, and all we really learn about her is that she comes from a very upper-class family, which contrasts her with virtually every other character. She has a clear sense of right and wrong, and she is good friends with Jayce and is interested in his work. Episode 4 is the first time we properly explore the character of Caitlyn, and her characterization and actions serve as the primary thrust of the narrative in episodes 4 and 5. Caitlyn is established early on as having a strained relationship with her mother, Cassandra. In her flashback scene in episode 5, we see that she is paranoid that her parents are interfering in her life, and she suspects that she is being given things that she has not earned. In this case, victory in the competition. This is a very interesting piece of characterization, as it makes sure Caitlyn remains relatable despite her elevated social status. She is not simply a spoiled brat, a rich kid who is amazing at everything. She is instead almost resentful of her family's wealth and the pressures that wealth brings. This fits perfectly with her disdain for being given things she has not earned, as she, of course, did not choose to be born into a rich family, and therefore she did not earn it. In spite of this, the other characters in Arcane often view Caitlyn as exactly what I just described, an extremely privileged kid who thinks she can do what she wants. Caitlyn questions Grayson as to whether or not her parents paid Grayson to let her win, rather than simply accepting her apparent victory. This tells us not only that Caitlyn is paranoid about her parents micromanaging her life, but also that she is somewhat justified in this belief, as although her parents did not pay Grayson, the fact that Caitlyn believed they did indicates that they have probably done this kind of thing before, and as we see later, they continue to try and coddle her even now that she is an adult. We also later see that she hates the idea of Jayce offering her what she views as charity, as she is not interested in special treatment. She wants to earn what she has and prove herself worthy. She also seems to avoid her mother in public, doesn't like to be pampered, and wants to be judged on her competence rather than her social status. This directly mirrors her reaction to her victory against Grayson in the flashback, as she simply wants to be treated like everyone else. In terms of her general characterization, Caitlyn is a very quick thinker, is highly dedicated to her job, and has no interest in being proper. She has evidently been working towards being an enforcer for years, against the wishes of her parents, as we see in the flashback that she was a very skilled shooter even when she was a child, and she was an admirer of Grayson. One of the things that makes a well-written character so much more believable and engaging is that you can ask questions that may not be particularly relevant to the plot and still find satisfying answers. For an example of not that, let me ask you why Arondir became a soldier in Rings of Power. This is never stated, but the degree to which we can speculate is an indicator as to how much thought was put into the character. The only speculation I can give regarding Arondir is that he became a soldier because he is a good person who wants to protect the things he likes, which is a fancy way of saying he is a goodie, which is not particularly satisfying, nor is it sufficient for creating a complex or believable character. The audience is therefore not rewarded for paying attention and asking these kinds of questions. Conversely, let me ask you why Caitlyn became an enforcer. Potentially, she became obsessed with the idea of becoming an enforcer after the events of Act 1. This isn't explicit, but it does absolutely line up. Caitlyn personally witnessed Jayce being hit by the explosion and was extremely lucky that she wasn't hurt or killed herself. This explosion was caused by crime from the poorer areas of the city bleeding into where she lived. Grayson then took up the investigation and was killed in the Undercity as a result. Given that Caitlyn clearly admired and respected Grayson, this may well have been what solidified her path to becoming an enforcer. Grayson literally asked her,
"Begs the question, young Kerman. What are you shooting for?"
Which can be taken both literally and metaphorically. Why is she shooting? What does she hope to gain? Does she want to be really good at using guns? Is there more to this? What does she want to do when she grows up? And this question is ultimately answered at the end of the episode. Caitlyn does not shoot to kill, she shoots to protect. Caitlyn becomes involved in the plot when she goes out of her way to investigate the potentially dangerous crime scene at the Hex Gates when there were already other enforcers present. This indicates that she is desperate to personally get involved and excel to the highest degree possible. She is absolutely out to prove herself. She knows how good she is, but no one seems to believe in her. We also get the opportunity to see her working out what happened in real time. She doesn't simply Sherlock it and just become impossibly intelligent because the writers hid information from every character except her. Every step she takes is perfectly reasonable and coherent with what we saw happen when the Firelights attacked the airship. Caitlyn might be young, but she is highly competent, and we know this because we see it, not because we are repeatedly told. This applies not only to her sleuthing, as seen in this investigation scene, but also to her rifle skills, as seen in the flashback, and as demonstrated later by her keeping her gun trained on Huck, even when he started helping her, as he was speaking and moving very erratically. She is also skilled in terms of her physicality, as she manages to somewhat keep up with Vi when she parkours her way into the Undercity. Although she struggles to do so, she does not fall to her death, she does not give up, and she does not need any help. However, Caitlyn's need to prove herself leads to her getting in trouble with Marcus, the sheriff, and their exchange indicates that this is not the first time something like this has happened.
Why does that not surprise me? Interfering in an investigation again. I realize you're used to getting your way, Kerman, but we have a chain of command for a reason.
This likely acts as a further motivator for Caitlyn to prove herself. She wants to be the best enforcer she can be, and she believes she is being treated unfairly on account of her family's status within Piltover. And this also informs her wanting to distance herself from her mother. However, instead of getting lippy or complaining about how unfair life is, she accepts her punishment without any kind of pushback.
Since you're looking for more work, you can take the graveyard shift tonight at the fair.
Yes, sir.
Meaning that the writers smartly avoided depicting Caitlyn as a bratty and entitled little shit, and instead decided to show that she does respect Marcus's authority. He might not be Grayson, but he is still the sheriff, and therefore she needs to do what he says, even if she disagrees with him. Caitlyn is not particularly skilled at speaking with people with different backgrounds to herself. She clearly doesn't fit in with the other enforcers, who poke fun at her after she educates them as to the distinction between a blimp and an airship.
Last year, didn't he launch a blimp halfway across the continent?
Airship, actually. An airship has a rigid metal hull.
This happens again later when she says to Vi,
Well, that place does look like it has bodies buried in the basement.
She is also quite highly strung and becomes irritated when people can't keep up with her. Simply put, Caitlyn doesn't really know when to keep her mouth shut. She wants to be treated like everyone else, rather than like a pampered princess who has descended from on high to frolic with the commoners, but because of her undeniably sheltered upbringing, she is unaware that her behavior frequently makes this impossible. She very obviously does not belong, and she finds this very frustrating and likely harbors some amount of resentment towards her parents for sheltering her in this way. This also means that Caitlyn acts as a fish-out-of-water protagonist in Piltover as well as in the Undercity. Caitlyn is hyper-focused on her investigation, as evidenced by the fact that she is still working on it after being injured in an explosion, plus the fact that she received large quantities of flowers and get-well-soon cards that she didn't open, indicating that whilst she may appreciate the #thoughts and prayers, she is laser-focused on working out what the hell happened. This scene is another fantastic example of visual storytelling, and of the writers being incredibly focused and not wasting any time. Jayce brings Caitlyn flowers, as she is his friend who has just been injured. Caitlyn takes the flowers from Jayce and throws them onto the floor next to a load of other flowers and cards she has received from other people. Neither character mentions this. Neither character even mentions that the flowers are a part of the scene. The point of the dialogue in this scene is to indicate that Caitlyn has discovered a lead and that Jayce is surprised that she is still working despite being injured. Like virtually every scene in Arcane, this one is propelled by what the characters want, and every line of dialogue is in service of this. Rather than having Jayce say, "Oh no, why you do that to the flowers that I got you because you got hurt and you're my friend?" Only for Caitlyn to reply, "Oh, I don't need flowers. I have lots to do, and I already have flowers, and I didn't open the cards in case you didn't notice, because solving this case is more important to me than flowers and cards." Because thankfully the writers of Arcane did not attend the Zack Snyder School of Character Writing. Anyway, Caitlyn is deeply offended that Jayce wants to hire her as security, as this indicates that he either doesn't understand her after all this time, or that he views her as something that needs to be protected, much like her mother does. She declines Jayce's offer, indicating that she cares far more about upholding the law and catching those responsible than she does about either wealth or her own safety. This fits perfectly with the fact that Caitlyn became an enforcer in the first place. She could more than likely have found better paying employment elsewhere, given that she appears to be the only enforcer from a high-status family. And this is even further evident when Caitlyn stays her course after she is informed that she is no longer an enforcer.
But I already have a job.
No, you don't. After the attack, your parents spoke to the sheriff.
Meaning that the money was never even a factor for her. It is important to note, however, that the only reason Caitlyn is in a position to not care about money is because of her family's wealth. Regardless, she decides to push ahead with her investigation because it is the right thing to do, even though it is no longer her job. Despite being, broadly speaking, someone who highly values law, order, integrity, and honor, Caitlyn is nonetheless not above being deceitful should this become necessary. Caitlyn forges Jayce's signature so as to orchestrate Vi's release from prison, which is done with good intentions, but is a betrayal of Jayce's trust. Importantly, at this point in time, Caitlyn is fucking furious with Jayce, because as far as she is concerned, he is being overbearing and overprotective, and he does not believe she can actually solve this case, much like her parents. Additionally, it is likely that she doesn't believe there will be any adverse consequences for her doing this, provided she does actually solve the case, beyond a slap on the wrists, due to her social status and the fact that Jayce is her friend. Once in the Undercity, Caitlyn is used very effectively as an audience surrogate. To briefly explain what an audience surrogate is, an audience surrogate is a very useful tool used by writers so as to justify information being delivered to the audience. An audience surrogate is oftentimes a noob, someone inexperienced with the world they inhabit, and their characterization allows for exposition via other characters explaining things to them. Examples include Bilbo from The Hobbit and Luke in A New Hope. Both characters are experiencing the worlds they inhabit for the first time, and so it makes sense in universe for Gandalf and Obi-Wan to explain things to them. Audience surrogates are not necessary, however, provided their inclusion in a particular story is justified, then their existence will therefore justify the delivery of exposition, which neatly gets around the problem of having characters explain things to each other that they both already know for the sole benefit of the audience. It is important to note that although Vi is from the Undercity, she has been locked up for years, and therefore much of what the two of them experience in the Undercity is new for both of them. This isn't simply a case of Vi being the expert and Caitlyn being the noob. The writers balance the knowledge each character has in order to inform the audience of how the Undercity is drastically different to how it was, and to how Piltover is. To further this point, Caitlyn's interactions with Huck are incredibly important. She has recently discovered how bad life is in the Undercity in a general sense, and she has now come face to face with the people who are entirely non-functional within that society. Caitlyn simply doesn't understand why someone would take a drug that causes horrific mutations, as is the case with Huck. This is due to her very sheltered upbringing and her somewhat naive worldview. Caitlyn doesn't know how bad things can get, and she doesn't understand why someone might ruin their life for a short-term high. She has lived an incredibly privileged life. Her parents have kept her safe and ignorant of the problems in the Undercity, both to protect her and because they are evidently also unaware of the extent to which this kind of thing is a problem. Through her exploration of the Undercity, Caitlyn starts to understand why Vi is the way she is, what Piltover's relationship with the Undercity truly is, what the role of the Enforcers is, and that bringing down Silco's empire is not going to be anywhere near as simple as she had assumed. Her worldview is crumbling. Caitlyn then trades her rifle for the health potion to heal Vi. This is an interesting decision that ultimately comes down to her not really having a choice. Yes, it is possible that she is being lied to and that this healing potion won't actually do anything. Yes, it is probable that she will need her rifle again, as without it, she has extremely limited means of defending herself, in particular whilst Vi is incapacitated. However, Vi is fading in and out of consciousness, and she may well die if she does not receive this health potion. Caitlyn at this point considers Vi a friend rather than merely an acquaintance, and there is no way she is going to let Vi die. Her rifle is the most valuable possession she has, both in monetary terms and in practical terms, and perhaps it may have been worthwhile having her attempt to trade something less valuable first before being forced to part with the rifle. Although, that said, we have already seen that people from Piltover are unfamiliar with the concept of haggling.
He paid in gold and didn't even haggle.
Nor do they seem to have any kind of problem paying over the odds for a particular item. So this, plus the fact that Caitlyn is desperate and entirely new to this kind of transaction, means that I can totally accept her trading her rifle, given the circumstances. Caitlyn's story in Act 2 ends with her being knocked unconscious and captured by the Firelights, which happens as she is unarmed and caught off guard. Caitlyn is used extremely effectively in Act 2 to progress the narrative, but this never really feels mechanical. This is important because her character primarily serves a mechanical purpose within the story, and so could easily have turned into a case of Caitlyn will do the thing the story needs her to because I said so. As the writers of Arcane are extremely good at what they do, they remembered to characterize Caitlyn so as to justify why she does what she does. Her character is developed enough so that we fully believe every action she takes, even when she does things that seem ill-advised. She is definitely one of the simpler characters in Arcane, particularly amongst those with comparable amounts of screen time, and her arc is definitely something that has been done many times before, but thanks to the skill of the writers, she never feels like a caricature. Counselor Cassandra is extremely self-serving, as she has flipped after leaving Jayce in the rain in episode 2, stating that his name is no longer worth anything, to now parading Jayce around during Progress Day so as to make herself look good. She uses her connection to Jayce as his patron to network with the citizens of Piltover. She doesn't actually seem to care about Jayce as an individual, and she is only interested in what he can do for her. She also does not approve of Caitlyn's behavior when it comes to Jayce, which indicates a few interesting possibilities. Caitlyn is supposed to be staying out of trouble in her ceremonial position as an enforcer, not chatting with her friends. Cassandra doesn't want Caitlyn to become romantically involved with Jayce because despite Jayce's newfound fame and fortune, he is still from a lower house, and it would be improper for them to be together. Or, rather more simply, Cassandra is pissed off that Jayce just dipped out of what she sees as his duty to walk 20 feet over here and dick around with her daughter. Immediately after, Cassandra tried to cover for Jayce by explaining to his admirers how busy he is with important things. I think it is probably a combination of all three. Cassandra is absolutely overprotective of Caitlyn. However, she is generally willing to allow Caitlyn to make her own decisions within reason. She allowed Caitlyn to receive weapons training when she was a child, which indicates that although she may not approve of Caitlyn's interests or future career choices, she will at least allow her daughter to pursue them. The fact that weapons training will also mean that Caitlyn can protect herself was likely also a factor. In spite of this, Cassandra pulled various strings to have Caitlyn posted outside the family tent rather than in any other potentially more dangerous part of the city. This suggests that although Cassandra will not actively prevent her daughter from becoming an enforcer, she will nonetheless interfere and use her position as a counselor to keep Caitlyn safe. Cassandra's meddling in Caitlyn's life reaches a tipping point, however, when she gets Caitlyn fired after the attack by speaking to Marcus.
But I already have a job.
No, you don't. After the attack, your parents spoke to the sheriff.
This happens off-screen, so it is not precisely clear what actually happened, but presumably Cassandra told Marcus something along the lines of, "My daughter isn't going to be an enforcer anymore, sorry," rather than her asking Marcus to fire her, as Caitlyn hadn't actually done anything wrong. Marcus would of course be more than happy to accept this proposal, as it would stop Caitlyn sticking her nose where it doesn't belong. Cassandra believes the Undercity is incredibly dangerous and cannot be controlled by them, the Council. And the way she phrases this to the other councillors suggests that she potentially supports the idea of the Undercity becoming independent.
The Undercity cannot be controlled. Not by us.
We don't get much elaboration on this in Act 2, however this may become very important in Act 3. One rather large question mark that I have regarding Cassandra is her relationship with Jayce. It is very likely standard practice for the various rich houses of Piltover to sponsor up-and-comers, such as Jayce, so that everyone has the opportunity to develop and innovate new technology. Without Cassandra's financial support, Jayce's research would never have gotten off the ground. We have no idea why Cassandra specifically sponsored Jayce, but the fact remains that he is her patron, and she uses him for her own benefit. The big question, then, comes in the form of Mel, who appears to yoink Jayce away from Cassandra without so much as a hint as to what Cassandra thinks of Mel doing this. Mel's actions are a political move, and one would think that Cassandra would see this coming from a mile off and would know exactly what Mel is doing. We could maybe have had a scene where Cassandra reminds Jayce that before becoming a counselor, he was her patron, and therefore that he is only in his current position because of her. The writers could then use Cassandra being pissed off that Mel is stealing her golden boy to explore both Cassandra and Mel. We could learn why Cassandra sponsored Jayce, what Cassandra thinks of Mel, and what Jayce thinks of all of this when his goal is simply to do what's best for everyone. As depicted, Mel manipulates and seduces Jayce, and we are never shown any kind of reaction from Cassandra, which unfortunately feels like the writers were finished with the Cassandra bit and then moved on to the Mel bit, without allowing the characters to behave as they would. This kind of thing is an extreme rarity for Arcane, but I have no intention of handling a show this good with kiddie gloves. Cassandra is not at all a complex character, and what is unfortunate about her is that she clearly serves one purpose within the story, but could have and should have served two. She acts as context and a motivation for Caitlyn's actions, but she also sits on the council, and this could have been used to give us some insight into how the city is governed, and the kinds of games the various counselors play. Cassandra is a fairly standard character archetype. She is an extremely rich, overprotective, short-sighted, and ignorant aristocrat. However, the simplicity of this character is not really a detriment to Arcane as a whole, outside of the lack of response to Mel's political maneuvering. Simple or otherwise minor characters are not inherently a problem, provided their purpose is clearly defined and they are not merely superfluous. Cassandra is believable enough to serve her purpose, and her simplicity never damages the plot, as the writers never lean too heavily on this character in order to make things happen. Since the events of Act 1, Sevika has taken on a leadership role within Silco's operation and appears to function as his second-in-command. However, she does not at all like how much Silco prioritizes Jinx, considering her to be a distraction and a liability. Sevika has absolutely no time for Jinx or her unpredictability, as she very much likes to be in control, and she therefore considers Jinx to be Silco's weakness. She is willing to speak her mind to Silco about Jinx, but is notably unwilling to provide any names of other henchmen who feel the same way. She clearly has a moral code and will not screw over her associates, even though they all now fall under the broad banner of Silco. This is very interesting, as it highlights what is perhaps Sevika's core value: loyalty. She is ultimately loyal to the Undercity, and she believed that Vander was too weak to get the job done. She then joined Silco, and much like she did with Vander, she is more than willing to challenge Silco's leadership and question his decisions. Silco has to earn her loyalty and demonstrate that he is worthy. The moment he ceases to have what Sevika considers to be the Undercity's best interests at heart, Sevika will find someone else to work for. Sevika is also entirely willing to tell Jinx about Vi. Sevika knows that Jinx is extremely emotionally unstable and considers her to be a total liability to Silco's operation, which Sevika is herself heavily invested in. Openly telling Jinx that Vi is alive has the potential to accomplish multiple things that will benefit her. Firstly, in the short term, it may cause Jinx to freeze up and let her guard down, giving Sevika the opportunity to free herself. In the long term, however, Jinx's reaction may well indicate to Silco that Jinx is still far too much of a loose cannon to keep around. Jinx may freak the fuck out and run off, or she may actually kill Sevika in a moment of rage. Sevika can't have known that Jinx would not do precisely this, especially given that this exact thing happened on the airship. As we have already seen that Sevika is willing to die for the greater good of the Undercity, I think it is entirely possible that she is aware that telling Jinx about Vi may be extremely bad news for her, but also that if Jinx kills her, then this would ultimately be a good thing, as Silco would surely have to at that point do something rather permanent to make sure Jinx doesn't do anything like this again, which would then make Silco and Sevika's goal of establishing independence far easier with Jinx out of the picture. This move is rather overconfident of Sevika, however Sevika is absolutely an overconfident character. She is caught off guard by Vi, who attacks her in the streets, which Sevika didn't think anyone would have the balls to do. People do not fuck with her. She in one instance freely takes a drink from someone in the last drop, and they simply allow this. Additionally, she underestimates Jinx on multiple occasions. Anyway, Sevika tells Jinx that Vi is working with an enforcer, clearly trying to elicit an emotional response from Jinx, and she goes on to deliver an absolutely cutting line of dialogue that is slightly too long for me to play for you. Sevika tells Jinx, "With Vi back in town, it's only a matter of time before you implode, and Silco finally gets the message that you're about as good for our cause as you were for your family, Jinx." Straight to the point, utterly cold, and an entirely reasonable thing for her to say. She enjoys twisting the knife, much like she did when she revealed to Vi that Jinx was working for Silco willingly. Sevika wants Jinx to go nuclear, and the fact that she is trying to provoke an extreme response from Jinx whilst she herself is tied up and helpless further reinforces that Sevika places her cause above her own life. Sevika continues to be a relatively simple character, however she is used extremely effectively as the personification of Vander's betrayal. Her motivation is extremely clear, and the actions she takes regarding Vi and Jinx are entirely in line with her pursuit of her goal. Sevika is definitely a side character, however her relationships with Vi, Jinx, and Silco are absolutely critical to the narrative progression of Act 2. She is an extremely memorable mini-boss who is, as with many of the side characters in Arcane, complex enough as to not come across like a cartoon henchman. Silco achieved a significant victory in Act 1, however it wasn't quite a flawless victory.
By the looks of it, no one down here lifted a finger to stop Silco.
A few tried.
Vi is of course still alive, and Powder's explosion destroyed most, possibly all, of his supply of shimmer. He has spent the last few years rebuilding his supply so that he can pick up where he left off, although he is making much faster progress this time around now that Vander is out of the picture. Silco is known by some of the topsiders as an industrialist, which is presumably his cover for his many illegal activities.
Silco, the industrialist.
If Caitlyn knows of him by name, then the Council is absolutely aware of who he is. Silco has only recently started using the Hex Gates to transport large quantities of shimmer, and he is using them as a means by which to distribute his drug elsewhere in Runeterra. Although the Undercity has, in practice, become more independent since Act 1, Silco is unwilling to settle for anything less than total, legally recognized sovereignty. He does not want to be left behind by Piltover, because if they become substantially more powerful at a rate that he cannot keep up with, then he will lose any power, influence, and bargaining chips that he has at his disposal. And this informs everything that he does in Act 2. Silco is playing catch-up. Silco's relationship with Jinx is established and explored extremely effectively. Their first scene together at the end of Act 1 provided the basic groundwork for their father-daughter relationship in Act 2, but as a substantial amount of time has passed, the writers needed to very quickly bring the audience up to speed as to what these two characters think of each other. We learn in their first scene together that Silco places near absolute trust in Jinx. This trust is symbolically demonstrated when he lets her administer his medication into his dodgy eye. Jinx is the only person he will show any weakness to, and she is the only person with whom he is open about his past. This is because, as was made clear at the end of Act 1, Silco deeply empathizes with Jinx. Silco exposing his weakness to Jinx also foreshadows the events of Act 3. Additionally, the reason Silco has a dodgy eye is because he sustained an injury either during or just before his confrontation with Vander in the river. Whether Vander caused the initial injury to Silco's eye is not particularly relevant. Vander is the reason why Silco's eye became infected in the river. This is another fantastic moment of symbolism, as this means that Silco is using Jinx to try and heal the wounds left by Vander. Although Silco tells Sevika that she is responsible for Jinx's actions on the airship, Silco doesn't appear to truly believe this. He communicates to Sevika that as she was in charge of the operation, its failure, Jinx's failure, is her responsibility, just like Sevika's failure is his responsibility. Silco is, however, extremely understanding and calm when speaking with Jinx, which is directly contrasted with how he speaks to Sevika, and he explains his actions to Jinx in their entirety. He is an open book with her and wants her to understand how important their mission is. He absolutely treats her like the daughter he never had, rather than like a henchman. This isn't to say that Silco doesn't have his limits when it comes to Jinx's shenanigans, as he loses his shit when he hears about her causing an explosion and killing enforcers in Piltover.
Half a dozen enforcers dead! Enforcers dead! Do you have any idea what you've done?
Jinx's actions are going to result in Piltover paying far more attention to the Undercity, and Silco knows that this has the potential to cause him serious problems. This is also notably the only time that we see Silco yell at anyone. Silco presumably had some vague idea of what Hextech was, and that it was powered by blue crystals, as he appears to know what the gemstone is when Jinx gives it to him, and this gives Silco pause. He doesn't appear to know what to do or what to think, which is a rarity for someone as meticulous as Silco. He doesn't know if he should hug Jinx or punish her, and he doesn't know at this point if getting the gemstone was worth the increased attention it will bring from the enforcers. After Jinx reveals to him that she is still struggling with her past, and perhaps more importantly that this is getting in the way of her weaponizing the Hextech gemstone, Silco takes Jinx to the river where he became a changed man. Silco tells Jinx that he let a weak man die, referring to his past self. He explains,
Betrayal, that pain that feels like it'll eat you from the inside out, can either break you or forge you into something greater.
This is obviously referring to Vi's betrayal of Jinx when she was a child, and Silco is appealing directly to this deep emotional trauma in order to give Jinx the confidence she needs to weaponize the Hextech gemstone, and in a more general sense to rise above her past and become strong, reliable, and dangerous. Silco doesn't tell Jinx that what happened that night wasn't her fault. He also doesn't tell her that it actually led to a positive outcome. Silco believes Jinx needs to do exactly what he did after he was betrayed by Vander. He directly tells her,
"You need to let Powder die, so the fear of pain will no longer control you."
Silco tells Jinx that what happened that night was Powder's fault, not Jinx's. He wants Jinx to compartmentalize the part of her brain that feels shame, regret, fear, and pain over her past actions so that she can let it die and truly become Jinx. Also, fear of pain, here it is again. Would you look at that? Reincorporation of themes, setups, and payoffs. I do love me some competence. Speaking of, Silco's actions here are absolutely an attempt to solidify Jinx as someone to be absolutely terrified of.
Become what they fear.
He wants her to indulge in her psychopathic behavior, but he also wants her to control her urges and behave in a more directed manner. He doesn't want Jinx to be a complete maniac and shoot his men every time she sees someone with pink hair. He wants her to control her capacity for terrorizing people. He wants to forge her into something greater, which absolutely lines up with his characterization, his objectives, and his role as Jinx's adoptive father. However, I find it very interesting that Silco does not address one very important difference between the two of them. Whilst they were both betrayed by someone very close to each of them, Jinx was a child. Jinx didn't know what she was doing when she tried to rescue her family in episode 3. As a result, Jinx suffered intense emotional trauma at the hands of someone she loved for something that was not her fault. Conversely, Silco was an adult. Silco was fully aware of his actions the entire time, and although he was nearly killed and became permanently disfigured, he did not struggle with any of the same PTSD. You might say, well, maybe he did, we just aren't shown it. But to that, I say that if Silco had any experience with anything like the same kinds of mental health problems that Jinx displays, then he absolutely would have appealed to that in this very scene. And what makes this so interesting to me is that Silco fails to forge Jinx into something greater precisely because he cannot account for her PTSD. He believes that what worked for him will work for her, which turns out to absolutely not be the case. He has projected his own trauma onto her. Silco's leveraging of Marcus so as to pin Jinx's crimes on the Firelights is another major part of his story in Act 2. His reason for doing this is twofold. Removing the Firelights from play makes his job easier, and it also allows Jinx to escape justice. This scene with Marcus also serves as our first reference that Silco will absolutely not betray Jinx.
Arresting her would be doing you a favor.
The Firelights have been a thorn in both our sides. It seems to me the Council has its culprit.
Silco's methods of manipulating Marcus gradually become more extreme. He starts by simply making threats and backing him into a corner, but in episode 6 he also visits Marcus's daughter at their home in Piltover, which I will get to soon. After Marcus confronts Silco about the explosion in the square, Silco gives Marcus a bag of money. Silco did not need to do this. However, he does appear to appreciate Marcus's conundrum, and he is aware that making threats is not the only way to get people to do what he wants. He knows Marcus will be easier to work with if he is happy, or at least content, and not struggling to know right from wrong every waking moment. Silco is not giving Marcus the money because he feels bad about the families. He is giving Marcus the money so that Marcus thinks he feels bad about the families. Silco is doing this to put Marcus's mind at ease, as if to say, I'm not such a bad guy after all. I don't believe that Silco cares at all about the fact that 6 enforcers are dead, as he has absolutely no qualms killing people who get in his way, and the reason why he berated Jinx previously was clearly because she was drawing too much attention to him, rather than because he had a moral problem with her killing enforcers. Like multiple characters in Arcane, Silco's mentality is very much that the ends justify the means, which is supported by virtually everything that he does. The reason he objected to Jinx killing the enforcers was because there were no apparent ends to her means. However, when it became clear that this allowed her to steal the Hextech gemstone, he evidently accepted this as a worthwhile venture. After Marcus confronts Silco about what to do regarding Jayce poking around, Silco tells Marcus,
The Hextech Wonderboy is on the Council now. It's only a matter of time before he finds the truth.
What is truth but a survivor's story?
Which refers to Marcus lying about what happened to Grayson, as he was the only survivor, and he was the only survivor because Silco wanted him to be. Marcus's version of events that he told the Council off-screen after Act 1 became the truth. Silco is taunting Marcus here and reminding him that Marcus only continues to breathe because he is useful to him. He goes on to provide proof that the Firelights were responsible for the attack in the square, and he is expecting Marcus to do the same thing again. To lie and to survive. Silco knows that Marcus is not a hero. The first thing Silco does after learning from Sevika that Vi is back is to find out what the fuck Marcus is up to, as Marcus has evidently been lying to him for years. After Act 1, Marcus must have told Silco that Vi was dead, although the specifics of this are unknown. Marcus can't have presented Silco with a body, for example, nor did Silco require one. Anyway, Silco decides, rather than contact Marcus and wait for him to show up, he is instead going to visit Marcus at his home. Following on from his characterization in Act 1, Silco has absolutely no problem using children to get what he wants. He is willing to use Marcus's daughter, Ren, as leverage to ensure Marcus toes the line. And the fact that Marcus is entirely aware of Silco's capacity to murder children means that Marcus knows that this is not an idle threat. Silco will kill his daughter if he steps out of line. Not content with simply using Ren as a pawn to control Marcus, Silco decides to directly involve Ren in his dealings with Marcus by explaining to her what happened to Vi.
She was about your age. Her father went on a long trip, and Daddy here assured me that she left with him.
Silco doesn't use words like killed because his objective here is not to terrify Ren. This is a power play. He is being nice to Ren. Silco wants to terrify Marcus. Silco's objective here is not to directly punish Marcus for lying to him, or for failing to prevent Caitlyn from busting out Vi. He doesn't appear to hold this against Marcus, or at least if he does, he chooses not to let Marcus know it, and he instead offers Marcus the opportunity to redeem himself.
Everyone makes mistakes. What's important is that we don't repeat them.
Silco's move here is to tell Marcus to help ensure that Vi and Caitlyn are dealt with, permanently, and that if he fails to do so, there will be consequences for both him and his daughter. It is, however, entirely possible that Silco considers Marcus lying to him about Vi to be an irreconcilable act of insubordination, and that once Marcus has cleaned up this mess, Silco will send him for a swim with the fishes, but for now, at least, Marcus is a useful tool that will help ensure Vi and Caitlyn are captured. One important thing to note is that Silco could have abducted Ren, but chose not to. I find this quite interesting, so let's explore why he may not have done this. Silco was evidently alone with Ren for a period of time before Marcus came home, and so he could have very easily drugged her, bagged her, and had his men take her to the last drop. This would then have potentially provided more leverage for Silco, as Marcus would know that if he fails again, then his daughter will die pretty much immediately. However, I think the reason Silco doesn't kidnap Ren is because by showing up in Ren's bedroom, he has demonstrated in no uncertain terms that Ren is not safe anywhere. There is nowhere he can't reach her. Additionally, kidnapping Ren may well have been a step too far for Marcus, which would lead to Marcus reacting unpredictably. Silco very likely wants an ongoing relationship with Marcus, at least until the Undercity is granted independence, and it is definitely preferable for him to keep things as friendly as possible so as to avoid problems. Silco could absolutely have kidnapped Marcus's daughter. This is what happens when you fucking lie to me. But if Silco had abducted her, or killed Marcus, it would almost certainly make it more difficult for him to achieve his goal. And so this is why he merely threatens Marcus, so as to encourage their continued cooperation.
So sorry. Accidents happen.
Silco evidently has faith that Jinx will stop dicking around and start towing the line, and we can infer this because of his actions involving Marcus. Silco has Marcus frame the Firelights for Jinx's antics by having Marcus present Jayce with one of Jinx's bombs and claim that he found it on one of the Firelights. If this ploy works, Piltover will direct their attention towards taking down the Firelights, which is a win-win for Silco, but it relies entirely on Jinx getting her shitting gear and not doing the same thing again. If Piltover takes down the Firelights and then Jinx freaks out and causes another mess, it will become clear to the Council that the Firelights were not actually responsible, which would then reveal that Marcus lied to them and may well force Marcus to reveal information about Silco's operation. Silco revealing his intentions at some point is a part of his plan, however he clearly doesn't want this to happen before he is ready, meaning that controlling Jinx is now a critical component. At the end of Act 2, Silco loses his shit. This is the one single time in Acts 1 and 2 when Silco is not completely composed and in control of his emotions. Even when he is angry, as seen earlier when he yells at Jinx, he does not lash out uncontrollably as he is seen to do in this scene. In a lesser show, the presumption may be that, well, I guess he's just really pissed. People get pissed sometimes, so don't feel obliged to dig any deeper. But in the case of something as good as Arcane, this is quite clearly very deliberate. Why might this particular situation prompt such an extreme response from Silco? Well, what has just happened is possibly the worst thing that could have happened to him. And there are 4 reasons I can think of. Vi is not only alive, but she has escaped him once again. Silco doesn't know at this point that Jinx has already been told that Vi is alive, but he does know that if Vi contacts Jinx, then she will unravel. All of the effort that Silco has put into Jinx will be undone. Whether or not Jinx will betray Silco and side with Vi is irrelevant. Vi is the face of Jinx's trauma, and Silco has gone to substantial lengths to forge Jinx into something greater. He wants what's best for Jinx, and Vi is not the best thing for Jinx. Additionally, Silco has become Jinx's father, and he quite clearly loves her as a daughter. If Vi manages to contact Jinx, this will destroy his relationship with her, as it was built on a lie. The fact that it was Marcus who lied, and not Silco, will not be of any consequence to Jinx. However, this would be the one single card Silco could potentially play, to convince Jinx that he also didn't know that Vi was alive. Additionally, Vi escaping puts his operation at substantial risk. Silco knows that Vi is working with Caitlyn, an enforcer. The fact that they have just escaped means that it may well now be down to Marcus to get the job done, and Silco already knows that Marcus is faltering. He doesn't want to hinge everything on Marcus's ability to do what needs to be done. If Vi and Caitlyn reach Piltover and Marcus is unable or unwilling to stop them, this may be an impossible setback in terms of establishing the nation of Zorn. And finally, if Jinx turns on him, Silco will likely be unable to protect himself. Jinx is wildly unpredictable and she would be intimately aware of Silco's movements. Silco will not be able to hide from her and he will not be able to stop her from killing him if she chooses. Needless to say, if this happens, there will not be a nation of Zorn. Silco in Act 2 continues to be just as fascinating as he was in Act 1, although he definitely takes more of a back seat this time around. He was a very proactive antagonistic force in Act 1, as his actions directly lead to the climax of Episode 3. However, in Act 2, Silco is far more reactive, and this time he is only on screen for 14 minutes. We still learn a great deal about him, however, through his relationship with Jinx, as well as his conversations with Marcus. Most of what happens regarding Silco in Act 2 is him responding to the chess pieces being moved around that will set the stage for Act 3. Although this middle chapter is perhaps the least interesting part of Silco's story, all of his scenes contain absolutely fantastic dialogue and characterization, all of which is more than enough to maintain Silco's status as an incredibly well-written villain. The changes Jinx has undergone between Acts 1 and 2 absolutely dwarf those of any other character. A huge amount of setup for this change was established in Act 1, and it is thanks entirely to that setup that the writers were able to execute such a drastic off-screen change and yet keep it absolutely believable. So, let's start by exploring the similarities and differences between Powder from Act 1 and Jinx from Act 2. The most obvious difference is that Powder now calls herself Jinx. This is clearly a reference to the last thing Vi said to her, and potentially a challenge to her sister's memory, in a "you think you know what a Jinx is, you ain't seen nothing yet" sort of way. One other very interesting explanation is that a Jinx is a person who brings bad luck. Jinx could be translated as shit happens. Powder may well have decided to call herself Jinx because she is unable to process how her actions caused so much death when she was younger, and rather than accepting that she killed her family, she has decided to detach herself emotionally from those events, instead attributing them to bad luck. And she isn't entirely wrong to do so, as this was absolutely a case of tremendously bad luck, combined with Powder's entire character being built around her wanting to prove herself to be useful. The most obvious similarity between Powder and Jinx is that both are obsessed with being seen as competent.
Now, he thinks I'm weak. I'm not weak. And I'm gonna show him. Oh, I'm gonna show him. Y'all see.
Powder hated being the useless one, and this view informed her actions that ultimately led to her becoming Jinx. Similarly, Jinx hates the fact that Silco might view her as weak after the events on the airship, and takes similarly reckless and explosive actions so as to prove herself to him. Silco has, in many ways, replaced Vi, as Jinx has fallen entirely into the daughter role, with Silco becoming the constant in her life. Jinx also continues to be extremely gifted with technology, creating many contraptions that don't appear anywhere else in the setting, most notably her minigun, which I will discuss later. Another important difference between Jinx and Powder is that Jinx's bombs now work extremely well. So well, in fact, that they are now entirely disposable. They no longer mean anything to her. They do not have names. They do not look like cute animals. She detonates them recreationally, and she also overkills the firelights by using 6 bombs when perhaps 1 or 2 would have sufficed, and she does this whilst in the cargo hold of an airship, which is of course extremely reckless. Where Powder talked to her bombs and gave them names, likely due to the fact that she had no friends, Jinx instead talks to herself. She tries to convince herself that she is sane, as contradictory as that may be. Her deficiency is now entirely constrained to her own mind. As the bombs now work, they are no longer symbolic of her own failure, which means that despite Jinx becoming objectively more successful in this department, she is more broken mentally than she ever was in Act 1. What is defective is not something as simple as a bomb. Jinx also behaves in a very playful and childlike manner, which is interesting because we never really see this in Act 1. She was predominantly sad, lonely, and needy, and was never really able to embrace the fact that she was a child because she explicitly did not want to be treated like one. This potentially indicates that Jinx is acting out the childhood that she never had. She has not properly grown up, or rather, she has grown up, but in an extremely damaged way. Being raised by Silco has had a clear impact upon her general behavior. Not only does she kill enforcers, but she appears to enjoy it. And although Vi also despises enforcers, Vi would never simply murder them, because although her parents were themselves killed by enforcers, Vi had Vander to steer her away from the path of self-destructive vengeance. Jinx does not have Vander. Jinx has Silco, who holds no such belief. Silco has evidently instilled in Jinx the belief that she must become what her enemies fear the most. Jinx relishes in using fear tactics against her opponents. She has developed a reputation, and she is known by the Firelights as a uniquely dangerous and terrifying individual, and she often catches her opponents and her allies off guard with her erratic behavior. During her fight with the Firelights, she unmasks one and takes pause when she realizes the girl kinda looks like Vi, whom she believes to be dead. Arcane then does something that usually comes off as lazy and handholdy. It shows us quick snippets of the events of Act 1. However, not only are these flashbacks heavily stylized using the same kind of hand-drawn scribbles that we have seen from Jinx in universe, but they are also emphatically from her perspective. Yes, the shots we see are the exact same shots that we, the audience, saw when we watched those episodes, but this time around the writers and animators use the full extent of the medium of animation to convey Jinx's trauma. As Vi lovingly says, "I can't lose you," we see an almost demonic angry face scribbled on top, indicating that she views Vi as having been metaphorically two-faced. Vi would pretend to act out of love, but actually acted out of fear of Powder's inadequacy. We also see Powder crying when Vi grabs her by the chin, and the scribbles emphasize the fact that Jinx has tried to cover up this pain by scribbling out her eyes and her tears. And finally, the point at which the two sisters' bond was shattered, as Vi says, "Because you're a Jinx," we see a large white scribble separate Vi and Powder diagonally across the screen. This montage is an extremely artistic and creative way to portray Jinx's inner turmoil, and it doesn't simply refresh the audience's memory of what happened in the previous episodes. Its purpose is equally to depict how Jinx feels about what happened in the previous episodes. Jinx then shoots the girl in the back as she tries to flee, and she does this almost reflexively. This is cold, but I don't consider this calculated. Jinx clearly has no problem intentionally murdering someone, but in this instance, I think it is pretty clear that she was on autopilot. She then pulls out her minigun in an attempt to hit the leader of the Firelights, and inadvertently causes a huge amount of damage to the ship, and accidentally shoots Locke. Jinx appears to be terrified as she does this. She is lashing out at her enemy without any regard for her allies or her own safety. And she does this because she doesn't know how else to deal with her trauma. In yet another stroke of fantastic visual storytelling, this outburst of unhinged and barely directed violence ends with a POV shot from inside the barrel of the gun, aimed squarely at the body of the girl who inadvertently triggered Jinx by looking a little too much like her sister. This is fantastic. Rewinding momentarily, however, as the shimmer catches fire, Jinx is either standing directly in the fire, or if not, is standing right next to it. The shot is unclear, but either way, she is frozen in shock after being reminded of Vi. She does not react to the fire at all, and she stays put until the end of the scene. On the one hand, this reiterates that Jinx is heavily mentally scarred and that she is incredibly emotionally unstable, in that she does not appear to even acknowledge that she is surrounded by fire. But on the other hand, if this shimmer fire functions anything like regular fire, she should have received serious burns to both her skin, her clothing, and her hair by standing in the middle of it for that long. This may sound like a nitpick, but this could easily have been fixed by making clear that Jinx is not actually standing in the middle of a puddle of burning shimmer, when the animators clearly wanted to obfuscate that fact so as to increase the tension and to allow for some eye-gasmic shots. And let me be absolutely clear, this sequence looks incredibly good. This is very minor, and as I said in part 1, if this kind of thing is the biggest problem with your show, then you have made a damn good show. Jinx also hallucinates Milo and Clagger repeatedly, which indicates an immense level of guilt. She also built a scrap effigy of Milo, likely because she was unable to get his face out of her head, and so she indulged to see if it would help. Needless to say, it didn't. So why then would Jinx keep around this physical reminder of her own greatest failure? The same reason why she goes by the name Jinx. That night was the most important night of her life. She was broken in every way imaginable, and yet she came out on the other side. Milo and Vi were evidently wrong about her. This is also why she scribbled blah 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 on the couch next to Milo. His words meant nothing. If only he could see her now. Jinx decides to plant a trap during Progress Day to prove to Silco that she is capable and worthy. She knows who Jayce is, as Jayce has become extremely famous due to his Hextech innovations. As for whether Jinx knows that Jayce was the guy she stole the crystals from in episode 1, and whether she knows that these crystals are somehow responsible for Piltover's sudden technological innovation, I am going to go with probably. Either way, she decides to target Jayce's workshop again because she figures Jayce likely has something worth stealing. Something that will impress Silco, and something that will either help Silco keep up technologically, or will slow Piltover's advancement in its absence. Jinx doesn't know that she will actually find something worth taking, and on any other day, this would be an extremely risky move, not to mention an extremely lucky one. However, she figures that because today is Progress Day, she is almost certainly going to find something worth her time. She plays into the helpless little girl act to catch people off guard, which is something that happens multiple times in Act 2. She is also absolutely sadistic, which is something that pops up repeatedly. Her trap on Progress Day was intended as a distraction that would allow her to rob something valuable from Jayce's lab. A simple fire would have sufficed, However, she put in extra effort to set up multiple bombs and radios so as to lure as many people inside the building as possible before she blew the place up. Jinx later scares the shit out of this guy whose name is Theorem, but Jinx decides that his name is Chuck. This is one of my favorite scenes because I just love Jinx's totally unhinged delivery of these lines.
My name's Theorem.
Nice try, Chuck.
Boss wants us to grab someone up.
Someone? Anyone? Who are you grabbing?
They got in a fight with Sevika. They did a number on her.
Oh, really? Which number?
The reason Jinx is speaking to Theorem is because she knows something is up. Silco has just been made aware of the fact that Vi is alive, and so he needs to deal with Vi without Jinx finding out what is going on. Jinx has evidently noticed that Silco's men are acting strangely, and she knows that she can get information from Theorem because she scares the shit out of him. This isn't entirely for her own amusement, although that is certainly a part of it. Her objective here is to find out what is going on, as she has evidently not been told. She casually attaches a bomb to his back purely to fuck with him, and although Theorem may have thought he was about to die, it turns out to just be a paint bomb. Jinx also takes great pleasure in being able to essentially do whatever she wants to Sevika. We also see her shoot a bird for absolutely no reason, and she clearly enjoys the carnage she dishes out with her minigun against the firelights. Jinx is a rarity in Arcane because she doesn't really know what she wants. Almost every other character has extremely clearly defined objectives, and in virtually every instance, these objectives are specific rather than generalistic. Jinx, conversely, is definitely interested in being respected and generally being treated like an adult, but she doesn't seem particularly interested in Silco's goal of independence for Zorn. This is likely due to her being too young to fully understand Silco's ambition, and also because she is, of course, very much damaged in terms of her understanding of reality. Jinx does not make long-term plans, because nothing in her life has ever been long-term. She is only ever concerned with the short term, whatever she wants right at this moment. Whether she wants to blow something up, build something, break something, steal something, everything is impulsive and seeking immediate gratification. Something notable about Jinx in terms of her character design is her tattoos, which are blue clouds. Clouds are temporary and ever-changing. They are weak, but they can be terrifying. The clouds also likely serve as a reminder of the best moment of Jinx's life, when her bomb detonated in a spectacular cloud of destructive blue energy. Rather interestingly, the clouds she has tattooed on her body are not storm clouds, so they may be a representation of being at peace. It may also be a reference to the blue smoke that comes out of the flare she was given by Vi before everything changed, which would further reinforce how much she is struggling with the loss of her sister, although this would rely on us assuming that she knew what color the flare was going to be before lighting it. Or, alternatively, it could simply be that she likes the color blue. Who knows? A significant portion of the plot of Arcane relies upon Caitlyn's investigation, and a huge part of this is only possible because Jinx has a convenient habit of vandalizing her crime scenes with chaotic artwork. She is clearly unable to control her creative urges and lets rip even when she should be being careful. The reason Caitlyn starts to work everything out is because Jinx doodled the same scribbles at the crime scene on the airship and again in Jayce's lab. Jinx essentially left a calling card saying, "Hey guys, I did both of these crimes." One justification for Jinx taking the time to doodle cartoons all over her crime scenes is that she is crazy, which of course she is. But I am not satisfied with that explanation. Before I continue, here is a particularly relevant clip from my video covering the Battle of the Five Armies. And I want to draw a distinction between crazy and fucking bonkers, because these are not the same thing. If someone is crazy, their actions may not make sense to others, but typically their actions will make sense within their own head. What crazy people do will typically make some amount of sense to them. Conversely, if someone is fucking bonkers, their actions will not make any sense to anyone, including themselves. They simply spin a wheel and do whatever the arrow points to. In other words, if you want your crazy character to be at all believable, then their crazy actions have to be explicable. So, an alternative explanation as to why Jinx leaves a calling card that can be drawn entirely from what we know of her as a character is that Jinx wants recognition. She wants to be respected, she wants to be known, she wants to be feared. This dates all the way back to our first scenes with her, and this desire for recognition has evidently remained despite her traumatic childhood. Her desire to be feared, however, comes directly from Silco.
Become what they fear.
who has clearly nurtured Jinx's psychopathic behavior, and despite his efforts to encourage her to control herself, this has clearly not been as effective as it could have been. Likely because Silco does not understand Jinx as well as he thinks he does. Jinx becomes very uncomfortable when talking about Vi, and more generally laughs whenever she is nervous, possibly as a way to avoid dealing with whatever is making her nervous. Regardless, we see that Jinx kept the flare and the bunny Vi had given her in a box together. This is her way of remembering Vi. Jinx believes that Vi is dead, and she wants to remember Vi how she was when Vi gave her the flare and the bunny. She is unable to deal with the fact that the final time she saw her sister was the moment that caused her extreme amounts of emotional pain, which is why any unwelcome reminders of the events of that night cause her to lose her composure. This is also why she didn't create any kind of physical manifestation of Vi, because that would be too painful. Jinx returns to the arcade and decides to compete with Vi's previous high scores on the boxing machine. Before she begins, she recalls some of the last things Vi said to her. She wants to focus on turning her anger into strength. During this scene, we see Jinx intercut with Vi as a child, and it is notable that Vi clearly knew what she was doing, as she was precise and coordinated, whereas Jinx is very visibly emotional and by the end is reduced to tears. This appears to be some kind of self-imposed therapy session for her, and although her approach is extremely effective, it is not effective enough. She is still unable to beat Vi's high score. In frustration, she pulls out her pistol and shoots the boxing machine, which further reinforces that whilst she has tried to live up to Vi's prowess for her entire life, she is a different beast. Jinx has to use tools like bombs and guns to compete with Vi, and this adds to her resentment of her sister. Rather than falling entirely for Sevika's ploy, Jinx strings her up and leaves her for Silco to discover. The precise setup for Jinx doing what she does to Sevika is that Sevika taunts her, saying, "It's only a matter of time before you implode," and Silco gets the message. Jinx then responds,
"I think I know just how to deliver that message."
Which indicates that Jinx's intention here is to send a message directly to Silco. Sevika told Jinx that Vi was alive, which means that Silco must have lied to Jinx, and so Jinx ties up Sevika and scribbles "liar" all over her so as to send a direct message to Silco. Jinx is going to make Silco's life hell for manipulating her in this manner. Her actions, however, appear to be just as much about targeting Sevika herself. Sevika told Jinx that Vi was alive and working with an enforcer, and in response, Jinx humiliated Sevika by tying her up and drawing all over her because Jinx also believed Sevika was lying. Jinx is later shocked to realize,
Sevika wasn't lying? You're with an enforcer?
Which indicates that whilst she may have believed there was a slim possibility that Vi might be alive, Jinx absolutely did not believe for a moment that Vi was working with an enforcer. Vi would never do that, and Sevika needs to be punished for even suggesting such a thing. Additionally, and this may be a stretch, we know that Jinx considers Sevika to be an ogre.
Sevika will clean up today's mess.
Sevika? That ogre couldn't clean a dust bunny with a blowtorch.
And it is possible that part of the reason she despises Sevika is because her masculinity reminds her of Vi, whom Jinx also considers to have been a liar. After learning of Silco's potential betrayal, Jinx decides to light the flare and signal for Vi to find her. I think it is pretty clear that at this moment she did not expect that Vi would come. Jinx did not believe Sevika about Caitlyn, and so I highly doubt that she believed Sevika about Vi. The difference, however, is that Jinx desperately wants Sevika to have been telling the truth about Vi. Even despite everything she has been through, she wants to see her sister. Silco has been lying to her for years. She feels incredibly guilty about what happened. Silco told her previously,
"You need to let powder die, so the fear of pain will no longer control you."
Meaning that Jinx, in this moment, is no longer afraid of her sister. Vi inflicted the most pain that could have been inflicted upon her, and this caused Powder to disown her sister. After all this time, and partly because she has actually been listening to Silco, she is finally willing to confront the source of her pain. The fact that Jinx kept the flare even after disowning Vi means that she did, on some level, want to see her sister again. Perhaps after Silco informed her that Vi was dead, Jinx decided to keep the flare as a memento. The the last thing Vi gave her, apart from her deep emotional scars. Rather than her trauma and guilt being contained and detached from her, as she has attempted to do by creating the effigies of Milo and Clagger, in this scene, Jinx's guilt has finally become a part of her. Rather than running from what she did, rather than trying to forget, she has accepted her past actions. In a symbolic sense, by attempting to contact Vi, she is forced to carry the weight of this tragedy on her back. The knowledge that Vi is still alive has made her past come flooding back to her. She is trying desperately to break free from her fear of pain, and she is in this moment under the belief that in order to become something greater, to heal her past wounds, she needs to accept what she did, and she needs her sister to help free her. Jinx becomes angry with herself after the flare expires. Of course Vi isn't back. How could she be so weak and stupid as to fall for Sevika's trick? She eyes the Hextech gemstone, considering what her next move will be, and then...
Powder?
Vi calls her Powder, which of course Vi would do. However, this is extremely important for Jinx because this will be the first time she has been called that in years. She doesn't hug Vi back immediately. She is still in shock and doesn't know what to feel. She then drops the gemstone, is overcome with emotion, and only then does she hug her sister. This is what Powder has waited all these years for. This is what she needed, but did not receive the last time she saw Vi.
I tried to come back, I promise I did, but I got arrested. Marcus.
Powder realizes Marcus was likely the person who arrested Vi and kept her locked up. This is exactly what happened, and it is a very reasonable assumption. However, this is notable because although Jinx is correct, she likely infers a totally different sequence of events to what actually happened. Marcus arrested Vi for a handful of reasons that I explored in part 1, but this act had nothing to do with Silco. If anything, Marcus arresting Vi was his way of going against Silco. However, based on the knowledge Jinx has, she likely believes that Marcus was acting on Silco's behalf when he arrested Vi. Why might Marcus do this, from Jinx's perspective? Jinx does not know that Silco intended to murder her entire family on that fateful night. All she knows is that she was responsible for the deaths of Milo and Clagger, that Vander died because he jumped out of a window to save Vi, and that she herself was adopted by Silco. She has now learned that Vi was arrested by an enforcer, and concludes that Marcus, the enforcer she knows to be corrupt and on Silco's payroll, must have arrested Vi on Silco's orders so as to keep Vi away from her. This would then allow Silco to mold Jinx into what she has become. Jinx being unaware that Silco wanted to murder Vi rather than lock her up means that she can reasonably assume that Vi's arrest was part of Silco's plan rather than an act of defiance on Marcus's part. Therefore, the realization that Vi was arrested is further evidence to Powder that Silco has been lying to her since the beginning, even though Silco, of course, had no idea that Vi was even alive. This, right here, is how you create a misunderstanding between two characters. Instead of relying on Vi or Silco saying exactly the wrong thing so as to make Jinx believe something to be true when it is not, this particular misunderstanding relies on Vi saying exactly what she would say in this situation, and Jinx making a logical deduction based purely on the information she has. Rather than connecting dots that don't exist, Jinx is connecting dots that absolutely exist. The one piece of information she is missing that diverts culpability away from Silco is that news of Vi's return was as much of a surprise to Silco as it was to Jinx. It is important to note that with this final sequence of Act 2, the writers decided to change the reason for the conflict between Vi and Jinx, and the reason they did this is likely so as to allow both characters to progress. The original reason for the conflict between Vi and Powder was that Vi had abandoned Powder when she needed her the most. The writers were evidently aware of the fact that in order for this conflict to sustain itself throughout the entire season, both Vi and Jinx would need to act out of character. Either Vi would need to fail to explain why she was absent for so many years, or Jinx would need to be so irrational and unhinged that she would not accept Vi's thorough explanation. The writers could have had Vi explain, "Yeah, I was in prison, so obviously I couldn't get to you," and then have Jinx reply, "I don't care, you should have been here." Had they done this, this would have meant that the conflict between Vi and Jinx has become entirely reliant on Jinx behaving irrationally because that's what crazy people do, which would have been weak storytelling, as it would have been a vast oversimplification of Jinx's characterization. So whilst I won't say that Vi's explanation entirely resolved their conflict, as Jinx is of course still an extremely emotionally damaged individual, it seems clear that if not for Caitlyn's involvement, Vi and Powder were at the very least taking steps in the right direction in terms of righting past wrongs. The new source of conflict between Vi and Jinx arrives in the form of Caitlyn. This conflict relies upon multiple factors, not just Jinx being a crazy person, so let's see how much sense this all makes. If the writers of Arcane were decidedly less competent than they are, then they could have just decided, well, Jinx is crazy, so obviously she's irrational. She's gonna get real angry at Vi because, honestly, she's just a total fucking lunatic. Which would have then meant that Arcane would suffer from the same critical problem that the Battle of the Five Armies suffered from. The plot would become contingent upon crazy characters acting crazy in a very specific way. So, why does Jinx take such an issue with Caitlyn's presence? The realization that Sevika was telling the truth is enough to make Jinx have serious doubts as to Vi's sincerity in their previous conversation. Everything Vi just said is immediately called into question. Jinx is absolutely paranoid that she is being tricked. Sevika told her previously,
"She's with some girl enforcer. Guess she replaced you."
She didn't believe this at the time, but has now seen the evidence with her own eyes. Additionally, the fact that Vi is evidently working with an enforcer indicates that Vi is not the person she once was. The Vi Powder knew would never do such a thing, as they both despise the enforcers because of what they did to their parents. Additionally, Jinx is absolutely correct in her suspicion as to why Caitlyn is there. To retrieve the Hextech gemstone.
Was that why you came? For this stupid stone?
And this fact makes it appear to her paranoid and deeply fractured emotional state that Vi has only bothered to come and find her in order to help the enforcers. There is nothing Vi can say to defuse the situation because the truth is not enough. Although Vi tries to talk Jinx down, she inadvertently makes things even worse.
You're not a Jinx. God, I never should have.
Stop talking to me like I'm a child!
Which is, of course, one of Jinx's emotional triggers. All of this is to say that although Jinx is wrong about what is going on, her misread of the situation is entirely understandable. There are elements of truth that she has fallaciously extrapolated, and these elements of truth are enough. Sevika was at least partly truthful. Vi is working with an enforcer. The enforcer is there to retrieve the gemstone. Extrapolating that to include Vi is also there to retrieve the gemstone, and Vi has replaced me with Caitlyn, is an entirely reasonable and understandable thing for Jinx to do. After Vi is taken by the Firelights and Jinx is left alone once again, she becomes enraged. Their conversation was not finished, and the Firelights interrupted them before Jinx could decide what to do or what to think.
Everyone shut up! I need to think. Do you hear that?
If they had time, Vi could potentially have explained that whilst yes, Caitlyn is here for the gemstone, Vi is herself strictly here for Powder. And it might seem as though the Firelights attacking when they did is incredibly convenient.
This is the one thing we didn't want to happen.
But this is clarified in episode 7 and is in no way a convenience. The Firelights' reasons for doing what they do here are entirely character motivated, but I will save that discussion for part 3. And that is where we leave Jinx at the end of Act 2. Jinx receives no closure, and she is no closer to understanding what the hell just happened. She doesn't know if she can trust Vi. She doesn't know if Vi actually cares about her. She doesn't know who the Firelights are and why they abducted Vi. She doesn't know why Vi brought an enforcer to their long-awaited reunion. And she doesn't know what Caitlyn actually means to Vi. In fact, Jinx may well be worried that she imagined the whole thing. Jinx in Act 2 is a fascinating study of how childhood trauma can affect a person if this trauma is not addressed. The character of Jinx could very easily have become a joke. She could have slid into the Harley Quinn archetype, where she's just so kooky and quirky, but she also sometimes shoots people. But what makes Jinx a fantastic version of this type of character is that everything she does, and everything she believes, makes sense to her, and is drawn entirely from her experiences as a child. She does have comedic scenes, but the character is never reduced to simply being the goofy psycho girl. Jinx is a tragic character through and through, and continues to be one of the most complex in Arcane. During the time jump between episodes 3 and 4, Marcus has become the Sheriff of Piltover, replacing Grayson. The first topic I want to touch on with Marcus is why did he end up as the Sheriff? Silco hints that he is partly responsible for Marcus's promotion.
We've accomplished a lot together, Marcus. Sheriff. And there is more yet to achieve. I hope you can remain a part of that.
But I don't consider that Silco actually had any direct involvement. I don't believe that Silco manipulated the system or paid people off to ensure that Marcus succeeded Grayson. What Silco is more likely referring to here is the fact that their actions in Act 1 resulted in there being a job opening, and Marcus then filled that opening. In other words, he is reminding Marcus that Marcus is himself partly responsible for Grayson's death. So the other question this brings me to is, why did Marcus, as opposed to any other enforcer, become the Sheriff of Piltover? As we have already seen, Marcus is not Grayson. He does appear to be good at his job, and he is certainly very dedicated to upholding the law, but he is also shown in Act 1 to be extremely hot-headed and emotionally unstable. One possibility is that Marcus, deeply flawed though he may be, was genuinely the best candidate for the job. If true, this would suggest that the enforcers, as a whole, are not particularly well trained, nor are they particularly effective. There are multiple things in the show that support this idea. In episode 1, the enforcers are unable to catch the kids as they flee the workshop, despite outnumbering them. In the process, they throw bolas at them on 3 separate occasions and miss each time, indicating that these weapons are not as effective as the enforcers think they are, or potentially that the enforcers themselves have not received adequate training in their use. Marcus and his men also fail to catch the kids as they flee the arcade, and his men again fail to locate the kids at the last drop. We also see that they smoke while on duty, indicating that they don't have particularly strict health requirements. This might all suggest that the enforcers are underfunded, undermanned, and potentially seen by the Council as an institution that does not warrant the same kind of focus as scientific development, for example. From what we see of how Stillwater Hold operates, in that the warden doesn't seem to care about who is inside, routinely abuses the inmates, and just kinda does what he's told, this would also suggest that Piltover's penal system is similarly not a concern of the Council. We don't know exactly who appoints the position of sheriff, presumably one of the councillors, or perhaps they vote on it, and so potentially they didn't particularly care and picked Marcus purely because he was Grayson's partner. One other possibility is that Grayson, beacon of righteousness that she was, selected Marcus to be her partner. The fact that she did this would suggest that he is either more skilled or more morally upstanding than the other enforcers. In other words, maybe Grayson saw that Marcus has a good heart. And if Grayson saw this, then it is not unlikely that other people saw it too. Either way, the end result is that Marcus is now the sheriff and he has an agreement with Silco, much like Grayson had an agreement with Vander. The terms of the agreement appear to be somewhat similar.
You keep your people off my street, and I stay out of your business.
But the critical difference is that Marcus did not want to make such a deal. Silco has forced Marcus to cooperate, and whilst their cooperation does lead to each of them benefiting, their relationship is far less stable than Vander's relationship with Grayson. After the funeral for the enforcers killed in Jinx's attack, Marcus takes his daughter to Grayson's tomb.
Who was this, Daddy?
A good woman.
This shows us that Marcus is in desperate need of help. Through his ambition and desire to catch Vander's kids in Act 1, he has found himself under Silco's thumb. Now that Silco has murdered Grayson, Marcus has no one to confide in. He has no one he can ask for advice. He can only rely on himself, and he does not trust himself. Marcus has attained the position of sheriff, the highest position he could possibly hope to attain, short of, I guess, becoming a councillor, and he knows he does not deserve it. He is not the right man for the job, but that doesn't mean he isn't going to try his best to honor Grayson's legacy. He also kept the coins stained with Grayson's blood, and he fucking hates himself for the part he played in her death. Yes, it is highly likely that Silco would have killed Grayson even had Marcus not had any involvement with Silco, but I highly doubt that this is any kind of comfort for Marcus. He absolutely blames himself. He knows he does not deserve to be the Sheriff of Piltover, and he cannot live up to Grayson. For those of you who happen to watch Rebel Moon, this right here is how you depict immense guilt in a nuanced manner. Instead of having Marcus say to another character, "Hey, I know a thing or two about feeling guilty," the show instead depicts in detail the torment he is going through, and it does this extremely effectively. Regarding Marcus's positive qualities, he does genuinely mourn the loss of the fallen enforcers, proclaiming them to be heroes who died to protect their city. He also throws dirt onto their caskets as an act of respect. He is very emotional at the deaths of his colleagues, and it is no surprise as to why. He very likely gave an extremely similar speech off-screen after the end of Act 1 regarding Grayson's death alongside 3 other enforcers, and now 6 more have died on their home field at the hands of the very man he has been forced to cover for. He is furious with Silco over Jinx's actions.
You said you could control her. I lost 6 officers. 6!
Importantly, Marcus says, "You said you could control her." The fact that Silco had previously told Marcus not to worry means that Jinx has overstepped before, causing Marcus to raise the issue with Silco, and Silco has evidently failed to rein her in. All of this is beginning to sound remarkably familiar, isn't it? The writers do love themselves some narrative symmetry, don't they? Marcus suggests to Silco that he can potentially make this go away, but that he needs Silco to cooperate. He cannot simply make the council forget that 6 enforcers have just been murdered, and he believes it would be beneficial for both him and Silco if he were to arrest Jinx. This tells us that Marcus is content with Silco benefiting, provided justice is served. This is why he has no interest in Silco's suggestion of pinning the whole thing on the Firelights, because Marcus knows that although the Firelights are criminals, they are not responsible for the deaths of his enforcers. Nearly everything Marcus does in Act 2 is informed by this core value, and his unwillingness to pin Jinx's crimes on someone else. Marcus is interested solely in putting the right person behind bars, which builds off his characterization in Act 1. Marcus does ultimately relent and follow Silco's instructions. He decides to break one of his core values as he fears the consequences of not doing so with regard to his other core value. It is important to note that although Marcus essentially does exactly what Silco tells him at every turn, this does not mean that Marcus is weak, nor is he a coward. He is a man who is willing to compromise on most, if not all, of his values, save one, which I will get to soon. After playing his part as a pawn in Silco's game, Marcus removes his sheriff's badge in frustration as he feels he cannot live up to Grayson's legacy. Him being the sheriff, and also being in Silco's pocket, is a bastardization of what the sheriff should stand for, and is a disgrace to everything Grayson was. His position becomes even more unstable when Jayce orders him to seize all unauthorized merchandise coming in or out of Piltover, which would of course cause problems for Silco. Marcus is forced to choose at multiple points between doing what he knows to be the right thing, to live up to his predecessor and to cut ties with Silco, or to continue as he has been, as an unwilling slave to Silco's ambition. He is given the choice to pin Jinx's attacks on the Firelights, or come into the Undercity in force to arrest Jinx, whom he knows to be responsible. He is later given the choice to use the tools available to him to apprehend and kill Vi and Caitlyn, or report the whole thing to the council and therefore risk his daughter's life, not to mention his career. Neither of these have easy answers, and although the right thing to do, the heroic thing to do, would be to tell the truth and make sure Jinx is arrested, Marcus finds himself caught in something of a sunk cost fallacy. Every moment he spends involved with Silco makes it harder for him to escape. One problem with trying to apprehend Jinx is that aside from the inevitable deaths that would result from this course of action, Marcus would also have to place a tremendous amount of trust in the system to protect his daughter, and he is unwilling to take that risk. The fact that he, the sheriff and the head of Piltover's law enforcement, is as corrupt as he is evidence to him that trusting the council to keep his daughter safe would be an incredibly risky thing to do. Marcus desperately wants to be remembered like Grayson, as a hero, but he is ultimately unwilling to follow through on this desire because he needs to be there for his daughter. Silco finds Marcus's weakness and exploits it to its highest degree. Marcus is perhaps the most relatable character in Arcane. He is an everyman who is trying to do the right thing, but he is not a hero. Him having a daughter informs us that whilst Marcus struggles with being a good person, he does have a responsibility to continue to try to be a good person. He is not selfish, and the fact that there is no wife in the picture means that his daughter is entirely his own responsibility. This is precisely why he cannot bring himself to kill Silco in a suicidal attack, as he envisions at one point, because then his daughter will have nothing. Rather than Marcus just being a guy who is a bit of an asshat and will likely suffer the consequences of his asshattery, establishing that he has a daughter establishes that she will also suffer the consequences of his asshattery. Rather than relying on a somewhat nebulous desire to be a good person, the writers give Marcus an extremely compelling reason to want to be a good person. Ren is the reason why he does what he does. Has this been done many times before?
Dad, put the gun down. Put it down.
And I get nervous, anxiety that if I don't like what you like, you won't like me.
Addie, I love you. I love you more than anything in the world.
What is it? What's wrong, sister?
Don't be frightened. I'm gonna save you.
You're gonna be fine, baby doll.
Yes. Does this somehow mean that Marcus is a bad or overly simplistic character?
Absolutely fucking not.
One important thing to note is that Ren appears to be about 8 years old, give or take. The length of the time skip between episodes 3 and 4 is also approximately 8 years, again, give or take a year. And Marcus's wife, obviously, must have been alive when Ren was born. We don't know exactly how Marcus's wife died, but timing-wise, the earliest she could have died would be just before the events of Act 1, possibly as late as a couple of years into the time jump, and possibly even through giving birth to their daughter. This means that in addition to his moral quandary regarding his affiliation with Silco, Marcus also had to come to terms with his wife's death and the fact that he was going to have to raise a little girl entirely by himself. Try to imagine the Marcus we see in Act 1 raising an infant.
It's exactly who you're picturing in that thick head of yours.
Listen, you shady son.
How about you go for a little walk, Marcus?
You should see this.
Not happening. Because Marcus loved his daughter so much, possibly in part because she was the last thing his wife left behind, he got his shit together in an unbelievably difficult circumstance and successfully operated as the sheriff of Piltover and as Ren's dad for the best part of a decade. The fact that he was, technically speaking, in Silco's pocket did not particularly matter on a practical level until the events of episode 4, where Jinx attacks the Enforcers, which presents Marcus with a serious moral quandary. Marcus proved to himself that he is capable of being a good person because a bad person or a weak person would not have been able to do what he did. This right here is why Marcus is such a compelling character. He is not simply a weak fool who buckles to Silco's threats at every opportunity. Marcus is demonstrably capable of being the man he wants to be, but unfortunately for him, he has become trapped in an inescapably bad situation. I think part of the reason why people criminally underrate Marcus is because a lot of his good qualities are only implied and take place off-screen. If you just take what we get on screen, then sure, Marcus is pretty simple. He was an angry twat in Act 1, he's a bit less of an angry twat in Act 2, and Silco makes him do stuff because he loves his daughter, boo-hoo, how original. However, because Arcane was not written by the writers of Rings of Power, the characters continue to have lives even when they are not directly in front of us. And once we read into his life, it becomes clear that Marcus is absolutely a good person with extremely strong personal values that are challenged frequently, and through no fault of his own, he seems tragically unable to escape the shadow of his past mistakes. As with Viktor, my thoughts on Mel, going purely from Act 1, are revealed to be not entirely accurate once we have additional context from Act 2. I stated previously that Mel was driven primarily by a philanthropic desire to help people, as she is incredibly rich and yet still wants to push forward technologically, so as to put Piltover on the map. I do believe this was likely intentional on behalf of the writers, so as to mislead both Jayce and the audience into believing Mel to be far more selfless than she actually is. In Act 2, it is revealed that Mel may have far less altruistic intentions. although this is not fully explored until Act 3. All we learn about Mel's past in Act 2 is that she was exiled from her family as she, apparently, fell short of their standards. And much of what she does during the season is to try and live up to those standards and prove her family wrong. Mel maintains relationships with people out of convenience.
He's been quite the investment.
Indeed. Better than expected.
This shot here either indicates that Mel considers this particular woman to be an idiot and or not worth her time, or alternatively that Mel is simply growing tired of having to keep up her act in public spaces. She doesn't like the fact that she has to appease morons to get what she wants, and this is perfectly contrasted with her view of Jayce, whom she certainly does not consider to be a moron, despite clearly and rightfully considering him to be inexperienced and gullible. Jayce is the only person worth her time because he is able to offer her something. Mel views every interaction as an opportunity to advance herself. She is extremely ambitious, and she wants Jayce to show off whatever he has been working on, as it will make Piltover look good and will therefore elevate her status. She approaches Hextech like a businesswoman, not like a scientist, because that is precisely what she is. She knows how to package someone else's product in order to get other people to buy it. She is so confident in her skills of manipulation that she networks with people to find buyers and investors for Jayce's products that she has not even seen yet, nor are these products themselves actually ready. And when Jayce decides not to reveal these new inventions during the Progress Day speech, Mel leaves immediately as he has inadvertently made a fool of her. She does not give up easily, however, and she doesn't appear to hold grudges. Despite leaving the speech, disappointed that he didn't follow her advice, she goes on to get Jayce appointed as the 8th council member, an action that appears to benefit everyone, including Jayce. But as with everything Mel does, this move serves her own interests more than anyone else's. Mel clearly respects Heimerdinger, but disagrees with his approach, and she serves as a constant source of temptation for Jayce. Mel and Heimerdinger each pull Jayce in opposite directions, and ultimately it is Mel who is victorious. This is absolutely symbolic of the fact that Piltover, as a whole, has abandoned its past, personified by Heimerdinger and his tepid approach to scientific advancement, in favor of the future, personified by Mel and her desire to use this new technology to become rich and powerful. She also suggests early on that Piltover needs a leader who looks forward, foreshadowing the fact that Jayce will replace Heimerdinger. I doubt that Mel intended at this point for Jayce to replace Heimerdinger, but she absolutely laid the groundwork so as to allow for this eventuality. Suggesting that Mel orchestrated Heimerdinger's removal from the council might be giving her a little too much credit, although she certainly put the pieces in their place. It may well be that she wanted Jayce to replace Heimerdinger, but as Jayce's reason for booting Heimerdinger was to stop him interfering with the Hex Core and thereby try to save Viktor's life, and as Mel did not have knowledge of the Hex Core, nor was she aware that Viktor was dying, she can't have planned all of this from the start, or at least she can't have planned for it to happen in this way. Her reason for suggesting that Jayce become a counselor and be in charge of overseeing Hextech is that she appears to prioritize the safety of the citizenry over the prosperity of the city. However, it is revealed later that there is quite a bit more to Mel's scheming, which I will get to soon. In the process, Mel also directly suggests that Jayce, like Heimerdinger, is only really experienced as a scientist, which is yet another excellent moment of foreshadowing for what will happen to Heimerdinger. Mel knew exactly what would happen to Jayce.
I never wanted anything to do with politics. You pushed this on me.
She suggested that he become a counselor after Jayce told the council that they needed to shut down the Hex Gates, and she then informs Jayce that by doing so, he has pissed off a lot of very powerful people and has consequently put a target on his own back. Mel believes that she has given Jayce power, and she believes that with this power he will be able to more effectively pursue his goals. She is forcing an unpleasant situation upon him, believing that it will ultimately benefit both of them. This is, of course, incredibly manipulative. She speaks for Jayce before he has actually decided what to do, in effect forcing his hand.
With him, you'd be investing in the past. With us, you'd be investing in the future.
She refers to herself and Jayce as us when trying to gather support from the rich and powerful citizens of Piltover, without checking if Jayce is at all comfortable with her doing this. Actually, she knows that Jayce is not comfortable, and she does it anyway. So it might seem surprising that Jayce doesn't flip his shit and panic given the situation Mel has put him in here, but there are a few reasons why Mel likely believes she will get away with this. Firstly, from her perspective, she has helped Jayce multiple times. She didn't report him to the Enforcers or Heimerdinger. She allowed Jayce one night to prove his theory. She brought Hextech to the attention of the other counselors and prevented Heimerdinger from covering anything up. And she proposed that Jayce be elevated to the position of counselor himself. The fact that all of these actions also benefited her is irrelevant. Piltover and Jayce would have taken a very different path if not for her involvement. Mel knows that Jayce owes her, and she manipulates Jayce into controlling the Hex Gates so that she can team up with him and profit further from their use. Which serves as all but confirmation that Mel is primarily concerned with becoming as rich and powerful as possible. In spite of Mel's blatant self-interest and tactical use of manipulation, she is still somewhat sympathetic and definitely something of a morally grey character. We get more of this later in Act 3, but in Act 2 she claims that her family usually only takes from the world and never gives anything back, which implies that she does actually want to give something back. One read of this is that Mel is genuinely thankful to Jayce for giving her the opportunity to give something back to the world, which is something she has wanted to do for her entire life, to break free from the conventional practices of her family and actually do something good for a change. But I am not so sure. I think this is further manipulation on her part, even if there is a nugget of truth in there. This scene takes place after Jayce, essentially, sells his soul and allows Mel to puppeteer him as a political tool for her own financial gain. She is pretending to be a better person than she actually is so that Jayce remains under the belief that he did the right thing, which is very reminiscent of a certain scene involving Silco and Marcus. This scene also takes place immediately before Jayce and Mel make the beast with two backs, and as Mel says, we're not often in the position to give anything back, she touches his hand in such a way as to make her sexual intentions clear. This also potentially indicates that she considers getting it on with Jayce as an act that constitutes giving back to the world. Or, in other words, Jayce has helped her, and so she now gives back to Jayce, so that the scales are balanced. Mel is very attractive, and she uses this to wrap Jayce further around her finger than he already was. Mel swapping gravy with Jayce is a calculated move on her part, solidifying her control over him. Everything Mel does is with the goal of control and manipulation so that she can elevate her own status. One of the first things we see her do is purchase a children's toy for Counselor Hoskell. She invents that the toy is an adult puzzle intended only for the sharpest of minds, so as to feed his ego, and she then uses what Hoskell perceives as an act of kindness to ensure that he supports her vote regarding Jayce's banishment. Mel's actions here will have benefited Hoskell, as he benefited from the base pleasure of playing with a toy, and he also goes on to benefit from Jayce's continued research and ultimately from the creation of the Hex Gates. However, Mel benefited far, far more than Hoskell did from this extremely simple political move. Similarly, Mel is now pretending to be doing Jayce a favor. She has gotten him a promotion. She has taught him how to conduct himself in the world of politics so as to not be eaten alive. And she has now displayed romantic interest in Jayce's little hammer. Similarly, Jayce will absolutely perceive all of this as her doing nice things for him. And when the time comes for Mel to call in a favor, Jayce may well not even realize that he is being used. The following morning, Mel wakes up and Jayce is absent, and she is understandably pissed off about this because, honestly, who wouldn't be? However, once he explains why he left, she doesn't hold this against him, which is yet another example of Arcane sharply avoiding milking misunderstandings in service of contrived melodrama. Mel believes her fellow counselors to be old fools who are stuck in the past, and she was established immediately in Act 1 as wanting to put Piltover on the map, which suggests that she wants the city to prosper. Her actions involving Jayce, however, are particularly cunning and reveal that Mel is absolutely in this for herself. Mel's suggestion that Jayce become a counselor accomplishes two things. Firstly, it protects Piltover, and this is the reason why Heimerdinger supports the motion. Had Jayce remained purely as a scientist, then he would have had no control over what the Council does with his creations. Piltover would have been at greater risk because the old fools who run the place would have continued to prioritize their own financial gains over the safety of the city, which is something that Mel considers to be unsustainable. By promoting Jayce to the role of counselor, Mel has allowed Jayce the opportunity to network with the elites of Piltover so as to secure funding and general support for his work. Importantly, Heimerdinger is not involved in any of this, which leads to the culmination of Mel's plan. Through her positioning of Jayce, she has stacked the council in her favor, allowing him to gather support from the other counselors, whilst keeping Heimerdinger entirely in the dark. This results in Heimerdinger, whom Mel considers to be the greatest obstacle standing in the way of the City of Progress, being voted out. Mel put the pieces in place, she aimed the gun, however it was Jayce who pulled the trigger. Mel ultimately becomes more powerful as a result of this move because Heimerdinger was the one council member that was shown to be unreceptive to her manipulative tactics. Mel is possibly the most intelligent character in Arcane, which is a very high bar given that she is being compared to characters like Silco and Viktor. She is a very complex character, and until we get certain reveals in Act 3, it is difficult to pin her down. So I will hold off on giving any kind of conclusion as to my thoughts on Mel until the next video. After being captured by Marcus at the end of Act 1, Vi has been imprisoned anonymously in Stillwater Hold. She has been abused multiple times whilst inside and has become extremely cynical. At the start of Act 1, she was of the view that the enforcers are assholes and that fighting back against Piltover is absolutely morally justified. By the end of Act 1, she had come around to the idea that violence doesn't solve problems and that she needs to be responsible for those around her. By the time we reach Act 2, years of imprisonment have turned Vi into what could almost be described as a nihilist. She doesn't see the point of fighting against Piltover or Silco, not because she needs to behave responsibly, but because it will achieve nothing.
Those kids look up to you.
And now, all of those kids are gone. At this point, Vi is simply an extremely angry young woman who hates the system and the world she lives in. She was taught that violence doesn't solve problems, but she has since learned that doing the right thing also doesn't solve problems. Violence is all she has. Vi wastes no time in beating the shit out of Silco's men whenever they get locked up, pun intended, and she doesn't care what happens to her as a result of doing this. She is routinely abused and placed in solitary confinement, and the only thing that keeps her going is the hope that Powder is alive. Vi explicitly states this in Act 3, but I won't elaborate here so as to avoid spoiling what happens for those of you who have not yet seen the whole series. The last thing she saw before Marcus captured her was Silco standing over her defenseless sister, and Vi knows that Silco is more than capable of killing children.
Vander the coward fled town with his children, and they were never seen again.
Believing that Powder was dead at Silco's hands may have been the most logical conclusion, but Vi was unwilling to accept that this is what happened. She made herself believe that Powder was alive because she needed to believe in something so as to survive being in prison for a third of her life. Vi is very sarcastic when speaking to Caitlyn and has zero intention or desire to cooperate on account of Caitlyn being an enforcer. She also doesn't seem to care that Locke was a witness in an investigation that presumably could end with Silco being brought to justice, which is an outcome Vi would want. The reason she dismisses this when Caitlyn tells her is because she has absolutely no faith in the system. She does not trust that Piltover's legal apparatus is competent enough to get the job done, and she is correct. Vi also finds it ridiculous that Caitlyn could not know of Silco's grip on the Undercity, which, aside from telling us how blind Piltover is, also tells us that Vi is vaguely aware of what has happened to her home since she has been imprisoned. During their conversation, Vi comes to see Caitlyn as a potential means by which to be released. She claims that she can acquire proof of Silco's involvement if she were to be released, which is almost certainly a lie. This pops up again later, as Vi explains to Caitlyn that in order to get what you want, you have to convince people that you have what they want, which is precisely what Vi is doing in this scene. What possible proof could Vi acquire of Silco's involvement in the attack at the Hex Gates? This isn't something Vi could ever hope to achieve, but she is acting like she can in order to trick Caitlyn into releasing her. She is trying to use leverage, imagined or otherwise, to be released because she has just seen graffiti that looks very much like Powder's handiwork in an evidence file. This is Vi's first indication that Powder might actually still be alive, and Vi at this point has far more interest in finding out what happened to her sister than she does in bringing Silco to justice. She is extremely cynical about Piltover's law enforcement, and the fact that Caitlyn refers to Silco as the industrialist confirms to Vi that the entire time during which she was locked up in Stillwater, Silco was living the high life and had gotten away with his previous crimes. Although Vi, of course, hates Silco for what he did, she doesn't believe it will be possible to bring him down. However, she is more than willing to play into Caitlyn's desire to do precisely this in order to try and find out what happened to Powder. True to her characterization in Act 1, Vi can be extremely emotional. She insults Caitlyn, despite Caitlyn being her only apparent means of being released.
You enforcers are all the same, just asshole criminals in fancy uniforms.
The smart thing to do here would have been for Vi to convince Caitlyn why she can be trusted, so as to then be released. Does this mean then that Vi is an idiot? Not in the slightest. Once again, this is exactly what Vi would do. She is an extremely and understandably emotional and reckless individual. She despises enforcers both because of what happened to her parents and because Marcus locked her up and threw away the key. Caitlyn has just insulted her by saying, "Why would I trust someone like you?" And so obviously Vi's response to this is, "Go fuck yourself, you can find Silco on your own." This is a perfect example of when doing the right thing is not always the right thing to have your characters do. The characters in Arcane are not robots who have absolute information and will always calculate how best to solve a particular conflict. They are people who are deeply flawed and behave in accordance with their respective flaws. Saying exactly what needed to be said so as to convince Caitlyn to release you is something that Silco or Mel might do, but Vi, conversely, does not have at all the same skill set that either of those characters possess, and had she suddenly acquired them out of nowhere, this would have caused Vi to act out of character. After being released, Vi decides to parkour her way down into the Undercity rather than take the funicular. This accomplishes multiple things. Vi has been locked up for years, and she is now free. She would absolutely prefer to be jumping and sliding very quickly and precariously over and around buildings, rather than sitting on a train. She clearly did this a lot when she was younger, and she has been unable to do this for years. Additionally, it allows her to test Caitlyn's resolve. Will Caitlyn try to follow her? Will she give up halfway? Will she fall and die? Whatever happens, Vi will have a better idea of how to deal with Caitlyn going forward. She lands in an alleyway and is accosted by two thugs and steals both of their clothes. This indicates that although Vi's objective is Powder, she had no intention of running away from Caitlyn at this point. As if she was simply trying to escape, then she would have no reason to take clothing for Caitlyn to cover up the fact that she is an enforcer. Most likely, there are 3 reasons for this. Vi believes that there is a chance that she will be able to find her sister if she cooperates with Caitlyn. She doesn't want to lure this girl wearing an enforcer's uniform into the very dangerous Undercity and then abandon her immediately. And additionally, she feels a degree of gratitude towards Caitlyn for trusting her enough to free her in the first place. Caitlyn may be an enforcer, but she has already demonstrated that they are not all the same.
Just asshole criminals in fancy uniforms.
As Vi put it earlier, which is another example of Vi developing as a result of her values being challenged. Vi pushes Caitlyn into a very uncomfortable situation in the brothel, and her reason for doing this is apparently to get her out of the way so that she can speak to the owner. Vi believes the owner will be less likely to speak plainly if there is a girl she has never met looking over Vi's shoulder. The unexpected outcome of this, however, is that Vi receives confirmation that Caitlyn is a lesbian, or potentially a bisexual, as Vi attempts to hook her up with a man, only to later see that she has ended up with a woman. This revelation as to Caitlyn's sexual orientation, plus the fact that Caitlyn appears to have removed the stick from her ass and shown that she is evidently capable of having fun, makes Vi smile for possibly the first time in nearly a decade. This is also the first hint at a potential relationship between the two of them. However, I will wait until Act 3 to elaborate further. Vi leaves the brothel to find Sevika without taking Caitlyn with her, and there are a few reasons why. Firstly, Vi is thoroughly characterized as being extremely reckless, and she likely believes she won't have any trouble beating Sevika in a fight. Had she waited rather than charging in as soon as she found her, Vi may well have seen that Sevika now has a robot arm, which may well have made her reassess her chances. This means that, once again, the writers acknowledge that Vi's recklessness and lust for vengeance is a character flaw. Additionally, Caitlyn was quite clearly enjoying herself in the brothel, and aside from not believing she needs Caitlyn's help, she would not want to put Caitlyn in unnecessary danger. Additionally, Vi was likely planning on leaving Caitlyn in the brothel, period. Her objective is to find her sister. Caitlyn's objective is to do something Vi considers to be impossible and futile, and so she has decided to leave Caitlyn somewhere safe while she investigates further. And finally, Vi has absolutely no idea how skilled Caitlyn is with her rifle, which means she hugely underestimates the potential benefit of having Caitlyn watching her back. Vi is furious when she sees that Sevika is not only alive, but is enjoying herself smoking and gambling. Sevika has been rewarded for betraying Vander, and Vi considers this brutally unjust. Vi clearly holds a higher degree of resentment for Sevika than for Silco, even though Silco was responsible for abducting and killing Vander. This is likely because Vi had no idea who Silco was, as Vander would certainly not have told her. The only context she will have for Silco at this point will be that he is some guy who had a grudge against Vander, killed him, and then took over the Undercity. Conversely, Vi knows who Sevika is. Sevika explicitly betrayed Vander in a way that Silco did not, and she benefited from doing so. This is largely why Vi reacts in the way that she does. She ambushes Sevika, but still decides to continue to fight her even after the reveal that Sevika has a robot arm and is roided up on Shimmer. Sevika punishes Vi for attacking too quickly, but Vi is able to turn the fight due to Sevika's overconfidence. Vi manages to demolish Sevika, only to let her guard down when Sevika reveals what happened to Powder. Vi's weakness is used against her, and much like the multiple times this happened in Act 1, Vi is prone to becoming emotionally overwhelmed and losing her composure, only this time, she is the one who gets hurt as a result. Whilst badly wounded and suffering from delirium, Vi converses with Caitlyn, and I want to highlight this particular conversation as being an example of incredibly good writing. Only with characters as richly detailed as these is it possible to draw so much out of what they say and what they don't say. Vi and Caitlyn are essentially having two different conversations at the same time, which is facilitated by the fact that Vi is delirious from blood loss. Firstly, the scene from Caitlyn's perspective. Caitlyn tries to wipe blood from Vi's face, and Vi prevents her from doing so. Caitlyn believes that Vi still doesn't trust her. Vi reiterates that she dislikes topsiders due to their history, prompting Caitlyn to defend her people, and also suggests that Vi's anger and frustration is misplaced. Vi then concedes that this is false. Caitlyn continues,
We aren't monsters, you know. We're people, just like you.
You don't know anything about me.
To Caitlyn, Vi is simply being extremely defensive. Vi is closing the door to any potential camaraderie they may have previously established. Vi does not want to be her friend. Vi then says,
I shouldn't have left you.
Which Caitlyn understands as her saying she should not have left her in the brothel, as doing so almost led to Vi being killed. Caitlyn then concludes by saying that Vi has a good heart, inadvertently echoing Vander's words, before Vi passes out. The reason she says this is because she has come to believe that Vi is fundamentally a good person, and she is not at all what Caitlyn expected. Caitlyn is trying to communicate to Vi that she trusts her. Now on to Vi's perspective. When Caitlyn tries to wipe Vi's face, Vi stops her. This is because Vi believes she doesn't deserve to be helped. She drove her sister into the arms of the man who murdered Vander. She failed to be the big sister, and she failed to do what Vander told her to do.
Protect the family. Take care of Powder.
She is now in full-on self-destructive mode, as evidenced when she launched herself off the ledge and didn't seem to care if she would get hurt. She deserves the pain she is feeling, and she is not interested in letting Caitlyn ease that pain.
We aren't monsters, you know. We're people, just like you.
You don't know anything about me.
Here, Vi is suggesting that she considers herself to be a monster. Caitlyn doesn't know what Vi did, and so Caitlyn cannot say that she is just like Vi. Vi is defined by her guilt over what happened to Powder, and Caitlyn cannot understand this. And finally, when Vi says,
I shouldn't have left you,
she is of course referring to when she left Powder. This scene is a fantastic example of how skilled the writers of Arcane are when it comes to exploring their characters. Having a dialogue scene rely on one character being crazy, drunk, high, delirious, or not in control of their faculties for some other reason can easily result in contrived character work, where the character's mental state is used to have them say things that they wouldn't usually say so as to manufacture drama. In this scene in Arcane, however, Vi's mental state is firstly entirely justified given the context and what she has just learned, and everything she says is informed entirely by her extreme feelings of guilt and her apathy towards Piltover. Additionally, this scene does not manufacture drama and is used entirely to build the relationship between Vi and Caitlyn. So before we continue, let's establish precisely what Vi knows going into the scene where she reunites with her sister. She knows that Caitlyn is investigating Silco, that there was an attack, and that Caitlyn's evidence file contains drawings that clearly appear to have been drawn by Powder. This all added together leads Vi to believe that Silco has her, but offers no explanation as to why Powder is with Silco. Sevika later informs Vi that Powder now goes by the name Jinx, that she voluntarily works for Silco, and that she is like his daughter. Vi likely does not believe Sevika, however, when Silco tells her the same thing,
What have you done with my sister?
I have freed her.
She is more willing to accept the truth. Vi then goes on to say that she believes Silco has put fucked up delusions in Powder's head. What this all means is that Vi is aware that Silco has been raising Powder for the last few years, and that therefore Powder has likely been committing crimes for Silco, given that her drawings were present at a crime scene. When Vi says,
I'm gonna find her and erase whatever fucked up delusions you put in her head,
she is not referring to the fact that Powder is a deeply emotionally damaged person, because Vi has not connected the dots that would lead her to this conclusion. Vi does not understand how her actions broke Powder, because Vi was, at the time, also dealing with serious trauma. The fucked up delusions Vi is referring to here are very likely specifically whatever lies Silco must have told Powder so as to coerce her into working for him. Vi would presume Silco to have lied extensively about Vander, Vi, the Undercity, and Piltover, and Vi seeks to reveal Silco for what he is. The only piece of evidence Vi has that could point her in the direction of Powder being as emotionally damaged as she is that Powder now apparently goes by the name Jinx. Powder taking on the name Jinx can only have been a decision that she herself made, due to the fact that she was called a Jinx as an insult when she was a child. This isn't a case of Silco deciding to rename her so as to distance her from her past, and can only be a case of Powder consciously deciding to call herself Jinx. As a reminder that everything seems to go wrong whenever she is involved, and as a reminder of the last thing Vi said to her. This would be a lot for Vi to extrapolate so as to fully prepare herself for what has truly happened to her sister, and given the circumstances, it is not at all surprising that she didn't have time to work any of this out, but the clues are there. When she finds Powder, Vi embraces her immediately. Arcane, once again, avoids artificial melodrama via easily avoidable misunderstandings. When Vi finally locates Powder, the single most important thing for her to do is explain why she was away for all this time.
I'm so sorry, Powder. I tried to come back. I promise I did, but I got arrested.
This is going to be Powder's biggest question, and Vi would know this. Powder needs to understand that Vi didn't just disappear because she blames Powder for what happened. There needs to be no room for misinterpretation or misunderstanding, because Vi would not allow for misinterpretation or misunderstanding. The writers are smart enough to know that the focus of this scene has to be on the emotions of these two characters, and so they make sure to avoid having Vi say, "Oh, Powder, I'm back. I was so worried.
Where have you been?
I'm sorry I couldn't get to you soon.
You'll have to do better than that.
Powder, I said I'm sorry."
Sorry isn't good enough.
Or some other variation of having the characters speaking in a manner that only serves to create drama in a TV show. The writers have remembered that Vi is not simply a sock puppet that exists solely to service their whims, and so she does exactly what she would do in this situation: immediately explain why she was unable to contact Powder. In the resultant conversation, Vi does her best to reach Powder, but doesn't understand what she has been through. Even if Vi did know everything that had happened, she may well not have been able to say what needed to be said, as Vi is not particularly tactful. She comforts Powder, telling her that she did what she had to in order to survive, believing that both her and Powder are the same in that regard. Vi does not yet understand how wrong she is. Vi notably didn't explain to Caitlyn that Powder and Jinx are the same person. Had she done this, then Caitlyn's sudden and unfortunate arrival could perhaps have been avoided. Vi not only trusts Caitlyn, but also owes her her life, so why would Vi conceal this information? Primarily to protect Powder. Vi might trust Caitlyn, but Caitlyn is still an enforcer. Powder's cartoony doodles were in an evidence file, which means Caitlyn is looking for Jinx. In order for Vi to be comfortable explaining any of this to Caitlyn, she would have to be confident that Caitlyn would be willing to not do her job. And Caitlyn has already demonstrated that she is incredibly dedicated to doing her job. If Caitlyn had learned that Vi's sister is Jinx, there are many things that Caitlyn could have done that would jeopardize them, and Vi doesn't want to take that risk. So, given that Vi evidently did not want Caitlyn to know that Jinx is her sister, why did Vi approach the flare in the way that she did? As in, when it became clear to Vi that they were about to bump into Jinx, why did Vi not tell Caitlyn to stay the fuck away so as to prevent things going south? Had the setup for this scene been sloppier in execution, then this may have been a reasonable question. However, this is entirely believable given the circumstances and the information Vi has. Firstly, seeing the smoke from the flare was probably the last thing Vi was expecting. Her primary concern at this point was not, oh, I better make sure Caitlyn doesn't trigger Powder's PTSD. It was, holy shit, my sister might be trying to contact me. Additionally, Vi has no idea how unstable Jinx is. She also, of course, didn't know exactly what information Jinx had, namely the conversation with Sevika. Vi has no reason to assume that Caitlyn's presence would be an insurmountable obstacle for Jinx. Additionally, when Vi saw the smoke from the flare, they were actively fleeing Silco, so Vi may not have had time to communicate anything to Caitlyn, even if she had the presence of mind to do so. And finally, Vi can't really say, hey Caitlyn, I need you to just kind of hide in those bushes for a sec while I go over here. Because again, they are fleeing Silco, and Caitlyn no longer has her weapon and would therefore be extremely vulnerable on her own. Vi fights with Jinx against the Firelights without knowing who they are or what they want. She will have never seen them before and has likely never even heard of them, but she doesn't care. She is protecting her sister and also herself. During the fight, Vi is shocked to see Powder enjoying the violence she is dishing out. Vi is also engaged in the fight against the Firelights, but Vi is not trying to kill, nor is she enjoying it. This drastic shift in Powder's behavior reveals to Vi how much her sister has changed and what she has become. Moments earlier, they seemed to be connecting, then some dude on a hoverboard rolls up and Powder turns into Rambo. This behavior is a massive departure from the girl Vi remembered, but also, importantly, from the girl that was standing in front of her moments earlier. This is critical to understanding and accepting what happens in Act 3. Had Vi reunited with Powder and she was just a total nutbag through and through, talking to herself, drooling and shitting on the floor, then it would be harder to accept Vi's future actions. Everything Vi goes on to do in Act 3 would rely entirely on her belief that the Powder from Act 1 still exists in some form, despite having zero evidence to support this. Yes, they are still sisters, and Vi would not want to give up on Powder unless she was absolutely sure that she was gone, but including this scene gives Vi something less abstract to tie her hopes to. What the writers do here is have Jinx essentially fully revert back to being Vi's sister before she is triggered by Caitlyn and the Firelights, which demonstrates to Vi that although Powder is a very damaged individual, her sister is still somewhere inside. Vi is, in many ways, the heart of Arcane. She is a character who, in spite of her flaws, repeatedly tries to do the right thing and seems to get punished for doing so. Her objective in Act 2 is, quite simply, to find her sister and attempt to right the wrongs of Act 1. But this appears to be a case of too little too late. Much like Marcus, Vi may be unable to escape the consequences of her past mistakes, but we will have to wait until Act 3 to find out exactly how these consequences will manifest. Before I get going with the world building of Arcane, I am aware that I have missed out a couple of key characters from my character analysis, notably the Firelight's mysterious leader. However, as that character's identity does not get revealed until Act 3, and as Episode 7 answers many questions regarding the Firelights in general, I am going to save both the Firelights and their leader, as well as Singed, Sky, and all of the secondary counselors for the next video. Thanks to the inclusion of a time jump, the writers had just as much work to do in Act 2 in terms of world building as they did in Act 1, if not more so. They needed to establish how both Piltover and the Undercity have changed as a result of the events of Act 1. Jayce and Viktor have been working on a way to fortify the Hex Crystals, which has evidently taken them years to do. This is perhaps slightly odd, given that they were able to stabilize the crystals within 24 hours of working together. As I already went into that in the previous video, I will say that I am more than happy to accept the idea that it would take them years to fortify the Hex Crystals, but this doesn't do anything to help the believability of their previous breakthrough happening in an incredibly short amount of time. Until this point, Hextech has seemingly only been used in large-scale applications, such as the Hex Gates. However, Jayce and Viktor have been working on smaller, portable applications as seen with the Atlas Gauntlets, which are intended for use by miners, and the Hex Claw, which is intended for use by artificers and craftsmen. The Hex Gates themselves have totally changed Piltover's status within the world of Runeterra, and have resulted in Piltover becoming a global shipping lane. The city evidently acts as a form of trade hub, and they use the Hex Gates to teleport ships, cargo, and people across vast distances. Notably, the creation of the Hex Gates was something that was specifically requested by the Council.
And what about the Council? We stabilized the crystal like they asked. Built the Hex Gates like they asked.
Which naturally follows because when Jayce and Viktor first stabilized the crystal, they were able to teleport physical matter a short distance. And this follows from Jayce being teleported by Rise and his memory of this event being what allows him to stabilize the crystals. This being revealed to the Council and them asking Jayce to create a large teleportation installation is a totally natural sequence of events. We also learn that due to the substantial financial repercussions of someone damaging the Hex Gates, the Enforcers have focused their attention even more so on dealing exclusively with safeguarding Piltover, and have paid even less attention to what happens in the Undercity than they did in Act 1.
Since the Hex Gates were completed, the fissures haven't been a priority.
They don't care if there are a bunch of criminals doing a bunch of crime down there, provided it doesn't spill into Piltover, which it generally doesn't seem to. Jinx's messes at the Hex Gates and in the square are not frequent occurrences, hence Marcus's reaction to these events. Much like Piltover, the Undercity has also changed drastically as a result of the events of Act 1. Silco has flooded the streets of the Undercity with Shimmer, and as a result of this, plus his coercion of Marcus, the Undercity has gone from not being a particularly nice place to being a wretched hive of scum and villainy. The only people who are able to survive in Zorn are people like Silco, people who have either incredible amounts of willpower, financial power, or sheer charisma. Just as Piltover has changed due to Hextech, the Undercity has changed due to Shimmer. This is exemplified best when we see what has become of the last drop. Where this bar was once a relative haven for many people, perhaps the last drop of dignity and order within the Undercity, it has now been corrupted. It is now a dark, dingy, loud, lawless, and obnoxious club that Silco uses as his new headquarters. Silco has begun using the Hex Gates to export Shimmer elsewhere in Runeterra, to thereby grow his wealth and influence, and to acquire leverage for when he eventually presents his demands to Piltover. The disparity in terms of general quality of life has also drastically shifted, which is explored in the scene with Huck, which I will get to soon. The presence of firearms within the Undercity has also increased. There were no such weapons present in Act 1. The sole exception being the 2 pistols in the arcade that are clearly not functional weapons, whereas in Act 2, Jinx has a fully functional pistol and her minigun, plus one of Silco's men has this little harpoon pistol thing. So how might this have happened? I think we are clearly meant to infer that Jinx's minigun was homemade, and she developed it entirely herself. If Jinx is capable of designing and building such a complex weapon, then it is also very likely that she built her pistol. The only other firearm we see in Act 2, with the exception of the Enforcer's rifles, is this little harpoony pistol thing. I'm honestly not exactly sure what to make of this weapon. It doesn't look like something Jinx would make, and it is far less complex than either of her weapons, and the fact that this guy picks it up before using it could indicate that it actually doesn't belong to him. The weapon could belong to one of the Firelights, as although they appear to prefer to use less than lethal means of dealing with their enemies, They are shown on multiple occasions to be willing to use lethal force. The weapon could potentially belong to the dock worker, or potentially it was one of Jinx's older designs that she gave to Silco, and he distributed it amongst his men. Who knows? The presence of guns in the Undercity and Piltover is an issue that is never directly addressed, but it does raise an interesting question. Silco would have had the means by which to intercept or otherwise steal guns from the Enforcers. He has multiple spies, and the Sheriff of Piltover is proverbially on the payroll. It might seem as though getting guns so as to allow Zorn to be more independent, and so that they would be better placed to fight back should Piltover ever encroach into his territory, would be something that Silco considers to be a good idea. However, there are a few reasons why Silco may not have done this. Firstly, intercepting a shipment of guns would draw a lot of attention to him. Much like Vander before him, Silco does not approve of his people committing crimes in Piltover, which is precisely why he is furious with Jinx for having done so. Alternatively, if he were to manipulate Marcus into simply giving him a load of guns, then this would more than likely be noticed by someone else, and would then make it harder for Silco to maintain control of the Undercity. And finally, we should remember that Silco's objective is total independence for the nation of Zorn. He is partway there, and the Undercity is now somewhat independent due to the control he exerts, but it is not yet recognized by Piltover as a separate entity. Silco's intentions have always been to scare the shit out of Piltover in order to serve as leverage.
You won't win a war against Piltover.
I don't have to. I just need to scare them. They won't dare set foot in the underground again.
Stealing shipments of guns from the Enforcers would only help him if his intentions were to engage Piltover in a traditional men-on-the-ground war of attrition, which he no doubt knows he would lose. If his other means by which to secure independence were to fail, then I have no doubt that he may attempt to do this, as I do not believe that Silco would live under the heel of Piltover if he could leverage Marcus's daughter and force him to deliver guns into the Undercity. On the flip side of all of this, however, Silco is more than happy for Jinx to have and use a minigun, and he is evidently content with her drawing attention to him, given that she managed to steal one of the gemstones. Silco wants Jinx to weaponize the gemstone, which means Silco doesn't appear to have a problem with arming himself and in so doing drawing the attention of Piltover, as this is exactly what happens as a result of Jinx acquiring the gemstone. So this leads me to an interesting revelation about Silco's character. Given that the only firearms we see in Piltover are the rifles used by the Enforcers, it is highly likely that the Council does not allow the general populace to purchase or own firearms for their own personal use. This is likely because they have chosen to restrict such weapons exclusively to law enforcement in order to better keep the peace and maintain control over the city. The fact that Silco has not used the tools at his disposal, namely Jinx and Marcus, to acquire or build firearms for his own people, indicates that Silco is of very similar mind. Silco wants to control the Undercity, and flooding the streets with guns would be a fantastic way to ensure that he dies very shortly afterwards. He does not trust the people with such weapons. And who is the one person Silco trusts above everyone else? Jinx. And who is the one person from the Undercity who uses a firearm? Jinx. The obvious question this raises, however, is why did Sevika and any of Silco's other underlings not ask Silco for one of them nice shiny guns? And the answer to that is, as I mentioned earlier, that Silco's intentions are to keep a low profile until he has the leverage he needs to gain sovereignty. The fact that neither Jinx nor her minigun are what you would call low profile further highlights that Jinx is Silco's weakness. Is there anything so undoing as a daughter? Stay tuned for part 3. Sorry to blew your third ball. We also get a tiny bit of further information about the Ethos, which is treated as a set of laws that either govern Piltover as a whole or are specific restrictions for scientists. Heimerdinger states that Jayce and Viktor's experiments with the Hex Core are a violation of the Ethos. This implies that the Ethos is more what you would call guidelines than actual rules. The most coherent explanation for this is that the Ethos is both flexible and subjective. to varying degrees. Heimerdinger states that not destroying the Hex Core is against the rules, but Jayce and Viktor evidently do not agree, likely because there is no part of the ethos that states, "Ye shalt not experiment with thine Hex Core." I don't accept that at this point they were willfully breaking the law with their experimentation, because Jayce is a counselor and is solely responsible for overseeing and safeguarding Hextech. If the Hex Core were to become dangerous, which may or may not happen in Act 3, then at that point Jayce would have failed to make it safe, and at that point it would absolutely be a breach of the ethos. Of course, the reason why Heimerdinger wants to destroy the Hex Core now is so as to prevent that very thing from happening. He does not want to wait until it becomes dangerous, because if this happens, it will become very dangerous. Heimerdinger therefore does not have a problem with the concept of pre-crime, and had he gotten his way, he would have destroyed the Hex Core before it actually violated the ethos. Jayce also says that it is Heimerdinger's opinion that the Hex Core needs to be destroyed, and he suggests that the Council as a whole will need to decide what happens next, meaning that, presumably, Heimerdinger will be expected to present the issue to the Council, and they will then collectively formulate a solution. The ethos is therefore not as simple as, "It's illegal, stop it." This also suggests that neither the proliferation of Hextech over the last few years, nor Jayce's appointment as a counselor, prompted any revisions to the ethos. One would think that Jayce, if not the Council as a whole, might want to revise their rules regarding scientific development, given that Jayce's research involving Hextech was clearly likely to breach the existing ones. This is actually a scene I would have loved to see, as it would have helped a bit in terms of world building and would have allowed for some heavily character-focused drama involving Heimerdinger trying to cling to tradition, as the other counselors are steered one by one in favor of relaxing the ethos so as to not limit scientific development so strictly. Maybe the final death knell of the scene that absolutely crushes Heimerdinger, causing him to realize that he is a relic and may not be able to help the city anymore, could be Bulbuck siding against him, as this would indicate that even Bulbuck, who has more reason than any of them to want to heavily limit this kind of research, has been swayed either with the promise of wealth or simply by seeing the improvements the Hex Gates have brought to Piltover. There is also substantial development and exploration of Hextech in Act 2, most notably with specific regard to the Hex Core. This is something that Viktor has been working on without Jayce's involvement, for the most part, and he describes it as an adaptive rune matrix, or Hextech that can evolve. It appears to be self-learning and self-sustaining, and this mirrors the fact that Viktor himself needs to evolve in order to save his own life. He discovers that the Hex Core responds to organic matter. Given that in the previous scene involving the Hex Core we saw Viktor reach out to it before the scene cut away, we don't actually know what Viktor did that led him to this discovery. What probably happened here is that when the Hex Core absorbed some of Viktor's blood, it learned what biological matter is in terms of an input, like uploading a piece of software onto a computer. As part of his experimentation, he put some plants next to the Hex Core and realized that he can use the Hex Core to make them grow. Viktor's objective here is to use the Hex Core to heal himself, and so experimenting with plants is a very sensible move. From what we see, Viktor turns a hand crank which feeds power into the Hex Core, and the Hex Core then makes the plants grow rapidly. The result of this experimentation proves to Viktor that the Hex Core is capable of interacting with biological matter, and therefore it should theoretically be possible to augment human bodies. However, despite this being acknowledged as an incredible breakthrough, the plants die very quickly afterwards. The Hex Core and how it is shown to work reminds me a lot of the hypothetical paperclip maximizer thought experiment. Quoting from philosopher Nick Bostrom, "Suppose we have an AI whose only goal is to make as many paperclips as possible. The AI will realize quickly that it would be much better if there were no humans, because humans might decide to switch it off. Because if humans do so, there would be fewer paperclips. Also, human bodies contain a lot of atoms that could be made into paperclips. The future that the AI would be trying to gear towards would be one in which there were a lot of paperclips, but no humans. This makes the point that artificial intelligence does not have common sense, which we take for granted, and so one would theoretically have to explicitly program the paperclip maximizer to not exterminate humanity. Bringing us back to the Hex Core, this thing appears to facilitate the desires of the wielder. I realize I am talking about plants here, but bear with me. In the case of plants, they have a singular purpose: to grow. And so the Hex Core facilitated them growing to their full size in seconds. Plants are extremely simple organisms, as they are not truly intelligent in the same way that an animal would usually be considered to be, and so there isn't much room for the Hex Core to misinterpret what the plants are trying to do. The plants have no comprehension of death, however, because they are, again, plants, and so the Hex Core is unable to make the plants not die, even though doing so would obviously be in the plant's best interest. This is because the Hex Core, like the paperclip maximizer, is only able to work with what it is given. However, unlike the plants, Viktor does have an intimate understanding of death, and so I find myself asking why he would be unable to use the Hex Core to prevent the plants from dying, if I am correct about how it works. The fact that he cannot do this suggests that although the Hex Core is magical in nature, it is nonetheless bound by certain natural laws. It cannot reverse the process of aging, it can't make something out of nothing, it can't go back in time, or if it can, it requires someone far more skilled than Viktor to accomplish this. The question as to whether or not an actual mage, such as Rise, would be able to use magic to prevent the plants from dying is an open-ended question, as we have no real references as to the true potential of magic in Arcane. The vast majority of our understanding of this particular magic system is in the context of Jayce and Viktor using science to artificially create magical phenomena, and so it is more than likely that they are either not going about it in a perfectly optimized manner, or that there is some fundamental property of magic that means that Hextech will simply never be able to achieve the same results. The paperclip maximizer similarity also perfectly illustrates why Heimerdinger is so afraid of the Hex Core.
I've seen nations destroyed by a single seed, and it looked exactly like this.
There are a handful of possibilities with regard to Heimerdinger's knowledge of the Hex Core. One possibility is that what Heimerdinger is saying is literally and entirely true. Other people, presumably mages as opposed to scientists, created a Hex Core and used it to destroy entire civilizations. Alternatively, Heimerdinger is mistaken. He believes that he has seen something like the Hex Core before, but this was some other magical phenomena or device that he didn't understand. And the third option is that Heimerdinger is lying to Jayce and Viktor in order to coerce them into doing what he wants. And because of how solid the foundation is with regard to the characters and world of Arcane, I am able to fully explore the supporting evidence for each. First off, on the side of Heimerdinger being correct, he is hundreds of years old, and we already know that he claims to have witnessed the destruction of entire civilizations as a result of the warmongering of mages. These mages may have created a Hex Core, or something very similar to it, and used it as a weapon, causing unprecedented levels of destruction and mayhem. It is also very possible that what Viktor has created is a multi-use tool. It isn't necessarily a weapon. It is similar to something like a computer and is capable of a wide variety of things. Therefore, Viktor may have arrived at the same conclusion as one or more other scientists hundreds of years prior. One other potential explanation is that what Viktor has named the Hex Core is simply a neutral state for these runes to be in relation to each other. Similarly to how the numbers 1 to 10 are arranged in a logical manner that adheres to what each number means. 2 is larger than 1, and so that is why 2 comes after 1, and so forth. This would mean that the Hex Core in and of itself is not special. It is merely a library of potential combinations that manifest themselves as magic. This would mean that a mage having something that Heimerdinger thinks looked exactly like the Hex Core is not at all out of the question, as this may be similar to a wizard carrying around a spellbook. However, on the side of Heimerdinger being incorrect, the Hex Core was created by Viktor, a scientist working in a lab. His objective was to achieve the same end result as mages, to wield magic, and the Hex Core was created to think and adapt so as to simulate what a mage does when they wield their power. A mage would therefore not need a Hex Core, as they can already do what it does. Additionally, I think it is unlikely that a mage would be able to create a Hex Core even if they wanted to. Viktor and Jayce's research led them very specifically to develop the Hex Core after years of experimentation with Hex crystals and Hextech gemstones, and Viktor arrived at the Hex Core in order to solve a specific problem. If this is not the first Hex Core, then this not only means that Viktor and Jayce are not the first people to fuse science and magic, but it also suggests that mages who are already capable of wielding magic went out of their way to develop a little box thingy that allows them to wield magic. And now, what I find perhaps the most interesting question, whether or not Heimerdinger is lying. On the one hand, we have already seen him manipulate or attempt to manipulate Jayce multiple times. He also believes himself to be the only person who knows the true destructive potential of magic, and so exaggerating or making something up so as to convince Jayce and Viktor to stop what they are doing seems like something he might do for the greater good. However, on the other hand, Heimerdinger appears to be absolutely sincere.
If ever you've put faith in my guidance, hear me now. I've seen nations destroyed by a single seed, and it looked exactly like this.
If he is lying, he is doing an incredible job. Given that Heimerdinger knows that Viktor is dying, and therefore knows how important this research is to Viktor in particular, I highly doubt that Heimerdinger would deliberately engage in scaremongering. I don't believe that Heimerdinger would even attempt to convince Viktor not to try to save his own life if he wasn't absolutely sincere in his belief that the Hex Core is unbelievably dangerous. Heimerdinger sees this thing as a bomb that is about to blow, and if it does, Piltover will not recover. I can absolutely see Heimerdinger trying to convince Viktor to accept his fate if it will save the city, which is, I think, precisely what is happening in this scene. Anyway, this is exactly the kind of rabbit hole I love going down because it leads me to very interesting places and deepens my understanding of each character. And because these characters are complex, their actions can be interpreted in a number of ways. Now on to an extremely minor, yet extremely important character. Huck has become addicted to Shimmer, which is the direct consequence of Vander not being around anymore. In his scene in episode 1, Huck was being pushed around by two traders who wanted to extort him, and although he tried to stick up for himself, Vander had to intervene when they threatened to kill him. This established Huck as someone who needed help in order to survive in the Undercity. He is physically weak, he doesn't seem to have any friends to help him, and he is simply not built to be successful in the world he inhabits. He was nonetheless able to conduct business thanks to Vander, which is no longer the case. Vander has been replaced with Silco, who has flooded the Undercity with Shimmer. Where Vander cared about the people more than the city, Silco cares about the city more than the people. Someone turning to hardcore drugs as a way to simply get high and numb the pain of their existence is an unfortunate reality given the way humans are, but in the case of Arcane, the drug has other properties. Notably that in large enough doses, it can cause physical changes. This point requires that we speculate ourselves down another rabbit hole. The fact that consuming large quantities of Shimmer causes substantial physical mutations, such as increased size and strength, is likely not public knowledge in the Undercity. The only people who know that Shimmer does this are Vi, Silco, Singed, Sevika, and any of Silco's goons who were either present in episode 3 or have been told about it since. I think it is quite likely that this information would be kept under wraps for multiple reasons, but primarily to allow Silco to retain control of the drug and of the Undercity. However, pondering this particular point brought me to a rather interesting idea relating specifically to Huck. I don't believe that the stuff Silco puts in his eye, the stuff Deckard and Vander used to become monsters, the stuff Huck became addicted to, the stuff that got mixed with a healing potion and consumed by Vi, and the stuff we see being casually inhaled in the last drop, is all the same chemical compound. The most coherent explanation is that there are multiple strains of Shimmer, and the one that Deckard and Vander consumed is not the one being taken recreationally. This, to me, seems fairly obvious. Imagine, for example, that overdosing on heroin caused the user to turn into the Incredible Hulk. This would happen all the fucking time, and it would not even require that the drug users be aware of the potential for this to happen. It would simply happen by accident. Because I would find it fundamentally unbelievable if this were to be the case, I have had to juggle a few bits of information to try and make sense of it. Given that Huck explains to Caitlyn that,
I just wanted to feel what it was like to be somebody, to make other people afraid.
This suggests that it was not as simple as he just hated himself and wanted to get high because YOLO and then things got out of hand. If there are multiple varieties of Shimmer, and if Huck's goal was to be big and strong, then he has clearly been taking the wrong one. Maybe Huck overheard some of Silco's men talking in the last drop about how Deckard, some weedy kid who got beat up by a girl, drank Shimmer and became a muscle-bound Giga Chad. Being painfully aware of his own physical shortcomings, and with Vander no longer around to give him a leg up, with nothing to lose, maybe Huck decided to give it a try. Maybe he kept trying, unaware that the substance he was consuming was not the same one Deckard took. Maybe he became addicted to the high and it slowly took over more and more of his life, leading him here, the lowest of the low, the bottom of the Undercity. When Silco arrives and hands out Shimmer to Huck and the other addicts, it turns the others into monsters. However, we never actually see what it does to Huck as he takes the vial and leaves. This particular strain of Shimmer is evidently the same as or similar to the one used on Deckard. This one is like a super high-intensity turbo crack that Silco has brought with him specifically to enable him to kill Vi and Caitlyn. This is why the addicts go apeshit and drink it as quickly as possible. If this is the case, then this also means that Huck has unknowingly scampered off with a vial of the stuff he originally wanted, but was never able to acquire. We never actually get to see the incredible Huck because he does not drink the Shimmer immediately, and because he knows Vi is here and is extremely embarrassed by what he has become. Huck chose to help Vi because he owed Vander his life. He is also deeply ashamed of who he is, and he wanted to do a good thing. He was unwilling to let Vi even see him, but he did, however, ask Caitlyn to tell her that he is sorry for everything that has happened to her. Caitlyn then hugs Huck to thank him for helping her save Vi's life, and also quite possibly because he looks like he needs a hug. And that is the last time we see Huck. He does not have a happy ending. There is no solution that either Caitlyn or the writers of Arcane can provide. Huck represents the everyman living in the Undercity struggling to get by. Huck represents the people who Vander looked out for and who needed his help. With Vander now gone, these people have been forced to find other ways to get by, and in the case of Huck, he chose to lose everything and become nothing. Huck is a tragic victim of the Undercity going to shit, and there is no easy answer. There are 7 members of the Council of Piltover: Heimerdinger, Mel, Cassandra, Hoskell, Salo, Shula, and Bolbuk. The reason the council had 7 seats was presumably so that votes always end in a majority one way or the other. This is something that makes logical sense and was very likely implemented when the city was founded for precisely this reason. However, through allowing and encouraging Jayce's development of Hextech, they found themselves in need of an 8th counselor, as the existing 7 were not equipped to oversee Hextech in the way Jayce is. This created an imbalance, and the system was not designed to operate in this way. Chesterton's fence is a principle which suggests that modern revolutionaries, idealists, or utopians are too eager to do away with the old or the traditional because they do not understand its purpose. They will only realize afterwards why the institution was in place, by which point it may well be too late to erect a new one. In the literal case of a fence, if a revolutionary walks through a field and sees a fence, he might consider it pointless and want to remove it, without realizing that it was there because a bull was in the other field. In the case of the Council of Piltover, its members appear to have become ideologically captured by the desire to accumulate wealth and power, and a byproduct of this is that they are willing to add an 8th counselor. When Heimerdinger is voted out, the council returns to 7 members, and balance seems to have been restored. But ejecting the very traditional and extremely cautious Heimerdinger will have dramatic consequences on the state of Piltover in Act 3. Much like Chesterton's fence, the councillors believed that Heimerdinger no longer served a purpose, that he was unnecessary, and that therefore he could be removed without there being any adverse consequences for them. And they are tragically mistaken. The councillors figured they can either side with the guy whose incredible inventions have made them rich beyond their wildest dreams, or they can side with the guy who doesn't really seem to do anything. The system of voting out councillors in the way that they do is, of course, extremely prone to abuse. It was likely created by Heimerdinger, who founded the city. And in his naivety, he may have designed the system so that if one particular councillor is not doing their job, then the others can vote to have them removed. But he clearly didn't foresee that the system could be abused in this way. The council as a whole has become corrupted, they have lost their way, and Heimerdinger himself is the one seen to not be doing his job. They don't need him anymore. The primary driving force for the plot of Arcane in Act 2 is Caitlyn's investigation, as this begins with her looking at the crime scene at the Hex Gates and ends in the brothel, where Vi learns of the location of Sevika and Caitlyn ceases to take the lead. So let's go through her actions and work out how much sense this all makes. The first step is that Caitlyn investigates the crime scene, finds Locke, and learns enough so as to prompt her to investigate further. This is yet another example of a plot point in Arcane that I believed to be somewhat problematic before I properly dug in, and found that it does line up almost perfectly with what we know of each character. At first glance, it appears that Locke has been left alive on the airship by Sevika and Jinx for some reason, that Caitlyn luckily found him, and that he said just enough for her to become interested in pursuing the lead later in the episode.
She shot me.
Who shot you? Who were you working for?
I can't. He'll kill me.
This is not particularly coherent because there are a lot of question marks, but as has happened multiple times so far, the deeper you dig into Arcane, the better it gets. The moving parts to this particular plot point are as follows. Sevika and Jinx leave Locke on the airship. Caitlyn investigates the crime scene. Locke tells Caitlyn enough for the plot to progress. We can just hand-wave this and say, just stop hyper-focusing on tiny details, just enjoy it for what it is. And to that, I say...
Do you know what autistic is?
Part of the satisfaction of experiencing a good story is working out just how good it is. So, why would Sevika and Jinx leave Locke on the airship? They would only do this if they were unable to get him out, and if they believed that leaving him alive would not pose a liability. This falls neatly into place, because Sevika and Jinx are both aware that Marcus, the Sheriff of Piltover, is in Silco's pocket. If any trouble comes Silco's way, courtesy of the Enforcers, things will get very bad for Marcus very quickly. Given Marcus's position as the sheriff, it is reasonable to assume that Sevika would have been comfortable leaving Locke alive on the airship rather than executing him to make sure he keeps his mouth shut, as she believes that Marcus would act in his own self-interest and would cover up Silco's involvement. This isn't watertight, but given that Sevika would have to have calculated all of this in seconds as she flees a crime scene accompanied by a psychopath, this is absolutely coherent. The second point then, Caitlyn investigating the crime scene happens entirely due to her characterization. There is no wacky bullshit that makes this happen. This is precisely what Caitlyn would do given how she is characterized. Therefore, it is not at all lucky that she does so. And the third point, that Locke said just enough for Caitlyn to continue investigating, relies on Locke being terrified of Jinx, and being in a lot of pain from the bullet wound, and almost certainly in shock from blood loss. It might seem mildly convenient that he specifically says what he says.
She shot me.
Who shot you? Who were you working for?
I can't. He'll kill me.
But Caitlyn doesn't actually get any useful information out of him in this scene. All she learns is that Locke is involved in organized crime, and this is what prompts Caitlyn to continue her investigation. Locke speaking to Caitlyn at all is perhaps a question mark, as he had until this point been characterized entirely as a brick shithouse knucklehead who obeys Silco when it's time to murder some children, and hasn't said a single word until this scene. However, what we can draw from this is the fact that if a guy as hardened as this is scared of Jinx, then this gives the audience some perspective as to how unhinged Jinx truly is. Caitlyn is later injured due to being caught in Jinx's trap. Whilst not strictly necessary for her to continue her investigation, it allows Caitlyn to get a glimpse of Jinx fleeing the scene, further motivates her to solve the case as she has now become directly involved, and indicates to her that the same person is behind both attacks. Caitlyn is only present for the explosion because she was put on the graveyard shift by Marcus as punishment for her stepping out of line earlier. This is another very small moment that did not need to be explained, but I very much appreciate that it was. The writers could have simply had Caitlyn be walking around and, oh no, there's a fire, I better go check it out, and oh no, it's actually an explosion. But they took the extra effort to adhere to cause and effect. There is very little in the plot of Arcane that relies on things just kind of happening, and virtually everything that does happen is driven by the characters. Rather than having Jinx decide to do an explodey because Jinx likes explodies and have Caitlyn get caught in the explodey because Caitlyn was doing an investigate, the writers had Jinx decide to set a trap so that she could then steal the gemstone, which is informed by the events earlier that day, and the reason Caitlyn is present is because she is being punished by Marcus due to her interfering in the events earlier that day. This is all fantastic. Caitlyn then travels to Stillwater Hold. This happens because she believes Locke to be her only lead, and she believes that he may be motivated to speak to her as he was hit by friendly fire. When it becomes clear that she cannot speak to Locke, she instead decides to speak to the person who attacked him, Vi. All of this makes total sense, no elaboration needed. After speaking to Vi, Caitlyn then arranges for her to be released. This primarily happens because she is characterized as being naive enough to trust that Vi will keep her word, and because she believes that she herself will not last long in the Undercity on her own. This is a very reasonable conclusion, provided that she is able to release Vi, so this is the part I will focus on. This relies on a few things. Caitlyn is at this point no longer an enforcer, and so her actions require that the Warden be unaware of this fact. And additionally, Jayce was only made a counselor earlier that day, and so this also requires that the Warden didn't check. So, how reasonable is it that the Warden was unaware of Caitlyn's surprise unemployment, and how reasonable is it that the Warden didn't care to check if Jayce was actually a counselor? Caitlyn is at this point a regular citizen, and so would not have the authority to interrogate inmates. However, Caitlyn still looks the part. She is still wearing the uniform, and she may well have been here before. The fact that Piltover doesn't have computers or any kind of electronic databases means that the Warden may not have been updated on Caitlyn's current job status, and given that Stillwater Hold is situated on an island, this would mean the message tube thingies are not an option, and so someone would have needed to physically travel to Stillwater Hold and update the Warden's files manually. The fact that Caitlyn went to Stillwater immediately after being told that she was no longer an enforcer makes this more than plausible, whereas had she waited a week, then this would have been far less so. On to the next point, why did the Warden accept that Jayce was now a counselor and that he had ordered Vi's release on the day of his promotion? This relies entirely on the characterization of the Warden. As we already know, he has no means by which to quickly confirm if Jayce is actually a counselor. The Warden is clearly depicted as an apathetic piece of shit who routinely beats his inmates. It is unlikely that such a character would refuse the request of an enforcer claiming to be here on behalf of a counselor, and who has presented him with a signed release form. If the Warden was instead an uptight by-the-book law and order paperwork-obsessed stickler for protocol, then this would be a reasonable criticism. The Warden is, however, as far from the above as possible, which also gives us some insight as to how Piltover's criminal justice system operates in general. Caitlyn and Vi then travel to the Undercity, and Vi meets with Babette, the Hordle who runs the brothel. This happens because Babette knew Vander, and she was intentionally sought out by Vi, as Vi would have believed she could trust her, and that she would have the information Vi wanted. Although Vi already evidently has an amount of information regarding the state of the Undercity, namely that Silco is in charge, it is reasonable for her to want to confirm how bad things actually are, and see if she can get any leads. When asked about Powder, Babette appears to know something, but declines to tell Vi.
Have you heard anything about Powder? I think Silco has her.
It may be that she genuinely had no idea, but given how quickly information travels in the Undercity, and given her position as the owner of the brothel, and given how she very clearly seems saddened after Vi leaves,
I owe you. It's nothing.
I think it is highly likely that she did know about Powder. This means that Babette simply didn't want to be the one to tell Vi what truly happened to Powder. She hasn't seen Vi for years, Vi was presumed dead, and it would break Vi's heart to know the truth. She can't bring herself to do it. Instead, Babette tells Vi where she can find Sevika, and the reason she is able to do this is because Sevika is apparently a regular in the brothel. Vi went in believing that Silco might have Powder, and so if Babette were to tell her the truth, that Powder is now a psychopathic murderer who voluntarily works for the man who killed their father, it is highly likely that either Vi simply wouldn't believe her, or that Vi would flip the fuck out and cause a scene. Either way, I believe Babette thinks Vi needs to see it for herself, which is why she directs her to Sevika. From this point on, Caitlyn becomes less proactive and more reactive. She no longer drives the story and instead has to deal with the consequences of her actions. Overall, Caitlyn's investigation makes complete logical sense. Every action she takes is entirely reasonable given the information she has at each point in time, and so the writers are able to use her to propel the plot of Act 2 without relying on contrivances, like her being inhumanly skilled at deduction, making uneducated guesses and being revealed to be correct, or accidentally being in the right place at the right time. How did Silco not know that Vi was in Stillwater Hold, and how did Vi not hear about Jinx whilst in Stillwater Hold? I'll be straight up, this next plot point is one of the weakest parts of Arcane. However, it is at the very least possible once we do a little digging, and is in no way a plot hole as some people have claimed. It appears that there are 3 premises that Arcane expects the viewer to accept simultaneously. Premise number 1, Silco never learned that Vi was alive and in Stillwater. Premise number 2, Vi learned about the approximate state of the Undercity whilst incarcerated. And premise number 3, Vi did not learn anything about Jinx. On face value, it appears that the writers are just arbitrarily controlling which bits of information enter and leave Stillwater without offering any kind of justification as to why, but I am more than willing to dedicate time to working out how much of a problem this all is, given how good Arcane is in general. So it is once again time to do some digging. Silco being unaware that Vi is alive would require that Marcus locked Vi up after the events of episode 3, and that her imprisonment was off the record and undocumented. This is explicitly confirmed to be the case.
I took a look at your file. There's no record of you or your crimes.
This would also require that no inmate recognized her at any point in the 8 or so years in which she is imprisoned. This appears to be a bit of a stretch. Vi looks unique. She does not blend in. She has a tattoo on her face that, even if misinterpreted, can easily give away her identity. I am very aware that her tattoo signifies her prisoner number, prisoner 516. V is 5, I is 1, 5 plus 1 is 6, and 6 is VI. Although the correct way to denote the number 516 in Roman numerals would be DXVI, and if you literally took the numbers 5 and 1, followed by the number 6, you would get VIVI, or Vi, which could potentially be a reference to Vi's nickname for powder.
I know. Pow, I know.
This is all very clever, and I love little details like this, but the fact remains. Vi's name is confirmed in Arcane to be Violet, and she goes by Vi as an abbreviation.
I need you, please.
This means that by deciding to tattoo her prisoner number on her face, she has also tattooed her own name on her face. This is the one single part of Vi's character design that I do not like, primarily because it makes certain elements of the narrative harder to accept, namely the fact that no one recognized her for the entire duration of her incarceration. She was also the adoptive daughter of Vander, a fact that seems to have been very well known in the Undercity. And she sends Locke to the infirmary the very day that he is imprisoned, which suggests that she would do that to any and all of Silco's men who ended up inside. So the first thing to consider then is, who are the inmates of Stillwater? We are told a few times that the Enforcers and Piltover as a whole consider crimes that take place in the Undercity to be low priority.
All this time, they've kept their dealings localized to the Undercity. Low priority.
Since the Hex Gates were completed, the fissures haven't been a priority.
Enforcers fear to set foot in the lanes.
Given the current state of the Undercity, it is highly unlikely that the Enforcers spend much, if any, time down there. Additionally, Marcus would more than likely have been coerced by Silco to not imprison his underlings, and the only reason Marcus did send Locke to Stillwater was because there were other Enforcers present, and he can't be seen to not be doing his job. Therefore, we can assume that the vast majority of inmates in Stillwater Hold are criminals who committed crimes in Piltover, not the Undercity. These are the criminals the Enforcers want to prioritize, because the Council clearly cares about the safety of Piltover in a way that they do not care about the safety of the Undercity. If this is the case, then it is far less likely that Vi would be recognized by any of the other inmates, and it would also strongly suggest that Locke was the first of Silco's men that Vi had the opportunity to attack. It is therefore possible that Vi remained imprisoned in Stillwater Hold for years, and that this information never reached Silco. I am not going to say that this is probable, and I am going to say that all of this is drawn from very small pieces of information that could perhaps have been explained better so as to avoid confusion. Premise number 2 is that we are expected to believe that Vi is explicitly aware that Silco runs the show in the Undercity, as she considers it absurd that Caitlyn is unaware of this fact.
You work for Silco?
They all do. How can anyone not know that?
To Vi, it should be immediately obvious to anyone who takes a casual glance at the Undercity that Silco is running things. The way I see it, there are two potential explanations for her being aware of this. What seems to be the most likely explanation is that information about Silco's grip on the Undercity has bled into Stillwater, and Vi has therefore learned about what happened through speaking to other inmates. One alternative explanation, however, is that Vi deduced Silco's intentions based purely off of what happened in Act 1, and she never actually spoke to any of the other inmates about the Undercity. Her knowledge of Silco's current operation is based entirely on her knowledge that he was some guy who planned to kill her entire family, and given Vanda's status in the Undercity, Vi assumes that Silco wanted to do this because Vanda was standing in the way of his criminal empire. Therefore, now that Vanda is gone, Vi concludes that Silco's criminal empire has flourished, hence Vi stating,
Hey, give Silco a kiss on that winning eye of his, will you?
I think that Vi working out what Silco was doing based purely on what happened in episode 3 is a stretch, though not impossible, and I think the far more reasonable explanation is that she learned what happened by speaking to the other inmates, or perhaps simply by listening to them, as speaking to them would raise the question again as to how none of them recognized her. Premise number 3 is that Vi did not at any point learn anything about Jinx whilst in Stillwater. There is a way out of this, but for now I will explain why this appears to be a problem. Jinx is not exactly subtle. She has explicitly made a name for herself. She is known and feared both by Silco's men, by other criminal organizations, and almost certainly by the regular citizenry of the Undercity. Therefore, it seems entirely likely that at some point during Vi's 8 years of imprisonment, someone involved in the criminal underworld might end up in Stillwater and make mention of an insane blue-haired psychopathic teenager named Jinx who blows things up from time to time. In order to plug this hole, we need to do a bit of work. I am happy to accept that the vast majority of the inmates are criminals who committed crimes in Piltover, not the Undercity. If these criminals were themselves from Piltover, then they would be far less likely to know who Jinx is. However, this does not account for criminals from the Undercity committing crimes in Piltover outside of Silco's purview. The idea that Vi never once overheard anything relating to her sister in the 8 years during which she was imprisoned is ridiculous. It is admittedly possible, however, it is by no means the most likely explanation. And as the writers do not elaborate on this point, it means that they appear to be expecting the viewer to either not notice or to accept something far less likely than the alternative without any elaboration. However, before you type your angry comments, the potential way around this is that Vi did hear about Jinx whilst inside. This would line up with her vague awareness of the state of the Undercity. She overheard conversations as people came in and out. She almost certainly heard horror stories from other inmates about a deranged lunatic who blows people up when they look at her funny. Vi remembers her sister as a clumsy loner with pretty severe depression, and so the idea that these are both the same person doesn't even enter her mind. There are dots that Vi could have connected. She could reasonably have heard that this particular person is a teenage girl. She could have heard that she has blue hair. She could even have heard that she calls herself Jinx. However, Vi would not be receptive to any of this. She would hear this and then reject it out of hand, and quite possibly attack the person making these claims because Vi would absolutely be in denial. She could well have connected the dots, but the fact that she doesn't tells us that Vi is unwilling to even consider the possibility. This absolutely fits with her character, as everything she does from episodes 5 through 9 relies upon her inability to accept what Powder has become. The easiest way to summarize my issues with this Stillwater Hold stuff is if I compare it to what I consider to be some of the strongest storytelling in Arcane, namely the climax of episode 3. Those sequences in episode 3 feel inevitable. They feel like the only thing that could have happened. There is no other way those events could have played out. Cause and effect are in full swing. Conversely, with regard to the Stillwater Hold plot points, they do not feel inevitable. There are many other more reasonable things that could have happened. There are multiple other ways things could have gone, and because of the very limited supporting evidence we get elsewhere in the series, some of these alternative paths are more plausible than what actually happens. There are some ways that the writers could have tightened up these plot points. Maybe Vi spent 90+% of her time in solitary confinement, which would reduce the likelihood that she would be noticed, or that she would have the opportunity to learn about Jinx. The problem is that the higher we dial the amount of time that she spent in solitary, then the more convenient it is that she was able to hospitalize Locke on day 1. So overall, I definitely wouldn't call these explanations probable, but they are at the very least possible. I'm honestly thankful that these potentially rather substantial contrivances do have workarounds based entirely on information presented in the show, although I do think that this should have been communicated somewhat more clearly. The reason this narrative beat is so important is because there is a huge amount of the story and the emotional journey that the characters take that relies on Silco being unaware that Vi was in Stillwater, and on Vi being unaware that Jinx is working for Silco. Additionally, if the writers have different ideas as to what exactly went on inside Stillwater all those years, then this potentially leaves them wide open to contradicting everything I have just said in Season 2. If they reveal either that Stillwater Hold does contain a substantial number of prisoners from the Undercity, or that one or more of Silco's men did time there, then it will significantly damage the plausibility that Silco was unaware of Vi, and Vi was unaware of Jinx, and this would therefore become a plot contrivance. How plausible is it that Jinx could work out how to harness Hextech? In my previous video, one of my main hang-ups was how quickly Jayce and Viktor managed to use the crystals to create magic. The partial explanation for this is that Jayce had spent years working on all of the theory, detailed in his notebook, and then with Viktor's help he was able to prove his theory. I don't have the same criticism with regard to Jinx, and this comes down to a few points. Most importantly, Jinx has a stabilized Hextech gemstone to work with, not a hex crystal, as was the case with Jayce and Viktor. This means that the chances of something going catastrophically wrong are far less likely than they were for Jayce and Viktor. Which essentially means that Jinx does not need to use the safety rails. She can go at it full tilt until she cracks it. Additionally, Jinx is not working to create something from nothing. She is trying to replicate what someone else has already done, which means she knows definitively that it can be done, and so she is not simply stabbing around in the dark until it works. Additionally, she has Jayce's notebook, which she also stole from his lab, and given her experience and history of tinkering with technology, as well as her general level of intelligence, I am more than happy to accept that Jinx could harness the power of the Hextech gemstone, because the hardest part has already been done for her. Jinx also has years of experience turning things into weapons, starting with her bombs when she was a child, and after the events of Episode 3 she would go on to develop and build a minigun, a weapon that doesn't seem to have any kind of precedent within this world. This is further evidence that she is extremely skilled with technology, and given that she has Jayce's notebook, I don't have any kind of problem with her doing what she does. Why did Sevika not stab Vi earlier? At the end of her fight with Vi, Sevika demonstrates that she wants to kill Vi.
I'll give her your regards.
Why then did she not stab Vi with her claws at the earliest possible opportunity? It appears that Sevika decided to fight Vi in a relatively straight-up one-on-one, although she, of course, has Shimmer and a robot arm. After being defeated, she then decided to stab Vi, when she could have done this multiple times earlier in the fight. This kind of thing happens a lot in stories, as it can be very dramatic and catch both the characters and the audience off guard. The trade-off, however, is that it has the potential to damage Sevika as a character, unless we can find a reason why Sevika may not have done this. Any way out has to rely entirely on the characterization of Sevika. Is there an in-universe reason why she held off on stabbing Vi, or did this just kinda happen in order to maximize drama and tension in a TV show? Luckily, we have a few references. Firstly, Sevika may have considered incapacitating Vi so as to take her to Silco, as we learn in episode 6 that Silco regretted that he never had the chance to speak to Vi, and Sevika may well have discussed the topic of Vi with Silco at some point after she started working for him. Additionally, taking Vi to Silco has the added benefit of prompting Jinx to go off the deep end should Jinx witness any of this. As I have already been into, Sevika absolutely wants Jinx to demonstrate how unreliable she is, so as to refocus Silco on their mission. And secondly,
I see you never learn patience.
Sevika is a patient person and a patient fighter. She believes she will beat Vi, which is overconfident, but is reasonable given who Sevika is. She perhaps does not want to risk anything by going for a killing blow until she has an advantage. Why did Caitlyn let Sevika get away, as Vi puts it? This seems minor, but is again pivotal to the narrative of Season 1. Sevika returning to Silco allows for both Silco and Jinx to be made aware that Vi is alive, which causes major character conflict and leads directly to Jinx attempting to make contact with her sister. So what do we have to work with? Firstly, Caitlyn did not know who Sevika was. Caitlyn was not present when Vi was told where to find Sevika, or that Sevika had anything to do with Silco. From Caitlyn's perspective, Vi is being attacked by some random lowlife, and so she steps in to protect Vi. She was unaware of the consequences of not killing Sevika until after Sevika had already escaped.
Why did you let her go?
Do you ever say thank you?
He's gonna know we're here now.
Whose fault is that?
Although we know Caitlyn to be an excellent shot and that she could easily have popped Sevika right between the eyes, she has very little reason to do this. I also don't believe that Caitlyn would kill anyone unless left with no alternative, as she is young, has lived a very sheltered life, and has quite obviously never killed anyone before. She has quite possibly never actually fired her gun at a human target before. So to flip this moment on its head, if Sevika was about to kill Vi and then...
Steady.
Boom! Headshot!
Caitlyn blows her fucking head off, I would be asking, wait, where did this come from? Caitlyn, the inexperienced by-the-book aspiring police officer, is suddenly a hardened killer who has no qualms about murdering someone she has never seen before. The final plot point I want to discuss is Vi bringing down the water tower. This moment, straight up, requires suspension of disbelief. I don't care how well-versed in the art of punching things Vi is. I don't care that she spent a lot of time in solitary confinement punching the wall. Slamming your fists into a steel construction beam is going to destroy every bone in your hand. So, how much of a problem is this? Well, the result of Vi punching the water tower is that it collapses. It had already been shown to be unstable, and Caitlyn had unsuccessfully attempted to bring it down. Vi is much stronger than Caitlyn, and so the idea that Vi could bring this thing down is not out of the question. She could maybe have kicked it or run into it or pushed it with Caitlyn, and the scene would have gone the same way. The reason why the writers decided to have Vi punch the steel beam instead of any of the above is clear. Vi fights with her fists, and yet they flip this moment on its head by having her decide to use her brain, and instead of attacking the Shimmer hobos, she turns and uses her fists to bring down the water tower. This shows quite clearly that Vi has learned a thing or two. She no longer confronts every obstacle head-on, and Silco is evidently wrong about her.
You don't know your limits, girl. It's what got Vander killed.
Vi displays here that she does know her limits. She believes she would not be able to take on 3 Shimmer hobos at once, and so she doesn't even try. She knows how fast and strong these fuckers can be, and even though these ones don't seem to be as dangerous as Deckard was, she doesn't want to find out. She also just got badly wounded by Sevika because she lost her head at the wrong time, and she doesn't want to make the same mistake. Vi, once again, is learning. Additionally, she has just consumed a relatively small amount of Shimmer, which we already know has properties that include numbing pain and giving you increased strength. So maybe she was able to destroy the enemy's tower with her hands because she was juiced on Shimmer. Now on to why Vi and Caitlyn would decide to do this. The simplest answer is that they had no alternative way out, but let's dig in a bit. Vi is evidently more confident that she and Caitlyn will survive if they bring the water tower down on top of them than if she attempts to fight 3 Shimmer hobos and 2 of Silco's henchmen. It is important to note that Vi has just been badly wounded, and although she has drunk a healing potion, my guess is that it isn't all good under the hood. Vi will be fine, but I somewhat doubt that she is currently at full fighting capacity. Additionally, Vi's objective here is to locate Jinx, which means if she engages in a fight, she will need to kill everyone so as to ensure that she is not followed, which makes this scene not at all comparable to when she faced down Silco's men in episode 3, as in that scene she was trying to buy time. Bringing down the water tower is risky because it could easily injure or kill either her or Caitlyn, but I am not going to accuse this particular scene of being plot armor because they were simply lucky, and plot armor requires a little more than someone being lucky. There are, however, multiple instances of plot armor in Arcane, but I am waiting until Part 3 to fully explore those. In terms of general storytelling, I have a handful of things I want to highlight. Firstly, I will mention a couple of smaller things that I find notable before excavating some of the more detailed aspects of the narrative. Firstly, the writers needed to introduce a new faction, the Firelights, and the way they do this is to simply have one of Silco's men exclaim, "Oh shit, the Firelights!" This is a very simple and natural way to do this, and also establishes that Silco's men are very much aware of who the Firelights are, and this then suggests that the Firelights have been a thorn in Silco's side for some time. We also have the rather amusing Chekhov's Power Fist and Chekhov's Death Ray, neither of which we will see later, of that I am absolutely certain. And we have this excellent shot of Jayce, the man of progress, leaving Viktor behind and directing his attention elsewhere. This is symbolic of the fact that Jayce's status in Piltover has changed drastically, whereas Viktor has remained proverbially backstage. And also because Viktor is literally dying, whilst Jayce is in the prime of his life. Something I have criticized multiple times in other films and TV shows is when characters tell each other their character traits.
That's your problem. Your first reaction is always fear.
But in Arcane, when this happens, it is the polar opposite in terms of the end result.
You know what your problem is? You expect everyone to give you what you want.
In this example, Vi tells Caitlyn, and the audience, that Caitlyn expects people to give her what she wants. What makes the Arcane example different from the Rebel Moon example is that we learn a lot more about Vi than we do about Caitlyn, despite the dialogue being exclusively related to Caitlyn. The dialogue literally tells us that Caitlyn expects people to give her what she wants, which is the surface-level interpretation of the line, but as with so many things in Arcane, this line is layered with subtext and additional character information. This tells us that Vi has perhaps noticed this flaw in Caitlyn's character through their prior interactions, all of which involved Caitlyn trying to acquire information, and in Vi's eyes, not doing a very good job. It tells us that Vi is experienced in the art of lying, manipulating, and subverting, all of which are tools that are frequently used in the Undercity that Caitlyn doesn't have much or any experience with. It tells us that Vi pays close attention to how Caitlyn behaves, which is the first extremely subtle hint that she is potentially interested in her romantically, moments before things become more overt. It tells us that Vi views her relationships with other people as transactional, and that she has to offer something in order to get something. It is also important to note that this is only Vi's perspective. Vi is not a mouthpiece for the writers to spew their thoughts into the audience's brain. Vi is a character. Vi is absolutely stereotyping Caitlyn when she says this. Vi does not know Caitlyn well enough to conclude that she doesn't know how to deal with people, and her opinion of Caitlyn is largely informed by the fact that Caitlyn is a topsider. Vi believes herself to be plugged into reality, whereas she views Caitlyn as aloof and suffering from main character syndrome. This also tells us that this is simply how life is in the Undercity. And Caitlyn is obviously not used to this at all. She is used to being surrounded by people who are looking out for her and who have her best interests at heart. Caitlyn has never had to deal with people in this manner before. Caitlyn actually takes this information on board, as she is entirely motivated to do so, given that she was thoroughly established earlier as hating being given things without earning them. She is fully receptive to the idea that she has to work to get people to give her what she wants, and with Vi's help, she has started to understand how to do this. And we can draw all of that out of this one line of dialogue.
You know what your problem is? You expect everyone to give you what you want.
Depth and efficiency. If only more writers were skilled enough to execute their stories with this level of competence. The show juxtaposes Mel fondling Jayce's gemstones with Viktor obsessively experimenting with the Hex Core. Arcane does this a handful of times, but this example is my favorite because it is multi-layered. You could interpret this as contrasting Jayce's love with Viktor's love, in that Viktor is too in love with his work to have time for any kind of a relationship with Skye. But I think this is far too simplistic an interpretation. This scene happens directly after Viktor rejects Skye's romantic advances, and so this montage contrasts the fact that where Jayce may have found love, Viktor is unaware that Skye even likes him. Jayce has become extremely successful. He was a total failure, and he was suicidal until Viktor intervened. Jayce became the man of progress, he became a counselor, he then indulged in the world of politics, and he is currently getting it on with the richest person in Piltover. Conversely, Viktor is suffering, obsessing, and although he doesn't know it yet for certain, he is dying. Jayce has time to celebrate and give Mel a good old power slam, whilst Viktor doesn't even have time to sleep. Jayce's attention has been focused elsewhere, whilst Viktor has no such luxury. Another layer is the idea of trying to control something that you don't fully understand. Viktor is, of course, trying to control the Hex Core and learn how it works, and he is failing to do so. Conversely, Mel is successfully controlling Jayce, and she seems to know exactly how he works. Jayce, meanwhile, has no idea that he is being controlled, and is blissfully unaware of what is actually happening. Another layer is that this is the first time we see Viktor become extremely emotional, slamming his fists on the table and yelling, which is contrasted as being at the other end of the spectrum in terms of the emotions Jayce is experiencing, whilst giving Mel a shock blast.
Power slam!
Now regarding the visuals, we see the Hex Core bond with Viktor's DNA, which is intercut with Jayce depositing his DNA inside Mel, both of which are acts that have the potential to create life. Jokes aside, the animation and the music here is absolutely beautiful, which I know is true of Arcane as a whole, but I think the visual symmetry and the juxtaposition between Jayce and Viktor at this point elevates this sequence to being masterful. Another similarly excellent juxtaposition is when the show intercuts Marcus setting up the blockade with Jinx lighting the flare. This contrasts Jinx potentially reconciling with Vi, with Piltover taking the first step towards separating itself from the Undercity. Are the writers simply telling us that as Silco's relationship with Jinx deteriorates, he comes closer to achieving his goal? Maybe, but I think there is a little more to this. Why is this blockade being erected? Jayce ordered the blockade after he was provided false information by Marcus, and he wants to protect the city against further attacks by the Firelights. Or, in other words, fear. Jayce orders the blockade because he is afraid of what will happen if he doesn't. Where Jinx has finally overcome her fear, Piltover has finally succumbed. Where one door opens, another closes. Where one character accepts their past, another is scared for their future. Did I mention that this show is incredibly good? There are many misunderstandings in Act 2 of Arcane. Caitlyn thinking Vi is just screwing around and isn't actually helping. Mel thinking Jayce used her for sex and then left before she woke up. Viktor thinking he is helping Rio when he is actually hurting Rio. Caitlyn and Vi's whole discussion whilst Vi is injured. Jinx thinking Vi is there for the gemstone, not her. But there is one specific misunderstanding that I want to focus on, partly because it is so unassuming, and partly because it is unbelievably well executed. And that is when Marcus pulls an Inception on Jayce. Before I elaborate, I am going to quickly run through an example of a misunderstanding being executed incredibly poorly, and explain why that is the case, because I honestly think a lot of people take this kind of thing for granted. I was struggling to find an appropriate example, but I was then informed about a film from 2009 that I had not seen. A film that broke box office records upon release by achieving the largest midnight opening in US history, and a film that currently holds the 48th highest opening weekend box office, The Twilight Saga: New Moon. There is a miscommunication in The Twilight Saga: New Moon that is baffling, hilarious, and reaches incredible levels of contrivance I thought impossible outside of Amazon's Middle-earth. At this point in the thrilling tale of Twilight, Edward has split up with Bella. Naturally, Bella goes cliff diving after realizing that every time she does something remotely dangerous, she hallucinates Edward, because part of what she was attracted to was the danger of being around him. Which is already clunky as fuck, but wait, there's more. Edward's sister, Alice, is like a wizard or something. She gets visions of things sometimes and typically sees things that will facilitate teenage melodrama. Bella is then confronted by Alice, who asks, "Bitch, how the fuck are you alive?" Because, you see, Alice had a vision of Bella jumping off the cliff. But the vision conveniently cut off, so Alice believed that Bella had killed herself. Rather inconveniently, Edward decides to phone Bella's home to speak to her dad, and even more inconveniently, Jacob answers the phone and tells Edward,
"He's not here right now. He's arranging a funeral."
Because, unrelated to this, Bella's dad is out arranging the funeral of his friend who died earlier in the film. So, Edward, working with the knowledge that Alice had a vision of Bella jumping off a cliff, and the knowledge that Bella's dad is arranging a funeral, concludes that Bella has killed herself, and so he decides to go to Italy in order to kill himself, and I'm not explaining that, so don't ask. That is what happened. Now, on to why this particular misunderstanding is ridiculous, comical, incredibly contrived, and relies on all people involved acting like fucking morons. Alice assumes that there is only one reason why someone would choose to jump off a cliff, which, as the film has already demonstrated, is not the case. Additionally, I have no idea why she had this vision in the first place. This isn't a character who only has visions of people dying, which means that she did just randomly have a vision of Bella going cliff diving. Additionally, Edward doesn't go to Bella's house to find out what happened. He also doesn't confirm whose funeral Jacob is referring to. He also doesn't question why Jacob is in Bella's house if her dad is supposedly arranging her funeral. He instead decides, well, that's all the evidence I need, time to ask the Italians to euthanize me. Also, immediately after Edward destroys his phone in a fit of centenarian anguish, Alice tells Bella,
Bella, it's Edward. He thinks you're dead.
What? Which means that Edward immediately fixed his phone in order to tell Alice that he wants to die because Bella is dead, but Alice did not respond to him and say, no, you fuck, she's alive, stop trying to make this Romeo and Juliet bullshit happen. Also, upon realizing what has happened, Bella doesn't try to immediately call Edward back herself. The only part of this scene that is not unbelievably stupid is that Jacob decides not to let Bella speak to Edward before hanging up the phone, and he does this for character-driven reasons, namely that he doesn't like Edward. So, to conclude, the characters in the Twilight Saga New Moon misunderstand each other because they assume things that they would have no reason to assume. They conveniently phrase things in very ambiguous ways so as to allow for their words to be misinterpreted, and they don't ask very obvious questions that would clear all of this up very quickly. In other words, it happens because the writers wanted it to. Right, that's enough of that. Back to Arcane and how it is very good and how Marcus pulls an Inception on Jayce. Firstly, Marcus fabricates the idea that the Firelights are planning more attacks, which prompts Jayce to quite reasonably say that they need to prevent this from happening. Marcus then says,
short of searching everyone who crosses the bridges, I don't know how we can.
And Jayce then orders Marcus to do precisely this. Marcus wants a blockade, as this will make solving the Vi and Caitlyn problem for Silco relatively easy, as if Silco fails to kill them in the Undercity and they attempt to enter Piltover, Marcus will then be able to intercept them at the blockade. He accomplishes this by using the Firelights not only as patsies for Jinx's attacks, but also by convincing Jayce that they are going to attack again. Before Marcus leaves, he asks Jayce about Caitlyn releasing Vi, as Caitlyn forged Jayce's signature in order to do this.
I saw Caitlyn Kierman had a prisoner released on your order. Is there anything I can assist with?
As I said, this scene is initially pretty unassuming, but there are actually three things happening here. There are three entirely different conversations taking place simultaneously. Marcus is pretending to offer to help Jayce with whatever he is doing with Caitlyn, as he is the sheriff and he had not been informed. And so, on the face of it, his question is entirely reasonable. Of course, what Marcus is actually doing is probing Jayce for information that might help him intercept Vi and Caitlyn. And the third thing to note, this is the first time Jayce has heard about Caitlyn releasing a prisoner. Because he is extremely busy, he is currently preparing his notes for the Council regarding the Hex Core, he doesn't have time to worry about what Caitlyn may or may not be doing in the Undercity, and so Jayce doesn't reveal anything to Marcus.
No, we've got it covered.
Jayce pretends that Caitlyn is perhaps on some kind of secret mission on his behalf, so as to avoid getting Caitlyn in trouble. The additional layer of subtext in this scene is that Marcus believes that Jayce, Caitlyn, and Vi are all working together. The reason he believes this is because Vi knows who Marcus is, and the fact that she was present at the cannery in episode 3 means that Marcus may well consider her a loose end. Marcus may suspect that Vi knows that he was involved in Grayson's death. Marcus also knows Caitlyn to be a pain in the ass when it comes to sticking her nose where it doesn't belong, and the fact that she released Vi, ostensibly on Jayce's orders, after Marcus had fired her is extremely troubling to him. Marcus is likely very paranoid that they are onto him, as Jayce said to him previously.
This corruption runs deep, Sheriff. I intend to root it out.
Jayce's response confirms to Marcus that Caitlyn is working with Vi on behalf of Jayce to bring him down.
No, we've got it covered.
From Marcus's perspective, Jayce has just confirmed that he is working alongside an ex-enforcer and an inmate who quite plausibly could have knowledge that would compromise him, and Marcus has every reason to believe that whatever they are doing is with the goal of rooting out corruption. He has a target on his back. Jayce is, of course, not doing anything of the sort. Jayce has no idea that Marcus is working for Silco. Jayce didn't even know that Caitlyn had released anyone from prison, which means that this scene is, in essence, a complex and multi-layered misunderstanding. In stark contrast to the scene in the Twilight Saga New Moon, the reasons why the characters do what they do in Arcane is thoroughly in line with their knowledge and their previous behavior, and is in no way contrived. Everything they do and everything they suspect of the other is absolutely drawn from what is driving them at this point in time. The writers didn't start at the conclusion and work backwards, or if they did, they continued working backwards so as to properly and entirely justify why their characters say what they say. This is one reason why Arcane functions so well in general. The characters are incredibly detailed, and they are narratively tangled up with each other because of who they are, not because of what the plot decides is going to happen to them. This scene is absolutely incredible, and it lasts for only 60 seconds. The writers managed to deliver all of this with 2 characters and 1 minute of screen time. Much like Act 1, Act 2 of Arcane continues to be filled with significant consequences for the actions the characters choose to take. Here are a handful of examples. The consequences for Jinx losing her nerve and accidentally shooting Locke are that Locke is incarcerated, which leads to him being attacked by Vi, which in turn leads to Caitlyn releasing Vi from prison and everything that comes afterwards. Which means that Jinx freezing up upon seeing the firelight that reminded her of Vi directly leads to her actually getting to see her sister again, which is rather poetic. The consequences for Caitlyn investigating the attack at the Hex Gates and thereby disregarding the chain of command are that she is punished by being assigned the graveyard shift and is then caught in Jinx's explosion. The consequences for Silco telling Jinx to take some time off are that Jinx becomes emotionally triggered by the idea that Silco thinks she is weak, prompting her to do something rather risky. The consequences for Jayce deciding not to reveal anything during his speech are that Mel has to come up with another way to get what she wants from him. The consequences for Jinx attacking the enforcers are that the council loses their shit, which leads to Jayce being appointed as a counselor and investigating corruption. The consequences for Jayce shutting down the Hex Gates in the name of safety are that he is pushed further into the world of politics and away from his scientific endeavors. The consequences for Heimerdinger not establishing meaningful professional relationships with any of the other counselors is that they vote unanimously to remove him from the council. The consequences for Marcus saving Vi are that his daughter's life is put at tremendous risk. The consequences for Vi attacking Sevika impulsively and without assessing the situation are that she is caught off guard and badly wounded. And finally, the consequences for the Firelights intervening when they did are that Vi and Jinx are unable to reach any kind of resolution. We don't yet know who the Firelights are or what exactly is motivating them, but when this is revealed in Act 3, this becomes less a case of convenient timing and more a case of cause and effect. Act 2 of Arcane builds off of the incredibly strong foundations that were established in Act 1. The writers continue to explore extremely quickly and clearly what each character wants. What they are trying to accomplish within each scene is thoroughly set up in previous scenes, which means that the writers absolutely do not waste the audience's time. And the writers manage to achieve this level of clarity without dedicating lines of dialogue or entire conversations towards explaining themselves. The writing in Arcane is incredibly efficient, as virtually every line of dialogue serves multiple purposes. All characters remain extremely clearly defined. We know in detail what each character wants and how far they will go to get it, and we know what they don't want and how far they will go to avoid it. We see how they change, or don't, through the pursuit of their goals. We understand very clearly why they do what they do, and so even characters who are either morally grey or outright villainous at times remain consistently engaging. And a huge amount of this character information is communicated without the characters even opening their mouths. Despite not quite managing to hit the emotional highs of Act 1, Act 2 of Arcane is still absolutely top tier in terms of character work, world building, animation, voice acting, music, editing, and general presentation. There is not a weak link in Arcane, and the fact that a TV show this good came out of a free-to-play multiplayer esport is unfathomable to me. Thank you guys so much for watching. Please do leave me a like, share, and subscribe if you haven't already. Exploring the details of Arcane has been an extremely rewarding experience, not to mention quite a refreshing one. Currently, I plan to conclude this series with part 3, and I don't intend to create a final autopsy for Arcane, as more than likely I will have said everything I want to say by the end of part 3. If there is anything specific that you think I've missed, or that you would like me to cover in part 3, then please let me know in the comments. Other than that, thank you so much again for your time, and I will see you in my next video. The solution for being unable to last hit is to play a champion with turrets, which means I don't need to last hit. It's the sound flexing on me.
Nice.
Yeah, the sound's bragging. Why? I don't know why he feels the need to show off his mastery to me. I'm not a top laner. I'm terrible. It's not like I'm beating him. Can we deal with the sound? Probably not. However, I am a scientist. Oh shit, I missed it. Oh no, I hit it.
Go on then. Go on. Let's get
Fuck you, Sion! I nearly got him. Oh no! No, 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 no! Yes!
What the hell is going on?
That was amazing! I'm not feeding on Heimerdinger. This is amazing. I do love a good conundrum. I actually didn't know that that was a line from the game. Because that's a line from Arcane.
I do love a good conundrum.
Who's the nerd that's gonna look for references like that?
I mean, me.
Oh, I did see. Yes, yeah, that was the one I was.
What the hell is going on here?
Oh, whoops.
The hell?
Kill steal.
The auto, nice.
I think I was doing great.
I'm 3-3-3. I'm actually not feeding. I'm really proud of myself.
Yes, mate.
If I just do a taunt, then it does it. There we go. No, I'm doing the original walk. There we go. Go, go, go. Wow, that was terrible.
Oh,
Echo, Echo.
Get him, get him, get him, get him.
Yep, fuck him up.
What for his ultimate? What is for his ultimate?
Oh, yeah.
I'm behind, I'm behind.
Okay.
You bastards, come here.
Yay! I'm coming, I'm coming. I'm going in, I'm TPing. We're fucking going.
We are going.
Back in.
Waddle, waddle, and he waddled away. I'm just gonna keep pushing. Ah! Ash, no!
Slow down, slow down.
I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming. Stay, stay, Ryan, stay. I've got you.
I'm coming as well, I'm coming as well. Let's go, double TP.
Huzzah! Big grenade, big grenade.
Hey, thank you for going, eh? Let's go, put him, put him,
It's gone mad!
Get him. It's flashing.
It's your ad.
Kill him! Kill him!
Oh, you got him.
Big beat up.
I have no idea if she has ult. She doesn't anymore.
It does.
Come on, big dick tower, kill it! Kill it!
Mad.
It's gone mad! I highlight here, before the stats change, I am currently 858 on Heimerdinger.
Yes, mate.
It was a lot of fun.
That was a stupid game.
That was a very stupid game. But that was a lot of fun.